John Smith, the protagonist of an amazing and exciting story about life, death, and miracles. On this day, the young man decided to die because his girlfriend had betrayed him. The apocalypse was approaching, and life had no meaning. Unexpectedly for himself, he realized that for some reason he was still alive. Moreover, something changed in his body. Suddenly he realized that he had gone back 10 years. John found himself in the university dormitory where he had lived just 10 years ago. He was surprised to find that his face was once again as clear of scars as it had been in his student days. There could be no more doubts. The young man was reborn. He was reborn in his former young body. The young man remembered that day very well, because he had just become a 10th rank war god in the land of dragons. That day, 2 gods of war from the neutral camp invited him to celebrate this momentous event. While the war gods were talking, the zombie emperor suddenly invaded them and quickly attacked John. The huge monster was bearing down on the young man, but his confidence and skill allowed him to move with the grace of a warrior, avoiding every attack. An unpredictable attack from behind interrupted his fight. The enemy was not where he expected. The gods of war betrayed him by attacking right during the fight. Having lost his strength, he fell to the ground, bleeding, and only a weak breath testified that life had not yet left his body. The soft female voice sounded like a mockery, congratulating him on his new title, but there was a hidden threat in this congratulation. His strength was leaving him, but rage boiled in his blood, and with a final effort, he uttered the words that were the beginning of his revenge. Before him stood a monster, and next to him was the first beauty of the university, his friend Yao, whose image awakened memories like a ray of light in the darkness. The photo, a reminder of long-gone happiness, was the only reminder of those days when his heart was full of warmth and love. Each photograph contained a story he tried to forget, but the memories continued to tear him apart from within. With tears and anger in his eyes, he tore up the photographs, finally deciding to leave the past behind and move forward towards his destiny. John sat on his dorm bed, realizing that his life had begun anew, and the past, like mistakes, could be corrected. His gaze was filled with determination, and one thought was spinning in his head to avenge the vile betrayal. He smiled, remembering that the end of the world had not yet come. He had been reborn. Yao had not yet become his girlfriend, which meant he could deal with her before the betrayal. The phone screen suddenly lit up, and he saw a photo of the very girl who had ruined his old life. The message from her came unexpectedly, and it contained an apology that only increased his pain and anger. Lin reread the text, his heart sank, and images of those moments when he was treacherously set up flashed in his head. His hands clenched into fists and the phone almost flew out of his hands. So strong were the emotions that overwhelmed him. John pulled himself together and wrote the girl a sweet message that it was okay. Since she had things to do, they could meet later at an abandoned warehouse behind the sports ground. The last message inspired hope that he would be able to get answers to his questions, and to interest the girl, he wrote that he had a surprise for her. The boy looked out the window, feeling that there was a struggle ahead of him. He could not understand why the Lee family hated him so much. Perhaps it was because of his father, who had died long ago. John sat in his room, thinking about how much time and opportunities he had lost because he had been ridiculed and spent 10 years hiding from the Lee family's mercenaries. His gaze, filled with a shadow of sadness and despair, became a symbol of the promise that he would change his fate and his enemies would pay for everything. The scarlet sky foreshadowed the approach of the unknown, and he walked, feeling anxiety and determination filling his heart. Passers-by looked with delight at the rare phenomenon, which did not arouse suspicion. They did not know that this was a sign of imminent trouble. Lin thought about the Doomsday Game, realizing that once 7 o'clock came, reality would change forever, turning the entire world into a giant game. In the crowd of people walking under the sunset sky, he felt detached, knowing that only a few would be able to survive the coming events. A lonely silhouette at the warehouse gate became a symbol of the beginning of a new chapter, unknown and full of danger. John's hand confidently opened the door, behind which he would now see the beauty who was able to turn love into hate. The guy opened the doors noisily. The warehouse was in semi-darkness. The last rays of the setting sun illuminated the room. A quiet step in the semi-darkness became the first step in a game where the stakes were too high to lose. The girl sat on a chair under a bright beam of light, hugging herself with her arms. She looked questioningly at the young man and asked why he came only now, and what kind of surprise he had prepared. A silhouette slowly emerged from the darkness. His steps were almost silent, but the tension in the air became stronger. John hid a knife in his sleeve. The guy took a step forward with a slight smile. His voice sounded soft, as if he was trying to calm her down. But there was something strange in this softness. He told the girl that she would soon find out everything. Yao turned to face him, her eyes sparkling with worry and her posture betraying tension, even though she tried not to show her feelings. As he approached, she spoke sharply, her voice sounding firm, but there was a tremor in it. As if she was trying to take control of the situation, she capriciously demanded to know about the surprise. Suddenly, John grabbed the traitor by the neck and shook her so hard that the phone flew out of her pocket. The girl's phone hit the warehouse floor several times, but still did not break. Yao did not expect such treatment from a devoted admirer. She screamed that he had gone crazy and demanded that he let her go. The young man, burning with anger, looked with hatred at the one he loved so much. He named the hotel, the date, and the amount of money. A knife flashed in John's hands. His gaze was cold. It was clear that he had already made a decision. He named another date, another hotel, and a sum of money. Yao still tried to feign bewilderment, asking what he was muttering, but her heart was fluttering and her gaze was begging for mercy. Fear was frozen on her face. She tried to say something, but the attacker had a knife shining in his hand, and he continued to list dates, hotels, and amounts of money. The girl suddenly realized that these dates and hotels seemed very familiar to her, but she still did not understand what John had to do with it. And the guy kept listing and listing, and the further he went, the more anger and contempt could be heard in his voice. And suddenly Yao realized that John was listing the dates and places where he and Li Haobo had made love. But she didn't understand how John could have found out about this, and this greatly frightened the girl. In a desperate attempt to escape the angry admirer, Yao said that she could explain everything, her voice trembling with horror, but a faint hope still glimmering in her eyes. The hero only smirked in response, his smile cold and his eyes full of frightening determination. He asked how she was going to explain everything, and then John's gaze fell on the girl's phone, which had fallen out during the first shake. He picked up the phone and immediately saw the correspondence with Li, which confirmed the insidious plans of the enemies. The girl was in complete despair. On the phone screen, a dialogue filled with evil and deceit, from which John learned that this long-haired creature had sold him out for just a new handbag. He squinted, looked at the phone screen again. The smile on his face became ominous. It did not bode well for Yao. The girl was trembling with fear. John's hand was tightly squeezing her throat. She understood that she would not be able to escape, and she could not understand what he had planned. In the dark warehouse, lit by only one lamp, their figures froze, as if time had stopped in anticipation of the inevitable. John found a video on his phone, with which Yao once not only ruined his birthday, but also his whole life. Now the past and the future are intertwined into one line. The young man pressed play. He showed the recording with a grin. His cold eyes penetrated straight into the traitor's soul, making her tremble. And from the phone flew Yao's words that the most beautiful girl at the university doesn't need a pauper and an orphan, whose only thing is a pretty face. She shuddered. Her head was spinning. The girl did not understand how John could find out everything, and what she should do now. He brought the screen closer, showing the video with a smile, and also repeated that if John wasn't needed by Mr. Li, she wouldn't even look at him. Her eyes filled with tears, in which horror and hopelessness were mixed. Every word that should have destroyed John now destroyed her. He laughed, enjoying her helplessness, as if her fear was a triumph he was going to fix forever. The girl's hands dropped helplessly. She didn't understand what was happening, and, most importantly, how it would all end for her. John still holds the girl tightly by the neck. There is silence around, broken only by her ragged breathing. Here it is, the moment of triumph. He leans closer, icy eyes glittering in the dim light, and he asks her mysteriously, perhaps wondering how he knows all this. The girl presses her hand to her chest. Her eyes are full of fear. She is almost suffocating from what is happening. She is shaking violently. The young man brandished his knife, telling Yao to go to hell and think about everything there, her dying scream echoing throughout the room. John's rage flares up like a flame. He screams for the girl to die, and in anger he kills her. A blow from a razor-sharp knife sends blood flying in all directions. It is simply impossible to survive a blow like that. The girl falls to the floor, her body shaking, a scarlet pool of sticky blood spreading around her. The first enemy is defeated. John stood motionless, holding a bloody knife in his hands, looking at the prostrate body of his beautiful but vile girlfriend, and understood that there was no turning back for him. A storm raged inside the young man. He killed a man for the first time, and he wanted to, but he still felt uneasy. The space around him swam, and he fell on all fours. Having come to his senses a little, he repeated, as if under a spell, that because of all this, he had lost 10 years. 10 years. Suddenly John laughed. It was a strange laugh, even a terrible laugh. The laugh of a man who had gone through his own death and returned to bring death to others. Tears were streaming from the young man's eyes, and a whole range of emotions was raging in his soul. But he only repeated 10 years, and again burst into wild laughter. Soon the attack passed, his eyes regained clarity, the tears began to dry up, and the guy said that he had finally done it. John's mind became cold, his thoughts rational. He understood that he had killed the vile Yao, but it was not enough. There is also Kabo and his Li family who are hiding in their estate, because it was Kabo who organized the persecution of him, John. He was the root cause of all the troubles. And then John saw a strange message that his phone was broadcasting. The message congratulated the owner on his rebirth, and reported that the Doomsday Game Trainer system was activated. The young man couldn't understand anything. He looked at his phone in surprise. It seemed the device had started to live its own life, or maybe John's rebirth had affected his phone too. The guy knew that the Judgment Day would begin at 7 o'clock. Now it was 6. He did not understand where the system came from. Besides, he had never heard of the trainer system. As if in response to John's thoughts, a new message appeared. It explained that this system provides data about the Doomsday Game, and also brings the owner of the system a better gaming experience. For a few moments, the young man found himself inside the system, felt it with his whole being, and realized that he had simply been reborn. He had become a completely different person. Another message came that the introduction to the system is complete. Receive your first game reward, John said. Receive. In response to his words, a new message appeared that his reward was being downloaded. The young man's first reward is called Absolute Explosion. Its essence is that when killing any zombies, the benefit from the explosion of objects increases from 1 to 100%. This means that when you kill one zombie, you need to blow up one object and the benefit will be greater in the Doomsday world. 1% is synthesized during the explosion. John, having been deceived many times, was plagued with doubts. As an experienced player, he knew that killing a large number of monsters was equal to a low chance of survival. The young man asked loudly whether this system could really be trusted. There was still doubt in his eyes, but deep down the guy believed in the system, because he had already spoken boldly with it. As an answer to the question asked, a holographic screen appeared with information about the system, and with John's name. The young man studied it carefully. When he realized what kind of system he had become the owner of, he couldn't stand it any longer, and screamed at the top of his lungs how cool it was. The system explained to the young man that with every 10th level increase, the owner receives a new super trainer, while when completing tasks from the system, the owner receives a regular trainer weapons, items, and other rewards. John dared to ask the system the question that was troubling him: would he be able to overthrow the Li family with the help of the system? The system replied that the Li family was one of the 3 major families in the Dragon Country. Their strength could not be underestimated. Not only did they have a huge number of well-trained warriors, but they also had secret body tempering techniques. So after the Day of Judgment came, they were able to reap a lot of benefits and strengthen their power. John remembered again that he never found out why Li Habo hated him. The guy assumed that he would only be able to find out the truth if he infiltrated this family. Immediately after his reincarnation, he planned to kill Li Habo, then hide and gradually strengthen his powers. But now he has a system, which means he can become stronger much faster, and then destroy the Li family. The young Avenger pulled his hood over his head, threw his backpack over his shoulder, told the Li clan that he was on his way, and walked out of the warehouse. And in the warehouse, in a pool of her own blood, the beautiful Yao was left lying with her throat cut. The sky had already turned a threatening crimson. Crowds of young men and women poured out into the streets to look at the unusual natural phenomenon. Young people were taking endless selfies against the backdrop of the red sky, discussing where they would go tonight. Clicks and flashes could be heard from everywhere. John walked silently through the cheerful crowd. Looking at the youth, the young man thought sadly that now they were enjoying love, but very soon they would start killing each other. John approached the Love Hotel. Its windows were brightly lit. There were always many visitors here. The guy approached the administrator, said that he needed a room with an hourly rate, 3 bottles of water and 5 buns. He still did not fully believe in the reliability of the system, and decided to stock up on water and food just in case. The administrator calculated the cost of the order. When paying, John added that he wanted girl number 3 invited to his room. The young man went up to his room. The clock showed 5 minutes to 7. There was very little time left until Judgment Day. The guy looked at his watch. There were only 5 minutes left until 7. He had already played this game and knew the possible outcomes. Last time, it was girl number 3 who became the main zombie boss in this area. After the prostitute turned into a zombie, John killed her in the game right here in the hotel. Now everything must happen in reality. The guy lay there and thought that now he would be able to sort everything out faster and get a reward, and at the same time he would test this system. There was a knock at the door. Girl number 3 arrived. John shouted that the door was open and he could come in. A beauty with a wonderful figure and huge tea-colored eyes entered the room, looked at John, and called him handsome. Slender legs, short skirt. The girl looked very seductive. But the young man did not even move. He knew what she would soon turn into. The girl sat down on the bed and asked why the client had not yet undressed. She was surprised by such a reception. The priestess of love threw off the strap of her top and told him to hurry up, because she still had a client after him. To pass the time, John sent his guest to take a shower. The guy felt that the girl smelled like a zombie. Before the end of the world, there are signs that can tell who will turn to him. John took a knife out of his backpack and followed the prostitute into the bathroom. The appeal was due to begin any minute, and we had to be ready for battle. The guy opened the bathroom door. The girl was still human. Her tender pink body seemed even more tender in the soapy foam. When she saw the client, she said that she thought he would want to play and cheerfully invited him to come in. The beauty turned off the shower and wrapped her body in a towel. Her eyes sparkled. She did not suspect anything bad. It was just an evening like any other. John's phone made a strange beep and a shudder ran through the girl. The beauty looked at herself in the mirror in surprise and saw how her body was changing. The veins were bulging and turning blue, covering her beautiful body with a disgusting blue mesh. She gasped in bewilderment, and at that moment her eyes became bloodshot. Spots appeared on her body, and a strange greenish glowing haze enveloped her entire body. The girl covered her face with her hands in horror. Her legs gave way, and she screamed in pain. John watched this terrible transformation, realizing that the end of the world had begun. The game had really come into real life. The busty beauty turned into a terrible monster. Sharp teeth, terrible claws, bloody eyes. Now she saw the young man not as a handsome man, but as prey. The guy stood and waited for the attack, holding a sharp knife at the ready. The freshly turned zombie didn't take long to appear. But as soon as she got close, John lunged and slashed his opponent across the throat with his blade. The attacker fell to the floor. A pool of still red blood was spreading around the corpse, and a holographic sign appeared next to it, stating that she was dead. John waited with interest to see what would happen next, how the system would react, and whether it would react at all. Now the moment of truth would come. He didn't have to wait long. The system reacted. A glowing circle appeared around the guy. The game greeted him. A blue holographic screen announced that the game had already begun. Stopping was impossible. All players must develop independently. Also, the characteristics and abilities of zombies appeared. From the message it followed that zombies in this world have very keen hearing, but weak eyesight. They can only notice moving objects. The system informed John that the Judgment Day had already arrived. 80% of people had turned into zombies. The remaining 20% were lucky. The main goal of the game was to survive. If the player died, he would not be able to continue the game. In order for the game process to be successful, the guy was asked to read the rules. They were also shown in the form of a hologram. By killing people and animals that have turned into zombies, the player increases his level and also gets new elements. Game experience and level are closely related. For killing people and animals that have turned into zombies, the player receives equipment, items, material resources. There are 7 levels of equipment in the game from silver to mythical. The system didn't say anything about higher levels, saying that you don't need this information yet. However, the additional message indicated that there were treasures hidden everywhere in this world, and John should pay special attention to searching for them. The game also reported that modern technology in this world is now useless, including communications. The player was not recommended to use communication technologies, as they create interference. But you can keep the phone to read books and play games. The game warned that you can only turn into a zombie through a bite or wound. The player should not worry about the infectiousness of zombie blood. Nighttime increases the basic characteristics of zombies, so it is better to hide at night. In addition, zombies are able to evolve over time. The virtual informant told John that the zombies are very weak now, so it is necessary to kill as many of them as possible. It is very important who can survive in the next 7 days. And finally, the system said that nothing is impossible in the Doomsday game, and of course, wished you a pleasant game. A window appeared on the virtual screen in which you had to enter the player's name. John decided not to enter his name, but to take a new one so that enemies could not identify him in the game. Now his name was Dean. With this name, the young man began his path of revenge. Let his enemies prepare. He is already on his way. As soon as John entered the player's name, a new message appeared, which stated that he was the first player to kill a zombie. He achieved the best result on this planet, the first drop of blood. For this, he received 1 experience point, 1 coin, and moved to the second level. The game warned that his achievements would be available to all players. The message made the guy happy, because in his past life he fought and even became the god of war. But he was never awarded like this. Immediately, a general announcement appeared for all players congratulating a player named Dean on killing the first zombie. He was recognized as the best. The rest were advised to follow his example, and at that time there was panic in the streets. Upon seeing the ad, Christy exclaimed in amazement that she hadn't even had time to read the instructions yet, and someone had already killed the zombie. Her brother Greg was also very surprised that someone had managed to get ahead of him. John returned to his room and began to study his gaming characteristics at a new level. The already familiar blue holographic screen showed his basic characteristics, including strength, energy, body qualities and speed. Talents and attributes also appeared, as well as a nickname, the first drop of blood. The young man said thoughtfully that his energy and speed were quite high, and he also had epic-level talent in his past life. He would not have achieved this in 10 years. John also noticed that he received reputation points and coins. Some types of equipment require reputation, and the store often offers discounts for this. The young man was very pleased. The title was very important to him. Now that he would kill every day, the power of destruction would increase by 100%, and 4 attribute points also arrived. This would increase the power of destruction many times over. John looked into the corridor where the body of the first zombie he had killed lay. Next to the body, a gift box glowed blue. It was a meditation pendant, bronze-level equipment. When used, energy increases by 1 point, and the speed of energy recovery increases by 10%. The guy exclaimed in delight that the 100% explosion reward really worked, and he immediately won bronze equipment. The system responded to his exclamation with a new message, where it suggested using the trainer system wisely and not forgetting about its existence. John replied that he understood everything and would definitely take advantage of the chance that had fallen to him. The player thought that if the zombie's strength increases at night, then it would be better to hide for the night, and before 8 o'clock came he would have time to kill a few more zombies. He decided to start with the neighboring rooms of this hotel, and in order to attract zombies, he began to scream loudly in the corridor of the hotel. To create even more noise, the young man stomped on the floor, because zombies have keen hearing and react to sounds. Greenish light began to appear from all sides. Zombies were approaching the young man. A strange noise was heard from behind the doors of the rooms. The zombies reacted and went to the call. The young man prepared his already battle-tested knife for battle, and quietly crept up to the door of one of the rooms. John boldly turned the handle and opened the door of the room. In the room stood a muscular zombie in a fighting pose, ready to pounce on the young man and bite him to death. The system showed the player information about the zombies. John thought that after turning into zombies, people retain some of their characteristics that they had during life. This one seemed to do a lot of physical labor. The characteristics of the strength and body quality of this zombie did not frighten the young man. He decided that he could easily deal with him. The next second, the muscular zombie quickly pounced on the intruder. This was not John's first battle. He deftly dodged the brute. Twisting, the player deftly thrust the knife blade into the opponent's neck, severing the carotid artery. The knife sat firmly in the zombie's neck, preventing it from doing the main thing, biting a person and turning him into one of its own kind. The brute swung his arms, trying to hurt his enemy with his sharp claws, but the guy held his weapon firmly in the zombie's neck, dodging the blows. Finally, the knife did its job and the zombie fell to the floor. A red sign lit up next to the fallen enemy, indicating that he was dead. The blue screen lit up. The game congratulated John on the killed zombie and informed him that he had received another experience point and 1 coin. And the young man thought that this time he had not done very well. He had not been able to kill the enemy with 1 blow. A box with a reward glowed blue next to the zombie's body. This time the game gave the young man a beef fillet steak cooked in a special way. To get it, it had to be activated and the finished dish would be in the player's hands. John looked at the card he had won. It said material resource. It was very valuable now. But the guy thought that when the store opened, this steak would only cost 100 coins. Nothing special, but it would do for a start. The young man decided to take advantage of his winnings, activated the screen, and indicated his backpack as the location where the gift should be sent. The player also placed the received card on the screen and activated it. The zombie's body lay on the floor, with a pool of blood spreading around it. Just in case, John decided to see what the enemy had in his duffel bag. The deceased carried a photograph with him, from which a smiling man looked at the young man, holding a laughing girl in his arms, apparently his daughter. John also found a heavy hammer in the bag. The guy thought that this man used to be a repairman. The player decided to take the hammer with him. Number 208 turned out to be empty. There was no one in 207 either, but in the 206th, a noise was heard, and the player happily thought that there was still some work for him. The hammer that was found easily smashed the lock that was cut into the door of the room. Shouting that this was a fight against prostitution, the young man threw open the door to the room. Looking into the room, John froze for a moment in bewilderment. The scene that opened up to his gaze was astounding. The zombies in the room were calmly sitting in bed and making love. They stared at the stranger with displeasure. The player's shouts had no effect on them. They were too busy with their own business. Engrossed in fighting zombies, John completely forgot that he was in the Love Hotel. The young man grinned and thought that even though they had turned into zombies, they hadn't forgotten how to do this. Meanwhile, the zombie man headed towards the guest. Literally another second and the loving zombie could have sunk its teeth into John. With such a furious speed, he rushed at the man. The young man deftly dodged, allowing his opponent to fly past, while the player quipped, apologizing for disturbing them. The zombie did not retreat. It seemed he was determined to bite the insolent fellow to death. John looked at the enemy. This zombie had lower stats than that worker, but he was incredibly daring. The guy managed to hit the attacking zombie on the head with a hammer. The blow stopped the enemy, but did not kill him. The knife came to the rescue again, and the blow to the eye was fatal for the zombie. The defeated enemy fell to the floor. John heard the sound of footsteps behind him and instantly twirled the saving knife in his hand. The murdered man's girlfriend was running behind the young man. Trying to avenge her lover, a lightning-fast knife blow to the neck killed the attacker. The blue screen appeared again. The game congratulated him on killing 2 zombies, receiving new experience points and coins. Next to the bodies of the slain zombies, 2 more chests with gifts began to glow. The player was delighted. It seemed the system was telling the truth about a 100% explosion. In his past life, after killing 100 zombies, John could only get half a bottle of water in this life. He was much luckier. Having opened the chests he had won, the young man exclaimed that it was great to be lucky. This time, John won 2 Explorer's Eye cards, a one-time bronze-level tool that helps explore the environment within a radius of 10 meters. 1 Explorer's Eye lasts for 10 hours. The guy decided to immediately use the equipment he had won. While John was activating the Researcher's Eye, a swearing sound was heard on the stairs. The administrator went to find out who was making such a noise. Seeing the young man, the administrator called him a little shit, and puffing and spitting, headed towards the troublemaker. The angry hotel employee shouted that some poor bastard had made such a noise and demanded that John beg for forgiveness on his knees or else he would be thrown out of there. The young man looked angrily at the tyrant. The administrator decided not to limit himself to swearing. A decent-sized fist almost hit John in the jaw. The guy dodged the blow, and the offender flew past by inertia. A knife flashed behind the young man's back from now on. No one dared to insult him or raise a hand against him. The evil security guard this time called John a piece of trash for dodging the fist and promised to deal with the young man. And then the administrator saw with horror a long knife in John's hands. The young man walked towards the offender, saying that it would be better, of course, to wait an hour until the zombies bit this man and then finish him off. John came very close and said that in an hour he would have time to kill many zombies, so he would not waste time on such an insignificant little man. A short swing of the knife, and the floor of the corridor was painted the color of blood. Drops scattered, scarlet streams flowed. Looking at the dying administrator, the young man said goodbye. That after the end of the world, the one who has the stronger blow survives. John quickly walked away, saying that a strong blow was not about the loud administrator. The player went from room to room, and at one he knocked and said that he had come to clean the sewers. In another, he knocked with the message that he had come to fix the bed. The third time he persistently pounded on me with his fist and shouted that it was food delivery. No one answered in any of the rooms he tried. Either the zombies didn't want to fight him, or there really was no one there. Finally, a noise was heard from one of the rooms. Someone was definitely there. John was delighted. Hooray, he found a zombie again. The young man prepared his weapon and abruptly threw open the door to the room. In the room, there appeared an impressive-looking zombie. Larger, scarier, and stronger than the previous ones. The mutant resolutely rushed into battle. John dodged to avoid falling into the zombie's teeth. This time the fight was not easy. The thug was pressing on the young man. He had to use several techniques in the fight against the monster. While striking the zombie, John thought that this one, although a big one, was agile. Standing on his hands, the young man dealt his opponent a deafening kick, stunning the big guy. The player took advantage of the momentary pause and instantly struck the zombie in the neck with a knife. Blood gushed from the thug's neck like a fountain. The blow from the long, sharp knife proved fatal for him. Continuing to roar in its death throes, the monster fell to the floor dead. The chest with the winnings shone again near the defeated zombie. This time the game presented the winner with a bottle of expensive alcohol. As he left, John turned to the dead enemy and said that the big guy had helped him a lot. As with the worker, the winner carefully examined the room of the dead big guy, but found nothing useful. John headed to his room. The young man decided that he would spend the night here. He had no other shelter, and it was dangerous to look for it at night. Besides, he needed to rest and regain his strength. John had already taken off his jacket, getting ready to have dinner and settle down to rest. And then the game sent a message that John needed to gain 6 experience points to move on to the next, 3rd level. He looked at the time. It was 20 minutes to 8. The zombie's strength would increase very soon. The young man cursed when he saw that it was almost 8 o'clock, but there was nothing to be done. He had to go look for zombies. John hurried to search for monsters, because he had only 20 minutes left to kill 6 zombies. Then he would be able to move on to a new level in the game. This time, young John Smith decided to hunt on the 1st floor of the hotel, and on his way, he came across an empty reception area. There was a sign at the reception desk that said that girl number 3 would be available to serve customers at any time they wished. The young man slowed down. The sign made him think about where to look for zombies. If this is girl number 3, then there are 3 prostitutes in the hotel. He killed 2, and there is 1 left. According to the game's settings, zombies come out towards sound, and John began to pound the hammer on the table, which made loud vibrating sounds. The young man was beating so hard that the entire hotel should have come running, but the mutants were in no hurry to show up. Finally, sounds that were already familiar to Smith came from the next room. There were probably zombies there. John cautiously entered the suspicious room. The player found himself in a cozy room apparently. Business meetings or banquets were held here before, or perhaps especially wealthy visitors were met here. But there was no one in the hall. No traces of zombies, however. The characteristic sound was heard. The mutants were somewhere close. John followed the sound and saw a hatch leading to the basement. The young man wondered how far the remaining zombie girl had gone. It turned out that the fighter had found who he was looking for. 2 mutants, a boy and a girl, were climbing up the stairs from the basement. It seemed that the prostitute, who had turned into a zombie, was fiercely pursuing her client, who was quickly climbing the stairs, desperately stretching out his hands with creepy, overgrown claws towards the exit. Here the girl grabbed her victim, and the 2 of them, falling from the stairs, flew down. John watched these scenes from the hatch opening. Grinning wryly, he muttered, "How the zombies try, though." The next second, the player jumped into the basement, holding his deadly weapon at the ready. On the fly, the young man slashed the mutant prostitute with his blade this time. 1 precise blow was enough for him to kill the zombie. The gnarled hands of the second zombie, a friend of the girl who had just been killed, were already reaching out to John. The blade flashed, and a crushing blow of the knife to the neck crushed the second mutant. To be sure, the young man plunged his weapon into the enemy up to the hilt. This was enough. The monster died. The game informed him through the familiar screen that he had killed 2 zombies, for which he received points and coins, and 4 more remained to be killed to move on to the next level. John looked at his knife. He noticed that the knife had become dull and it was becoming difficult to kill with it. He hoped that as a reward the game would give him some new weapon. The system seemed to hear his thoughts. To his left, he saw a bright flash of light. On the blue screen that appeared, the sword of Tang lay. The young man exclaimed that his thoughts were material. Smith held his new weapon in his hands and smiled. He was sure that he would have more than just steak for dinner today. The system immediately suggested that he had 2 more amaranth mantu. John studied the characteristics of his new sword using the system. It was a bronze-level weapon developed in the Tang dynasty in the Land of Dragons. It is especially durable and can penetrate armor. In addition, it increases the strength of its owner and is able to weaken the enemy. After the battle, the sword's power is restored. The young man waved the sword with pleasure, getting used to it. He thought that such a weapon, of course, could later be bought in a store. But now it was more than useful to him. The guy looked at his gifts on the screen and hurried off to look for zombies. Looking at his phone, he realized that he had only 10 minutes left until nighttime. Without delay, he hurried to the stairs and used them to leave the basement, leaving the corpses of his defeated enemies lying there. John opened the doors of the hotel. He stood on the threshold, flooded with lantern light, so that even the half-blind zombies could not help but notice him. Crowds of people turned into zombies wandered the streets. They were covered in blood and confused. To make sure he got everyone's attention, the young man loudly knocked on the hotel door with his fist. The zombies reacted to the sound. They bared their teeth and moved towards Smith from all sides. And he stood on the threshold of the open doors of the hotel and seemed to tease them, propping his hips with his hands. We didn't have to wait long. A crowd of enraged mutants burst into the Love Hotel with growls and howls. The closer the zombies got to John, the faster they moved. They were flying straight towards their death. and the young man watched them and thought that he had greatly overestimated the mental abilities of the first-day zombies. In his past life, on the first day of the game, John sat in the room and thought that his life was over. And on the second day, the zombies had already moved to the second level. He missed such a good time because of that Yao crap. The player prepared his sword. 4 zombies were approaching him, exactly how many he needed to kill to move on to the next level. The sword flashed like lightning, dealing deadly blows to the mutants, and within just a couple of minutes the hotel lobby was flooded with the blood of monsters. John looked around the room. All 4 zombies that came to his knock were dead. The first sword fight had gone great. The young man admired the new weapon, and the game meanwhile congratulated him on his victory, and informed him that he had received experience points and coins, and that the player had also moved to a new, 3rd level. The guy thought how good it was that he had moved to a new level. As a bonus, he received 1 free point to his characteristics. To get to the 4th level, he needed to gain another 30 points. Inspired by the successful fight, John pounded his fist on the wall again, trying to lure out any more zombies that might be in the hotel. Another mutant girl came in at the sound from the street. Smith thought that he had finally come across a zombie with at least some intelligence. She came to him herself. Slightly worried, the player dealt the guest a crushing blow to the head, killing her instantly. A chest with winnings lit up next to the prostrate body this time. The game presented the winner with a skill. John was delighted. He glowed almost as much as the book he held in his hands. He couldn't believe his luck. Did he really get the skill book so quickly? The young man relaxed a little, enjoying his victory and rejoicing at his good fortune. It was already nighttime. The clock showed exactly 8 o'clock, but John did not have time to hide in the shelter. After thinking for a bit, the guy decided to hurry to his room and wait out the dangerous time there. Smith ran down the corridor, but realized he was too late. There was a terrible roar ahead. Some large zombie had broken into the hotel and was looking for a meeting with John. The young man saw the enemy. He was really very strong. The system showed the player the enemy's characteristics. The monster was huge, with glowing eyes. The system reminded John that at night zombies receive more buffs. Body characteristics increase. Defeating them becomes more difficult, and advised the player to look for the right moment to attack. The young man saw that in just 1 minute the strength of this zombie had increased to its maximum. The player realized that he had to deal with the mutant within the next minute before the enemy gained a new power. With a movement that had already become habitual, John slashed his sword with all his might at the giant's neck, but he did not die. The young man dealt the monster blow after blow. The zombie's blood flowed, but he did not die. The sword entered the enemy's body like butter. It definitely caused damage to the enemy, but could not kill him. It seemed like the sword was about to cut off the zombie's head, but it seemed to be smiling, only its glowing red eyes gleaming. John took a few steps back in confusion, retreating. And then the player remembered the hammer, which he also carried with him as a weapon. Shouting die, Smith launched the hammer at the surprisingly resilient foe. The hammer, spun like a frisbee, flew straight at the monster's head. The hammer hit the target and partially crushed the zombie's head, with Tang's sword already stuck in its body. The hammer stunned the giant. John took advantage of the pause and pulled his sword out of the zombie's body. The next second, the young man delivered another powerful blow with his sword to the wounded enemy. The zombie fell to his knees, covered in his own blood. His strength diminished, but he was still alive. The monster's red, glowing eyes looked at the man with hatred. Gathering its last strength, the huge zombie rushed at John again. The young man pressed his back against the wall and waited, as the system advised, for a convenient moment to deliver the final blow to the terrible enemy. Something inside the player told him it was time. He unclenched like a spring and slashed with all his might at the enemy's neck. This blow proved fatal for the monster. It bared its teeth again and fell down dead. Smith surveyed the battlefield, picked up the hammer, and returned to the foyer to collect his winnings. John only now fully realized the danger he had escaped. The young man realized that the characteristics of the zombie he had just killed had reached their peak, and if it weren't for his experience, plus the fact that he had managed to prepare, the player could easily die now. In the hotel lobby, the guy collected glowing boxes with winnings. John understood that it was already 8 o'clock, which meant that the characteristics of all the zombies outside had increased by at least 50%, which meant that he needed to lock himself in tighter. The young man locked the front door of the hotel and propped it up with the bodies of the dead zombies. Smith fought the last zombie for too long. If he hadn't managed to finish it off, the noise could have attracted other mutants. John returned to his room. To protect himself at night, the player activated the Explorer's Eye. The system explained to him that now if a person or zombie approaches him, the Explorer's Eye protective barrier will immediately turn red. The player will be warned and will be able to accurately determine the guest's location. Having secured himself, John calmed down a little. Today was a difficult day, so the young man took a shower and changed into a robe. It was time to rest. The player stopped near the glowing boxes. They beckoned to him. John opened the prizes, which contained 2 more explorer eyes, a twilight ring, mineral water, and Peking duck. The guy couldn't stop admiring it in his past life. He had to spend a lot of money to buy all this, but now he gets it so easily. John took the twilight ring. It was a cool gift, according to the system. This bronze-level equipment is great for camouflage in twilight. It reduces the owner's sense of presence by as much as 30%, but also increases his speed. John put the ring on his finger. Smith was eager to explore another valuable prize. The skill book emitted a golden, sparkling glow. The young man still couldn't believe that he had gotten it. The blue screen system congratulated the player on receiving the skill book and informed him that he could use an unlimited number of skills from this book during the game. Now the guy had no doubt that the number of skills was unlimited, because the explosion coefficient that he received when he got acquainted with the system was also unlimited. Regular players from level 10 to 80 can only get skills 3 times. John saw unfortunate people who managed to get only 3 skills in the end, and even then, they weren't suitable for them. Many players at level 70 or 80 only had a skill acquired from their main profession. The player who managed to obtain the most skills was nicknamed the Skill God. He managed to acquire 25 types of skills. In his previous life, John had mastered 10 types of skills, which was already higher than 99% of players. The young man joked that Buddha, Jesus, and the Jade King had taken care of him together, and Smith mentally asked that he be given the best skill so that he could successfully start this new life. Mentally asking for a better skill, the player opened the book. To the hero's indescribable joy, the book gave him the spin attack skill. The blue screen of the system explained the essence of this skill. John's eyes were glowing. He had received a very rare skill. It allows you to return the weapon back, and also significantly increases the percentage of enemy damage. The player carefully studied the book. It turned out that the skill recovery time is quite long. When John increases his energy level, he will be able to reduce this time. Then he will be at his best. The system asked the young man if he wanted to learn the acquired skill. John was very eager to learn his new skill and pressed the corresponding button on the screen. The young man swung his sword, eager to master the system's valuable gift. He was about to make a test throw of the weapon, but stopped, deciding that it would be a good idea to eat first. John activated the screen and wondered what he should eat for dinner. He could get a beefsteak, an appetizer, Peking duck, and vodka. The young man, hungry during the day, activated everything, and at that very moment the food appeared on his table. It was hot, steaming, and exuded delicious aromas. John pounced on the food and quickly ate it all. Having eaten his fill, the young man cleared the table, throwing the leftovers into the trash can. Having tidied up the room, Smith thought about what to do next. The young man understood that if he wanted to take revenge, he could no longer follow the game's plot as in his past life, otherwise he would step on the same rake. John walked to the window and looked out at the city at night. He needed to think hard and develop his own strategy. He walked up to the screen and materialized paper and a pen. The guy started writing roles that he could develop in the game. It was necessary to consider all the characteristics, weigh the pros and cons, and choose your role that would allow the revenge to happen without the script. The first role is a warrior. When increasing the level, the strength and quality of the body also increase by 1 point. 2 points are added to any characteristics. They can be selected at will. When choosing the path of defense, the quality of the body increases. When choosing the path of a warrior, you need to increase strength. When choosing the path of a hired killer, you need to increase speed. When choosing the path of a shooter, you need to increase the probability of hitting the target. Specialist warriors can notice changes in energy and speed. The most important thing is to go in accordance with your real strength. The next role is a mage. When increasing the level, 1 point is added to energy and speed. Also, 2 points are added to the characteristics at will. Most players increase mainly energy. If you need to improve the quality of the body or strength, then you can become a warrior mage. Another role is the secret specialty. Only 1% of players belong to the secret specialty. The probability of activating the top-class secret specialty is extremely small. John decided that if he could do it in his past life, he could do it in this one too. Unlike normal specialties, only 1% of players have a secret specialty, and even fewer have a top-class secret specialty. After reaching level 10, such a player can activate experience in the system and choose a suitable scenario for themselves. And although the tasks for the secret specialty are very dangerous, the reward is also great. The specialty of the ghost is the highest level of a hired killer. It increases the speed to the maximum, and also gives a huge percentage of enemy defeat. John thought that if he had not activated the ghost specialty in his past life, he would not have been able to hide from the Lee family for 10 years. Everyone who receives these specialties in the future becomes a god of war or magic. The young man wrote down different heroes on paper. He had to come up with his own unique hero, with his own characteristics, a difficult task, especially considering that he was inventing himself. The player wrote down the characteristics he currently possessed on a piece of paper and thought about it. Smith distributed his characteristics and entered them into the system. After making changes to the hero's settings in the system, the young man felt that he himself was changing, and then he remembered that in his past life he had met a holy knight. But he did not remember where the diamond-level sword was. The next day had already arrived, and John was still sitting at the table with a piece of paper in his nightgown. He still hadn't slept. There was a real commotion in the luxurious mansion of the Lee family on this sunny morning. The sound of breaking dishes and blows to various objects could be heard. Lee Habo was raging in the kitchen, taking out his anger on the surrounding objects, all because his plan had gone awry because of that slut Yao. The girl did not show up at the appointed time, did not answer calls, and Cabo did not know where she was. Because of this, he was unable to collect the material he needed, and did not send the disgusting message to the hated John Smith. The young master of the Lee family angrily smashed another cup on the floor. He remembered that this game had also started. Oh, how he was incredibly angry. The butler and special assistant Lee Habo stood near the door and dispassionately watched what was happening. Finally, he told the master to be quiet, because many of the guards were already mortally wounded, and if the zombies attacked again, they might not survive. But Cabo did not listen to his wise assistant Bo. Turning sharply, the young man asked Bo what he thought. If he killed John Smith, would he go to his damn dad or not? In Bo's head, the two sides of him argued, the light and the dark. The light side asked whether the old master had deliberately raised the young master in this way, to which the dark side replied that the old master could not have made a mistake. If the Lee family had only one capable heir, it would help to avoid civil strife. Bo thought that with such a character, the young master would have a hard time after the end of the world. Finally, Lee Habo stopped breaking the dishes and called Bo, reminding him that a couple of days ago, his father had said that a company of hired hunters would come to Habo. Young Lee decided it was time to send hunters to Yao and John. Cabo was obsessed with the idea of driving John to a nervous breakdown. For this he needed Yao, and he intended to find her alive or dead. Bo said that these mercenaries were specially trained for Cabo since childhood, so they will definitely cope with any task he gives them. Young Lee imagined John Smith crying over the lifeless body of his beloved Yao, and the scene amused him and he laughed. John was about to leave his shelter. He put on his tracksuit again and suddenly sneezed loudly, which was a sure sign that someone remembered him. The young man rubbed his nose in confusion and wondered who could remember him. Smith got dressed, collected his weapons, threw his backpack over his shoulder and jumped out the window into the street. The guy landed successfully. The sun was shining brightly outside as usual. Only instead of passers-by there were zombies walking around. It was impossible to just walk down the street and not get caught by mutants. John's eyes flashed warlike as he drew his sword. The player threw the sword using a spin attack. The deadly steel rushed towards the nearest zombies. Here, 2 zombie heads flew off. Glowing messages appeared. The game congratulated the fighter. Here, 2 more monsters fell as if mown down. Again, messages about victory. Meanwhile, the sword returned to the hands of its owner. The system reminded that to move to the next level, the player needs to score 40 points. Another swing of the sword, and the huge red-eyed giant received a fatal blow to the neck. Another circle and a sign lit up above the next mutant saying he was dead with his new skill. John mowed down zombies like grass. The young man winked cheerfully at the sword and said that this spin attack was a great thing. The player looked at his reflection in the sword blade and thought that if he could just raise his energy level a bit more, he would be happy, because the recovery time for the spin attack was quite long. The guy decided that he had enough for today and went to collect boxes with prizes for killed monsters. This time, the gifts included a super accurate watch, spicy chicken with rice, a clean shirt, and other nice and useful things. John opened another chest and was stunned by surprise. The system congratulated the player on receiving a new instrument. Smith received a scroll of equipment enhancement. This bronze level item can increase the level of bronze level equipment. The young man was glad that he had received a useful tool again, and not just food. The system explained that after the enhancement, the equipment also increases in characteristics. The enhancement is guaranteed upon first use. Then the quality of the enhancement will depend on the increase or decrease in level. John decided to immediately strengthen his sword Tan. Now he could reduce the enemy's defenses not by 10, but by 15%. While there was a little time left, the player activated the blue screen and adjusted his own characteristics. It was the second day of the game. and John was already at the Special Forces level. Another system message informed the young man that he had won the Mask of Concealment. This useful item allowed the player to hide his nickname and all basic information, although it only lasted for half an hour, and the mask could be used a maximum of twice a day. Smith considered the information he had received, turning the mask over in his hands. The young man decided to immediately use the gift, and applied the invisibility mask to his face. The system reported that the mask was successfully activated. Leaning on his backpack, the guy lay down to rest a bit before continuing on his way. Basking in the sun's rays, the hero thought that if he reached level 5 today, he would be able to immediately go into battle, rather than waste time on quests. The system immediately responded to his thoughts, telling him that the guy was wrong. Quests are the best way to earn experience points, food, and equipment in the game. The player must find one of the many portals in the quest. There are also separate special quests, where you can get a big reward. But John caught the rays of the sun with his hand and was about to go straight to the Lee family estate. After lying down for a while, the young man took a super accurate watch out of his backpack, so that he could always know the time. The guy always dreamed of such a watch, and here it is on his hand. Who would have thought that everything would turn out exactly like this? John walked along an empty road, where not a single car drove anymore. Here and there lay the corpses of zombies. This road led to the house of his sworn enemies. Having drawn his sword, the young man walked through the vast farmyard. It was completely empty. On the wide doors of the rich house hung a lock of impressive size. Batan's sword was capable of piercing armor, so John cut the lock's shackles with a light movement. With his heart beating fast, the young man opened the doors leading into the house. The rich house seemed to be empty. Furniture and dishes were scattered. It looked like people had left in a hurry, and yet the young man kept his sword at the ready. Zombies could appear at any moment, and Lee's minions were no better than mutants. John walked through the house. Here and there, pools of blood were visible. There were bloody stains on the walls. Apparently, the house was attacked by zombies, and the guards were fighting them off. In the midst of the frightening silence, the guy heard a familiar sound. He carefully opened the door of the room from which the sound was coming. It seemed like a zombie lived here. The hero was not mistaken. A paw with terrible claws darted out towards him and tried to grab the young man. Smith swung his sword with lightning speed and cut off the paws reaching out to him. Blood filled the room. John looked at the huge limbs that lay at his feet. The young man sneezed again, the second time today. This is not a good sign, he thought. The guy heard a noise coming from somewhere else, as if a door was being knocked down. He followed the sound and saw that the zombie had already damaged the door, sticking its clawed paws, which had recently been hands, into the holes. The next moment, the door shattered into pieces, and a large zombie rushed at John. The hero was ready to attack. The steel of the sword flashed coldly, and the attacker fell on the threshold of his own door. He was dead. Apparently, in life the man was a simple person. His room was small and furnished very modestly. John stopped his gaze on the table. There was a photograph there. There were 3 people looking at the young man from the photograph. 2 guys and a girl in round glasses. All of them were doomsday players. It looked like someone had fled the room in a hurry. Books and things were scattered across the floor, and the balcony door was open. A wave of sadness and sympathy washed over Smith. But he quickly pulled himself together and walked on with a firm step, thinking that a lot of people had turned into zombies, and he couldn't sympathize with everyone. The young man decided to have a snack and looked at what food he had. It turned out that he had won so many things. It was difficult to choose, so he had to take the first thing that came his way. John activated 4 juicy aromatic dishes, and in that moment they appeared on the table in the room he occupied. The hero ate his fill with great appetite. Everything was very tasty. Soon all the plates were empty. The guy lay down on the sofa to rest a little and think about where he would go next. John opened a city map on his phone, found the street he was on, and after lunch decided to go east. He still needed to gain a few points to reach level 5, and he would kill a couple of zombies along the way, and that would be enough. The young man stretched sweetly on the sofa. He was drowsy after sleep, but he needed to get up and move on. John took a few steps around the room and suddenly clearly heard someone's footsteps. He realized that these were probably the 3 from the photograph. He was in such a hurry to fill his belly that he completely forgot about them. The hero crept up to the window and listened. Indeed, these 3 were near the house. They were quietly talking to each other. The guys discussed him, wondering if he had left or was still in the house. The boys and the girl were sitting in the bushes next to the house and looking sadly at their windows. They smelled the food and literally swallowed their saliva. One of the young men said that the guy apparently had a lot of food cards. John quietly jumped out of the window and moved closer to his interlocutors. Christy stammered that it was wrong to take it by force. Her brother Greg chuckled at his sister's fastidiousness and said that they would simply threaten him with a knife and he would give it all up himself. Smith stood behind his friends and listened attentively to their conversation. Finally, John whispered that it was 3 rats. Greg continued to convince his sister. He said that this guy broke down their door, which meant it was a burglary. Christy hesitantly agreed. The girls said that their dad became a zombie. She and her brother immediately ran out of the room. Didn't even have time to take anything with them. Hadn't eaten anything since yesterday. And this guy has food. Christy clenched her little fists and screamed that she really needed to take the stranger's food away. And then blood started flying at Christy. It was running down her big glasses. It was John who killed her brother with one blow of his sword. Greg, who was about to scare the stranger with a knife, fell as if he had been mown down. Greg's body fell right at his sister's feet. The girl screamed in horror. John said he wanted to save some energy, but he didn't want the boys to attract zombies here. With these words, Smith threw his sword towards the people who were dumbfounded with horror. The sword slid easily along Christy's thin neck, cutting off her lush braids along the way, and scarlet blood poured onto the schoolgirl's uniform. Christy's classmate tried to escape, but he could not escape this sword, and he too was instantly killed. Having done its bloody work, the sword returned to its owner. John picked up his weapon and looked at the people he had killed. The young Doomsday players were almost literally swimming in pools of their own blood. Smith was torn between mixed feelings. He turned to the dead Greg and asked why he should live without his little sister. Now John addressed all his slain men, saying that they had wanted to rob him and had gotten what they deserved. And according to the young man, they should still thank him for stabbing them and letting them die quickly. Otherwise they would have suffered in this game. Smith chuckled that he had done a good deed again, and the state should reward him. Bloodstains symbolically spread across the window of the children's room where the children lived and grew up. The framed photograph from which the inseparable trio were looking cracked. The game made marks on all the objects in the world. Zombies continued to roam the city streets, some wandering aimlessly, some looking for victims. The particularly aggressive ones tried to break through the walls with their heads or climb into the windows, climbing up the walls of the houses. The young woman stares out the window with wide eyes for a long time, then calls out to her husband and says that there is a superhero outside. The husband reassures his wife that they locked the doors and the zombies won't get through. But she waves her hand towards the street, pointing her husband to the guy. The man watches as John kills the zombies one by one and exclaims in admiration that this young man is simply a master. The observer became interested in which player was the master of the ball. He went into the game and tried to find out the name of the hero, but it turned out that all the data was hidden. The woman suggested calling the hero to help them, but her husband objected that this way they would only give away their location, and a crowd of zombies would come running to them. In addition, the man noticed that this person hid his information, which means he does not want to reveal his identity and is unlikely to want to help them. The zombie-killing hero was seen not only by the modest couple, but also by an internet star. A busty beauty in a bright dress leaned out of the window and loudly called out to the brave guy. With her eyes sparkling, the blogger asked if the young man would save the poor girl. John ignored the shouts and calmly went on his way. After another victory, the young man stopped to see what awards he had won. This ignoring made the beauty very angry. She shouted that he apparently didn't understand who she was. She has 30,000 subscribers on the internet. The girl was outraged that rich men give her cars every day, but some freak in a mask ignores her. Now she'll show him. Grabbing a large flower pot, the offended beauty dragged it to the balcony. With all her might, the girl threw the flower towards John Smith. A pot full of earth was flying straight at the young man. A little more and it would have finished him off. But John had a keen sense of danger, and that's what happened this time too. Just before the flower fell, the young man took a step that saved him from certain death. The flower thrown by the girl fell and broke right next to John, and the beauty continued to scream from the window, trying to attract the attention of the savior, saying that she had several zombies here, and she was scared. And the last argument was, of course, the promise to marry the savior. Although she herself thought that some poor guy was playing games with her, and who did he even take her for? John was fed up with all this, and decided to teach the impudent beauty a lesson. He activated the meat with the zombie virus, a bait, the smell of which attracts zombies from all over the area within a radius of 100 meters. The young man swung and threw the bait straight into the window of the annoying beauty's apartment. The girl did not understand what had happened and screamed that she did not need food. She needed a safe place. And then the internet star heard a suspicious noise outside her front door. Attracted by the smell of the bait, the zombies broke down the door and the whole crowd burst into the girl's apartment. All that was left of the wayward beauty was a bloody stain. A pool of blood from its recent owner was slowly creeping towards the phone lying on the floor. And the star continued to receive messages. John Smith walked through a zombie-infested city and thought that the story of the annoying beauty would be the first lesson in the end of the world. There was a feeling that the whole city had gone crazy. Some were hanging out of the windows of multi-story buildings. Some were jumping from balconies or roofs. Perhaps people, realizing that they were turning into monsters, were in a hurry to die quickly. John looked around, remembered the blogger, and finally formulated the first lesson of the end of the world. You don't need to ask for help from just anyone. The young man walked thoughtfully down the street, and a crowd of hungry mutants followed him. Later in the evening, John approached a huge sports center, which in the game was referred to as the capital of the devil. The guy looked around the building and made sure he was in the right place. Smith looked at his watch. There were 2 hours left until night. The hero decided that this time would be enough for him. There was supposed to be a special silver-level treasure chest hidden in this sports center, and John was determined to find it. The young man knew that according to the game settings, various quests, robot merchants or treasure chests, would appear in significant places in the city. Treasure chests fall right to the ground and anyone can open them. To get a boss chest, you need to kill the main boss. The value of such chests is higher, but they are also difficult to get. Silver chests contain weapons and equipment of silver level. The system informed John that he had come to the sports center of the Devil's capital, and the situation in the center was suitable for completing the mission. The new task was called 1 is worth 100. On the large holographic screen, the young man read his task. He had to kill 100 zombies in 24 hours in the sports center. As a reward, he would receive 1 simple trainer and 1 bronze-level item. John doubted whether he would be able to complete the task, because most of the zombies had already moved to the 2nd level. The guy thought, this sports center is so big. He just wanted to find the chest and hide, not kill zombies. And now, this is a task. John asked his assistant system what would happen if he refused the task or failed it. The system reassured him, telling him that it was created so that he could enjoy the game process, so there was no punishment for refusing a task or not completing it. On the contrary, he would receive 100 consolation coins. The young man decided that since he had nothing to lose in any case, he could accept the task and press the button. The guy walked through the deserted sports center and remembered that the silver chest was supposedly hidden in a warehouse on the 3rd floor. In his past life, he had already been here and remembered that if he went through a certain door, he could get to the warehouse safely. John mentally made a plan of action. Now he needed to get to the medical center on the 2nd floor. When he got there, it would already be 8 in the evening. There was a bed there, and he could spend the night and continue on his way. Tomorrow by lunchtime, he would get to the warehouse on the 3rd floor. Smith decided that when he found the chest, he would escape with it by jumping out of the window. Approaching the right door, the young man saw a padlock on it, but he had a sword. Tan easily cut the lock and the door was open. Behind the door was a zombie athlete with a basketball. John looked at the muscular, red-eyed mutant, who was aggressively baring his sharp teeth, and thought that here was the first one. The player quickly entered the gym. Time was running out. Night would soon fall. The young man was confident in his weapon and struck the big guy straight in the head with his sword, piercing him right through. But this was not enough. The zombie athlete was wounded, but did not die. Then yesterday's drilling hammer came to the rescue. The fighter hit the monster on the head with the hammer with all his might. The enemy staggered and fell. A basketball lying very close to the scene of the fight was stained with blood. A red sign lit up above the athlete, indicating that the opponent had been defeated. John thought sadly that maybe this man just came here to play basketball and didn't think that he would turn into a zombie. The guy didn't know where to go next. The old path turned out to be not so safe. And then a chest with winnings lit up next to the killed enemy. It had to be taken. The young man walked up to the dead basketball player, pushed him aside with his foot to make it easier to take the box. And at that moment, a key fell out of somewhere. The chest contained a flashbang grenade that used light to blind enemies. John exclaimed that this was a great thing, and that he intended to try this group control tool at the Lee estate tomorrow. For now, the fighter put the flashbang grenade in his backpack so that he could get it out at any moment. The key that fell from the zombie also turned out to be very useful. It was the key to all the rooms of the center. With such a key, traveling through the sports center seemed to become easier, because the less John would break into doors, the less zombies he would attract. The young man carefully opened one of the many doors. He didn't remember what was behind it, and decided to take a look. The hero looked inside through a small crack. It was a locker room for tennis players, and what he saw did not please him. A huge crowd of zombies in tracksuits was already moving towards John. But as it turned out, the zombies simply moved towards the door, and they had not yet noticed the young man who slipped inside. The guy quietly sat down under the tennis table and watched his opponent. From his hiding place, John counted the tennis players. There were 17 of them. After observing, the hero came to the conclusion that these zombies were almost at the same level and characteristics as himself. An ordinary person would need all his strength to cope with one such monster. And he, if he worked hard, could cope with all 17. The door to the tennis hall was closed, so if John didn't make too much noise, the other zombies wouldn't come. The player decided that he first needed to kill 2 zombies to reach level 5. Then he would be able to show off his martial arts to the remaining 15 in full glory. The young man selected his first victim, prepared his sword and waited for the mutant to come closer. Waiting for the right moment, John dealt the zombie a fatal blow. A red sign lit up above the fallen tennis player, confirming that the enemy was dead. The death of one of the zombie athletes caused uncontrollable anger among the others. The young man revealed himself, which meant that 16 pairs of glittering red eyes stared angrily at him. The zombies now all turned towards John and moved towards their enemy. They growled, whistled, pushed each other. With their clawed paws outstretched, the mutant tennis players rushed towards the player, hoping to bite him and tear him to pieces. John calmly waited for the zombie to approach, his eyes glowing with a cold fire that could be compared to the shine of his blade. The zombies were inevitably approaching. The first 3 were already very close. Perhaps we could begin. The young man's blows were exquisitely precise. Each swing of the sword was accompanied by fountains of enemy blood. The fighter also thought about the flanks he moved, not allowing the zombies to surround him. The first mutants that approached fell, bleeding, and others quickly approached. Still, there were too many zombies. John needed to quickly move to the next level to improve his stats. The guy managed to get the hang of it, and with a precise blow cut off the head of one particularly persistent zombie. Now a new level awaited the player. The game congratulated the fighter for killing a level 2 zombie and receiving experience points and coins. The game's blue screen announced that the young man had reached level 5 and had received 1 point to his choice of stats to advance to the next level. He needed to earn 100 points. John quickly activated the screen, and using the point he had just received, increased his speed. The young man jumped onto the tennis table, which was now his fighting position. On the table, the player was clearly visible to all the mutants, and they reached out to him from all sides. The fighter stood with his sword at the ready and waited for his enemies. Behind him, John heard an angry hiss. The former tennis player boy was reaching out with clawed paws towards him. The sword slashed straight across the mutant's throat, and he fell, calming down forever. Here's another zombie that's been fatally wounded and flying away, bleeding. A pair of wary eyes were watching the fight closely, and it was not a zombie at all. The guy in the red jacket jumped back from the doors of the gym where John was smashing zombies and cursed. He frowned, saying that he was out of luck again. There were fewer and fewer living zombies left in the hall, but the fight still continued. The observer realized that the player currently in the hall must have good resources, since he was fighting so many zombies. The sly man decided to wait until John was killed and take his resources for himself. But time passed, and the player was still alive, but the monsters became fewer and fewer. The guy looked into the hall again. It seemed to him that the young man's strength was running out, and he decided to help him go to the next world. To implement the dastardly plan, the sly man needed to lure as many zombies as possible into the hall where John was fighting. A soft light filled the almost empty hall. All the zombie tennis players were killed. But suddenly another zombie entered the hall and headed towards the young man. John cursed, the screams of these zombies only attracting more others. The large doors of the hall shook under the blows. A crowd of mutants was breaking through. Doors and walls began to crack under the blows of the monsters. The young man looked at the door with apprehension. He didn't know how much longer it would hold. The fighter decided that as soon as he killed the zombies that were already in the hall, he would need to retreat. The zombies were approaching John. It was time to resume the fight. 3 big guys literally flew at the young man, their bared teeth flashing, their eyes almost popping out of their sockets. To avoid getting caught in the monster's teeth, Smith had to quickly jump to the side. A dashing somersault with a sword in his hands, and 3 huge monsters found themselves lying on the floor. The increase in speed greatly helped the young man in this battle. He twisted, spun, dodged, and attacked his enemies with lightning speed. Most of the zombies were badly wounded, but victory was still far away. They all had to be killed. It was easier for the young man to deal with weakened mutants. Sometimes he killed several of them with one blow. But John himself was also very tired. Sweat was pouring off him in streams. He felt that he himself was getting weaker. The system told the player that for the killed monsters, he received a potion of endurance, which could restore 20% of strength. The young man activated the gift and quickly drank the potion, which restored not only his strength, but also the useful combat skill of the spin attack. John threw the spinning sword at his opponents, now confident of victory. Here the sword passed over a very large zombie, and a red sign flashed above it, and a chest with winnings lit up next to it. The corpses of mutant athletes lay all over the hall, and next to each one a small chest shone. The young man walked around the hall and collected his trophies. John looked with pleasure at the valuable resources he had received for such a hard fight. Among other things, the young man received a bracelet with spikes, a bronze-level magical equipment. The guy was delighted. He got a new skill, and now he had magic in his arsenal. John immediately put the bracelet on his hand, because the zombies could break through at any moment. The doors to the hall collapsed under the onslaught of monsters and new zombies appeared in the hall. The cloud of dust from the collapsed gate began to clear, and the young man saw his enemies. Smith looked at the new arrivals with amusement, clenched his fist, and said that they were just in time. It was time to test his new skill. The zombies kept coming, their clothes torn, blood spattered, their teeth sharpened and their eyes empty. The mutants stretched out their mutilated hands towards John, as if they wanted him to save them from the terrible fate of being a monster. The young man pushed off the floor with force, jumped and hung for a second above the raging crowd of zombies. A bright flash under the ceiling made the mutants freeze and retreat. John activated the bracelet with spikes, and the magic began. At that very second, giant spikes began to grow from the floor, hunting zombies. The young man, who had already landed, watched the growing thorns and said that now the fun begins. Thorns, summoned by magic from the earth, grow amazingly fast and strong, piercing everything in their path. The spikes that appeared in the tennis hall entwined, pierced, and strangled the zombies. They had nowhere to hide from these strong and sharp spikes. John didn't expect the spikes to be so strong. He assumed that mages probably got such a strong technique at level 20. Smith heard that some particularly nimble zombie had dodged the spikes and was about to pounce on him from behind. But it is impossible to escape from the thorns. The thorns reached the fugitive and finished him off. The young man watched the action of the spikes and could not believe that this was his magic, that he received such power only on the second day of the game. Having caught all the zombies in the hall, the spikes slowly retreated, and the corpses of the monsters they killed remained lying on the floor of the gym. John gasped when he saw how many corpses there were. The game congratulated the winner again, informed him of the points, coins, and prizes he had received, and also explained that he would not be able to use the spikes again for the next 24 hours. The skill needed to be restored. John never ceased to admire how lucky he was in his new life. The guy walked around the hall again and collected the chests with the winnings from the fight. While there was a slight lull, the young man began to study the items he had received. Here's a short-range torpedo tube. It allows you to fire one shot at a distance of up to 30 meters to a designated place. It will come in handy. Boots of strong wind. This equipment allows you to develop super speed for 10 seconds once an hour, enough to get away from the enemy. John remembered that he was in a zombie-infested sports center, so he immediately used the boots of strong wind. The system reported that the player successfully equipped the boots. Now his basic characteristics have improved even more. The young man knew that only level 10 specialists had the characteristics he had now, and that was really cool. John walked through the hall and thought that when he changed his specialty, his characteristics would be twice as high as those of ordinary people. While John was reasoning, a crowd of zombies gathered in the hall again. The lull ended. There was no point in getting into another fight now. So Smith used a trick. He loaded the torpedo tube with meat containing the zombie virus. Using the torpedo tube, John threw the bait away from himself in the exit. Having smelled the meat with the zombie virus, the mutants immediately forgot about the human. The whole crowd, shouting and pushing, rushed after the bait. The young man took advantage of the fact that the zombies were no longer paying attention to him and used the super speed of his new boots. John felt like he was just taking a step around the gym. From the outside, it might have seemed like a breeze blew, but in fact, it was John who ran faster than the wind out of the hall where the zombies were fighting over the bait. The young man ran at super speed through the gym, ran out through the broken doors and left the lobby, all in a matter of seconds. Smith stopped on the stairs and caught his breath. Moving at such speed took some getting used to. John looked at his watch. It was already 7 in the evening. In an hour it would be 8. And when it got dark, the zombies' characteristics would increase. The young man climbed the stairs and realized that it was better not to kill the zombies now. He needed to find a place to rest, and tomorrow it would be clear what to do next. On the second floor, the hero found a medical office. I pulled the handle. The door was locked. Smith remembered the master key to all the offices, which he had obtained thanks to the zombie basketball player. John tried to unlock the door with the master key, but the lock wouldn't budge. The young man was puzzled why the universal key did not work. When the end of the world came, it was 7 o'clock in the evening. The sports center was not yet closed, and the doctor's office is usually locked after closing. This means that this door was locked after the end of the world. To open the door to the medical center and hide from the bloodthirsty zombies, John Smith had to use a master key. John opened the door to the infirmary and stepped through the threshold. He sincerely hoped that whoever was inside would be honest with him. When the young man entered the medical office, it was quiet and dark. John took a few cautious steps into the office. The young man understood that there was someone inside the office, but he didn't know whether it was a friend or an enemy. Suddenly a knife flashed near John's neck, and a male voice asked who he was and where he got the key to the medical office. John smiled and said it was very nice when a guy was so alert. The young man squeezed the hand holding the knife to his throat and with a sharp movement twisted it away. The knife fell out of the attacker's hand, and John added that the guy had messed with the wrong guy. The cold weapon fell with a clang at Smith's feet. The young man picked up the knife and twisted the arm of its owner. The guy in the red jacket screamed in pain. To prevent the boy from attracting zombies with his screams, John gagged him. The young man, with a movement that was already habitual, activated his rather well-filled warehouse. In the warehouse, he found a camouflage curtain, which is very useful during the end of the world. Pressed the button, and now the camouflage device is already in John's hands. Smith closed all the windows tightly and told them to turn on the lights. A timid female voice replied that if they turned on the light, they would attract zombies. But John objected that he had tightly closed all the windows, and the light could be safely turned on. The girl hesitated a little and clicked the switch, and the office was filled with light. In the light, the young man saw a girl standing near the switch, apparently a doctor, a guy in a red jacket tied up by him lying on the floor, a worker standing nearby and belligerently clutching a pipe in his hands. Next to John, a nurse and another worker were shaking with fear. The tied-up guy looked angrily at John and muttered discontentedly that so many zombies had attacked the young man and he hadn't died, that the guy wanted to wait until he died and take advantage of the opportunity. Smith looked at the angrily muttering boy, a look he had seen many times before. John sat down next to the guy and said that when the end of the world comes, you should never look at other people with hatred. The young man continued that if you now look at other people with hatred, then you will be killed, and he immediately cut the guy's throat. The dead man drooped, his head hanging unnaturally, and the rest of the inhabitants of the medical office looked in horror at John and the bloody knife. Smith looked closely at the dead man and his eyes flashed unkindly. A thin and sharp knife was sticking out of the sleeve of the guy's red jacket. It seemed like this guy was well prepared, and if John hadn't killed him, he would have killed John. Seeing the people's faces frozen in horror, the young man told them not to think anything bad. He was actually a good person. Someone from the infirmary quietly responded to John's tirade by saying that if he was good, then they were saints. The workers and medical staff still looked at the young man with horror. John insisted that the guy had provoked him himself. They had seen it themselves, and that if they treated Smith normally, nothing bad would happen. He was for common sense first and foremost. Slender legs in elegant shoes quietly but firmly stepped forward. A pretty, long-haired female doctor stepped forward and looked at John carefully. The girl turned to her colleagues and said that they had seen everything. The young man really had to kill the guy. It seemed that the doctor had a lot of influence, because after her words, the others obediently nodded their heads. Smith breathed a sigh of relief. He was uncomfortable with the tension that reigned in the office. John walked around the office and remembered today's battle in the tennis hall. It went awry. If everything had turned out a little differently, he could have completed the task today. Yawning, the young man said to remove the body from here and wipe away the blood. The medical staff did not dare to argue with the dangerous stranger. The workers wrapped the body in a blanket and carried it away somewhere, and the girls took rags and wiped away the blood. John looked closely at the long-haired girl. It seemed to him that he had seen her somewhere before. The young man entered the game and looked at the doctor's nickname. By the nickname, Smith immediately remembered the girl in his past life after the end of the world. John had already seen her. She had a secret specialty as a healer. When the young man was treacherously wounded, he found a healer and asked him to help him heal the wound on his face. The healer said that the scar on the face is connected to the soul, so this wound will not heal. In her past life, this fragile girl saved John's life many times. Several times the young man was seriously wounded, and the healer cured him. Although the profession of a healer after the end of the world is very respected and does not pose a threat, this girl's own strength was too weak, and she could easily be killed. John Smith looked at the healer and thought that they all had a hard time because of this end of the world. This girl now looks completely different. But what a coincidence that, having been reborn, he met her again on the second day of the end of the world. The young man dozed off slightly, and in his head, he was thinking that there was a doctor in the sports center, as well as a nurse and repairman. Soft light from the lamps poured from the ceiling. Apparently the guy's screams still attracted the zombies' attention. Noise was heard outside the door of the medical office. People were trembling with fear, but nevertheless the repairmen armed themselves with heavy hammers. The healer took a crowbar, and the nurse a syringe. They stood in front of the door and were ready to meet their death with a fight. Under the blows of the zombies, the door began to break, covered with a web of cracks. Each new blow made the center's employees, who had retained their human appearance, shudder. John Smith, who had dozed off slightly, opened his eyes and looked at his watch. It was 8:30. John decided it was time for dinner and looked at the dishes available to him and chose 4 that he liked. As soon as the young man pressed the activation button, 4 hot, delicious-smelling dishes appeared on the table in the medical office. The player, hungry during the day, ate all the selected dishes very quickly. The staff at the sports center watched with wide eyes and envy as John devoured the aromatic food. Their stomachs were already sinking from hunger, and there were no food supplies in the medical office. The healer even felt dizzy. She hadn't eaten for the longest time. The girl asked John where he got all this food. Maybe they could get some too. The young man looked slyly at everyone and whispered that they were caught. Smith said out loud that if they were hungry, it was simple. He was ready to help them if they helped him with something. Hearing that food was available, the nurse quickly rushed forward. The girls looked at John with fear. They were very hungry, but they did not know what he would ask of them. Finally, the doctor decisively asked what he needed. Although the healer tried to look very determined and brave, terrible assumptions were spinning in her thoughts. The young man took out a piece of paper and said that it was a list of the medications he needed, and that the nurse needed to bring it all for him. The doctor was stunned by surprise, so he wants them to help him find medicine. Now John was surprised, of course, the medicine. And what's surprising about that? The healer thought that this guy was very strange. The girl laughed and said that everything was fine, they would help him. Approaching the workers, John showed a list of items he needed, told them to make them for him tonight. The guy was going to leave tomorrow morning. The guys would have time to make as many items as they could, and they would get as much food, especially since all their tools were right there. To make the workers' work easier, John suggested using the tools he had in stock, and for this, he gave them the appropriate cards. Having given everyone their assignments, the guy said that he was going to bed, and that tomorrow at 6 in the morning he told them to come for food. And so that the zombies wouldn't disturb his sleep, he went to a distant office with a bed. Walking further away, John activated the explorer's eye just in case, thinking it was better to be careful. The guy opened his warehouse and was surprised at how much stuff he already had. The system informed John that he needed 22 experience points to reach level 6, and he had not yet completed the one's worth 100 quest. Yawning, John thought that tomorrow he would have another 6 hours to complete the task. He would have time to do everything. With this thought, the young man fell into a sweet sleep. In the morning, he went into the general office to see how the others were feeling. The 4 inhabitants of the medical office stayed up all night carrying out his tasks. Looking at the result, John Smith exclaimed that they had done a good job. The nurse looked at the young man with fear. The guy came up and gave everyone a food card. He said that 1 card would be enough to last a day. Everyone thanked John unanimously. The healer was surprised by his behavior. She was sure that the young man would kill them and take all their things. But it turned out that she was wrong. John kept his word. The girl was pleased to think that this guy was not as cruel as she had first thought. As if answering her thoughts, John said that they had simply made a good deal. But it turned out that the girl did not know how to use the cards. John looked at the healer in surprise. The young man completely forgot that this game doesn't even have an introductory tutorial, and that in his past life, he himself spent several days learning how to open his own warehouse. Smith smiled and showed how to activate the cards. He took his card and pressed the button in the system to use the card. At the same moment, Coca-Cola, a steak and fried potatoes appeared on the table. Everyone watched attentively, learned, and the healer, on behalf of everyone else, thanked their savior. The hungry people quickly used their cards. For the next few minutes, the only sounds heard in the medical room were the sounds of food being eaten and the clatter of instruments. John sipped his cola, watching the people, and thought that he should warn the healer. In his past life, she had helped him out so many times, and if in this life he could establish a relationship with her, then the game would be much easier. After waiting until everyone was full, the guy said that they would have to leave here at about 12 o'clock in the afternoon. The young man turned off the light in the room. He then took down the camouflage cloaks he had placed on the windows the night before to hide from the zombies, saying that by then, he would have finished off all the zombies in the sports center. Having put all his things in the warehouse, the young man got ready to leave. Before leaving, he repeated once again that they needed to leave and that they should not waste time. The healer was surprised that he was leaving. She said that there were zombies outside, and it was dangerous. The young man smiled and said that it was better for her to worry about herself. With these words, John left the medical office that had sheltered him for the night. Smith quietly walked out into the corridor of the sports center. Crowds of zombies were roaming the building. The young man darted like a shadow towards the nearest mutant. The sharp sword killed the monster with one blow, without even giving it time to come to its senses. John quietly lowered the defeated enemy to the floor so that he would not make noise and attract other zombies. Without attracting unnecessary attention to himself and moving quietly and quickly, John ran from one monster to another and killed them with lightning-fast strikes. The zombies fell one after another, not even having time to scream or call for help. During the day, the zombies were much weaker, and so John tried to make the most of this time. Now the corridor is strewn with monsters. Streams of blood are running down the walls. The player moves on. As he walked down the hallway of the sports center, the young man heard familiar sounds, usually made by zombies, coming from the men's restroom. Preparing for battle, the guy opened the door. The last thing John expected was to see a zombie without pants. It turns out that not only ordinary people relieve themselves. The zombie standing near the urinal with his pants down turned his head sharply upon hearing John's arrival. The young man had never had to fight in such a funny situation before, so he and the zombie stood for a while and silently looked at each other. And so the mutant, not having time to pull up his pants, rushed at the guy. The zombie's pants were let down. He got tangled in them and fell to the floor with a crash. The unfortunate zombie lay on the floor, his hands raised helplessly, waiting to die. This picture made John laugh a lot, and he was in no hurry to kill the pathetic monster. Finally, the young man suggested that the zombie lying on the floor fight as usual. Otherwise, killing him like that was too easy and uninteresting. But the zombie didn't get up, and John, with a familiar movement, pierced his neck. The guy noticed that the zombie he had just killed had been mutilated by someone. On the toilet table, John found a torn-out human eye. In this sports center, very few people survived. Those who came to the center had so-so characteristics, and the zombies after turning had their characteristics increased. So for ordinary players, it was a real nightmare. As John walked out into the corridor, he heard characteristic familiar sounds coming from the women's restroom. The young man approached the toilet door and stopped. He really didn't want to go in there. He convinced himself that there were zombies there too, and it was unlikely that there were any living people there. But this is a women's room, okay? Thought John. It's the end of the world anyway. For the sake of the mission, he shouldn't worry about such trifles. Overcoming his disgust, the guy cautiously entered the women's restroom. He looked around carefully, but it seemed like there was no one in sight. With his sword at the ready, John went around the booths. A characteristic growl was heard from one of them, and it was clearly not just one mutant. It seemed that the young man had found 2 zombies. Now he had to get them out of there. I wonder why they hid in the women's toilet. Sharp as a shaved sword, it smashed the cabin door into splinters. There really were 2 zombies hiding in the unusual shelter in life. They were a young man and a girl. It seems they loved each other and, hiding in the toilet, indulged in this love. John thought the game was getting more and more interesting. The monsters, disturbed by the guy, rushed at him with a hiss. These zombies were fast, strong, and agile. John managed to dodge the blow of the clawed hands. The guy was saved by chance. One of the zombies accidentally stepped on a lying beer can, slipped and fell, knocking down the second one. John took advantage of the situation and attacked his opponents before they had time to jump up and call their relatives with a shout. This time, John was able to kill both monsters with one blow. The game immediately congratulated John, informing him that he had killed 2 zombies and received 4 experience points and 5 coins. The young man took out his phone and took a photo of the strange couple, just in case. John photographed a dead couple of zombies and thought that, it turns out, they look like ordinary people. Except for the brain, nothing changes, and these ones, in complete chaos, do not forget to indulge in human passions. The young man looked at the photograph he had taken. The couple seemed vaguely familiar to him. And then it dawned on him that this was a very famous couple. In his past life, this zombie couple was first seen in a sports complex. They were inseparable and understood each other without words. Their strength was inferior only to the power of the Zombie King. Together they could even fight the god of war or the Zombie King. The guy scratched his head in confusion. He didn't think that he would finish off such a famous couple on the 3rd day. Next to the slain monsters, as always, the young man found his winnings. This time, the game presented the young man with a fusion stone. This one-time use bronze tier item allows you to fuse 2 bronze tier items of the same type together, resulting in a new item with a higher tier up to silver tier. John looked at the winning characteristics and chuckled. In this life, the game was much more generous with him. Having collected the gifts, the guy was about to leave the toilet and headed towards the exit. But then his attention was drawn to a strange glow. It definitely wasn't there when he walked around the room the first time. Having prepared his trusty sword just in case, the guy moved towards the place where the glow was coming from. The sight he saw surprised and delighted him greatly. Today was definitely a very successful day. This time John was lucky enough to find a bronze-level chest. The system congratulated the young man. informing him that he had found a bronze-level treasure chest, for which he received an additional 10 reward points. If he wants to open the chest, it will take 30 seconds. The lucky player, of course, wanted to open this chest, and therefore was ready to wait the required time. After the young man activated the opening of the chest, the system began a countdown. The player was looking forward to being inside. He was already used to pleasant surprises in this game. After the treasure chest opened, the young man found an apple in his hands. The young man took the card with the apple. He hoped that it would add strength and speed. The system informed the player that he had found the fruit of characteristics, also called the fruit of immortality. When the young man reaches the 6th level, he will be able to use this fruit and add 2 points to his characteristics, and these points will remain with him forever. John Smith looked at this unusual apple with interest, so this fruit permanently increases characteristics, he thought well. Out of habit, the boy went to the tap and washed the apple before eating it. In order not to put off the fruit of immortality for a long time, John began to eat it. After the first bite, the guy felt an amazing taste. He was delighted. This fruit clearly changed something inside the player. Energy literally began to splash out of the guy. John exclaimed that this fruit was the tastiest thing he had ever tasted, and the guy was so overcome with emotion that tears even gushed out. As soon as John Smith finished eating the apple, the game announced that he had used the fruit, and 2 points were added to his characteristics. Another prize that the fighter received for destroying the zombies was called a large carpet. But the young man did not study the second gift. He needed to complete the task in time. Coming out of the toilet, John thought that there were so many surprises in this sports center. He wanted to kill the last zombies already. To complete the task faster, John Smith entered the hall, which was filled with zombies. Seeing a lonely man, the monsters rushed towards him as fast as they could. Some of the mutants ran in shoes, while others' quickly growing claws had already torn them, and they were running barefoot. Seeing how many zombies were running towards John, he thought that this way he wouldn't bother the zombies in other places. The ones that were here would be enough for him. The monsters that ran up immediately received precise blows from the sword, which knocked them down to the floor of the hall. The blade moved and sparkled so quickly that it seemed as if a glow had formed around John. The fighter killed his victim so quickly that the game barely had time to congratulate him on his victory. Standing over a mountain of zombie corpses, John looked at the winnings he had received as a result of a successful fight. One of the gifts received recently was a pair of lion wristbands. The game reported that the bronze-level equipment that had just been received had the power of a lion, capable of making others tremble with fear. This equipment also added strength characteristics, body quality, attack power. But the main effect was the intimidation effect. In addition, if the enemy used a skill, the wristbands blocked this skill. In addition to the wristbands, John received several other items: a helmet, a mask, armor, a cloak. But he could not put on all the items at once, because only one would work. The system explained that the equipment received is of a rare type, so it does not add points to the characteristics. Each piece of equipment has different properties, and the player can put on equipment depending on his needs. John chose the wristbands and they gave him strength. The guy went in search of the remaining zombies in order to complete the task in time. To restore his strength a little after the battle, John activated the drink and, sucking it through the tube, he quietly opened the door to an unfamiliar room. A terrible picture opened up before the player's eyes. The entire lobby was strewn with human corpses and covered in blood. People were brutally torn to pieces. The guy knew that ordinary zombies did not have such strength. Regular zombies can, at most, bite a person and turn him into one of their own kind. Of course, if the zombie is in a bad mood, they can also eat a person's brain. Only 2 people could have caused such a massacre, the first of them being the zombie boss. The zombie boss is at a higher level than normal zombies. It has tremendous strength. Zombie bosses love to eat people. If there are no people around, the boss can eat its own kind to get full. The second thing that could have caused such a massacre was zombie animals. Stronger animals turn into zombies more easily. Weaker ones, such as mosquitoes, rarely turn into zombies. Out of a million mosquitoes, only one becomes a zombie. Zombie animals have a particular weakness for people. They love to eat brains, but they won't miss out on zombie people either. To understand what had happened here, John crouched down and began to examine the wounds of the dead. One of the bodies was scratched by huge claws, and the player realized that it was a zombie cat. The young man hated zombie cats. They have high sensitivity and excellent hearing. This cat knows for sure that he is already here. John walked carefully around the room, trying to determine where the zombie cat was. The player took a comfortable position and tried to determine whether the cat wanted to attack stealthily or directly. The young man used his skills to figure out where she was. He had to determine her location in order to attack first. The zombie animal was sitting in ambush and did not want to show itself, waiting for the right moment. John was an experienced player, and he was finally able to see where the zombie cat was hiding. Realizing that she had been discovered, the cunning cat tried to kill the man in one fell swoop. The young man expected an attack and so threw a spinning sword at the cat. The system informed the player that in front of him was a zombie cat with sharp claws, a bronze-level boss, whose basic characteristics significantly exceeded the player's basic characteristics. John looked at the information and realized that this cat was a boss because it had additional properties. The game warned John that he was facing a very serious opponent, that the cat's eye was capable of terrifying people with just one look. As a result, the enemy's main characteristics were reduced by 20%. The cat could also affect combat abilities, and from the talents, there were sharp claws that could cause a lacerated wound. After reading all these warnings, John realized that this boss has excellent abilities and surpasses him in speed and strength. The player understood that he is the boss of the end-of-the-world game. The speed of wound healing decreases, and the bleeding time, on the contrary, increases. So, it is impossible to give the cat the opportunity to hurt him, because even if the cat scratches his hand, he will not recover soon, the fighter thought. He needed to plan the attack well. Finally, the young man exclaimed that he would kill the zombie cat with his rich combat experience. And then the cat came out of its hiding place. They stood opposite each other and studied each other carefully. A thin young man and a terrible strong mutant cat. And then the system gave the young man a new task to kill the zombie cat. The game told John that cats with special talents were frequent guests on the third floor of the sports center, and people came there every day who loved to feed the furry creatures. After the end of the world, cats infected with the zombie virus immediately began to kill people. Sharp claws pierced the skin of people, and they died in agony. The requirement of the task was to kill a zombie cat. This time the game did not allow the player to refuse the task, but the reward for completing it was 100 points to reputation, 200 coins, 100 experience points, and a bronze-level item. The time given was 8 hours. A penalty for failure was a decrease by 1 level, and a decrease in all characteristics by 1 point. John was surprised why a task within a task appeared. The system responded that it was optimizing related questions related to the task. The system also confirmed that it understands the player 100%. Despite the toughness of the game, the young man had a trainer system that helped him. It optimized the task, and now the time to complete the task increased to 24 hours. The reward also increased, and the penalty for failure to complete it went away. This optimization surprised John greatly. He wondered if this was the whole game he knew. The optimization meant he could do the tasks an infinite number of times. In John's past life, all the tasks he completed were of a high level of difficulty. No matter whether he lost or refused, the game penalized him very severely. Only for 1% of players the tasks seemed easy. But when players encountered a bronze-tier boss, only a few could win. The reward for completing such a difficult task was only 50 coins. John chuckled at the memory, and thought it would have been better if there had been no such award at all. The young man once again looked at the conditions for completing the task Revenge on Zombie Cats, and thought that this stupid task now brings him a big reward. And there is no penalty for failure to complete it. It was very cool. Without thinking twice, the guy pressed the button to accept the task. The system informed him that he had accepted the task of Revenge on Zombie Cats, and asked him to complete the task within 24 hours. All this time, the zombie cat was watching the guy closely, licking her paw like a normal cat. John knew that if he gave in to the zombie boss's provocation, he would definitely lose, so he waited for the cat to attack first. The young man demonstratively sat down on the floor opposite the cat, and the zombie looked questioningly at such an impudent fellow. The young man took the phone and started reading funny stories. The loud laughter of the impudent man made the zombie cat incredibly angry. The boss cat stood up and gave a menacing voice, her eyes flashing. The zombie cat gained great speed to instantly attack its human enemy. With saber-like claws extended and eyes flashing red fire, the cat flew at John. The zombie was sure that the player was armed only with a phone, so she angrily screamed for the man to die. The young man expected the blow and was therefore able to dodge the cat's deadly claws. Unnoticed by the enemy, John pulled his hand back and summoned his sharp sword from the warehouse. In the blink of an eye, his faithful tang appeared in John's hand and flashed with cold steel. The zombie paused for a moment, assessing the situation. The boss cat was confident in her powers, so she attacked the guy with renewed vigor. The fighter was ready for a new attack, so a blade flashed towards the cat. John swung his sword, hoping to at least wound the terrible enemy. The cat kept advancing and jumping back, playing with John as if he were a mouse. Meeting with stiff resistance, the boss cat hissed threateningly. Unfortunately, John failed to injure the cat this time. She dodged and avoided the blow. The zombie angrily said that the insidious man apparently did not expect that she knew everything in advance. But the guy was not discouraged. He had already decided what he needed to do. The next time the cat swung her fearsome paws, John cut off her claws with a deft blow. The zombie cat certainly didn't expect this turn of events. Leaving claws as sharp as sabers and bloody traces on the floor, the cat hissed threateningly that the man had wounded her, and now he should not expect mercy. John grinned and suggested that she try to attack without her claws now. The boss cat understood that the boy was right. He had deprived her of her most terrible combat weapon. The cat's fighting abilities were no longer available, so she decided to use magic and summon the cat's eye ability. From the fiery eyes of the boss cat came terrible waves that were capable of putting anyone to flight. John realized that the zombie was creating hallucinations. The player began to feel as if rivers of blood were flowing from the scary eyes of the zombie cat, and zombie people were crawling out. These scary pictures could scare anyone, but not John. He played this game for 10 years and it was impossible to scare him with ghostly zombies. He told the cat that he was far from her. The cat didn't expect such an answer. She meowed questioningly. The swing of the sword instantly destroyed the illusion created by the cat, and she meowed in confusion like a normal cat. The zombie boss was unusually angry at such a stubborn fighter, she growled. Having assessed the situation, the cat decided that it was better for her to get away from the battlefield while she was still alive. John had no intention of letting go of this bloodthirsty creature. He remembered the hall littered with human corpses. The player launched a spinning sword after the fleeing enemy. Hearing the whistle of steel, the cat froze for a moment, wondering what to do. But the zombie didn't have time to do anything. The sword that caught up with the enemy cut off her head, and the red sign above the cat said that she was dead. The game congratulated John on his victory, informed him that he had completed the Revenge of the Zombie Cat task, and had moved on to the next, 7th level, and he had also received many different rewards. The game announced that the young man became the first player to kill a bronze-level zombie, and received a new title, Bronze Fighter. This information will be published for all players. Players reacted differently to the message about the feat of John, who registered in the game under the nickname Dean. The guy grumbled that, again this Dean, and who is he anyway? Information about him was published again. The girl, on the contrary, was delighted, shouting that this Dean was cool. When would he come and take her as his wife? The man, who had just dealt with several zombies, chuckled and thought that Dean was just chasing fame, so he didn't give a damn about these ads. The head of the Lee clan also heard the news of John's feat. Sipping the expensive wine from his glass, Mr. Lee thought that this man Ding was definitely from their dragon state. Life went on as usual at the Lee family estate. Habo Lee, as always, was having fun and drinking alcohol. Young Master Lee dreamed of having a strong player like Ding join them, and then the power of their clan would increase exponentially. The system informed John that it had published an announcement that he had defeated the boss. The young man chuckled to himself and thought that this time he would probably make a big splash, and then come to hide his beautiful face from his fans. But the player needed to think, and to do this he pulled out a chair from the warehouse. A moment later, the chair was already standing in front of John. The young man sat down tiredly on the seat and thought. All the stats of the cat he had just killed were higher than his, although he had to spend a lot of energy and resources to defeat it. But still, the fact that he managed to kill a bronze-level boss was a great achievement. But the guy knew that if the next time he met a boss stronger than this cat, he might lose. As if in response to the player's thoughts, the system reported that his Bronze Fighter title had been published to the entire world, and that he would also receive a reward of 1,000 reputation points, 1,000 coins, 3 points to the characteristics of his choice, and 1 square meter had been added to his storage. Before the next battles, John decided to look through his supplies. From the bonuses, he had 2,000 reputation points, 500 coins, and 2 points to the characteristics of his choice. His storage, which was in the backpack, was expanded to almost 2.5 meters. He also had a potion of reserve strength. Sitting on a chair in the middle of the room, John thought, and weighed how best to use the bonuses he had received. He also learned that the Bronze Fighter title gives additional points to all stats, and reduces the power of bosses or simple creatures below the bronze level by 5%. The young man decided that this was a great ability, and used it. The game asked John if he wanted to change the title of the first drop of blood to a Bronze Fighter. John confirmed that he needed to change the title. The game reported that John's rank is changing to Bronze Fighter. His new rank will take effect within an hour. With the application of the Bronze Fighter rank, John's characteristics will change. They will all increase. John smiled and thought that with such characteristics, even if this cat lives, he will cope with it in no time. I wonder what his characteristics will become when he changes his specialty. After resting for half an hour, John decided to return to the corpse of the zombie cat. Right above the body of the slain zombie boss, a small chest was shining. The young man opened the chest and was surprised to see that he had received the forge of zombie cats. The system explained to John that the zombie cat horn could summon a zombie cat with sharp claws. The player could control the cat in battle for 30 minutes. The zombie cat could take on up to 60% of the player's characteristics. The cat's kill experience and coins would go to the player, and if the cat was killed, the resources would not be lost in any case. John was delighted. Wow, he got an item that could summon a zombie cat, which meant he now had an eternal assistant. John picked up the dead cat by the scruff of the neck and said that she was a real treasure from her ears to the tip of her tail, because she still had fur, meat, and claws, which could be turned into gloves, food, or a weapon. Just in case, John sent the zombie cat's body to the warehouse. John Smith remembered that he had come to the sports center with the aim of finding the silver chest, and decided to continue searching for it. The young man remembered that the silver chest was in the warehouse on the 3rd floor. Finally, the player found the coveted door and pushed it. The sight that met Smith's eyes was horrific. Everything was covered in blood. Skulls and a great many human eyeballs were scattered on and around the altar. Looking around at the terrible sight, John thought that these cats had very unusual taste. Holding his sword at the ready, the young man thought that such a picture would make anyone's hair stand on end. But this was the end of the world, and if a cat had collected so many eyeballs in normal times, it would have been strange. The guy started searching the warehouse. He was sure that something valuable was hidden there. Well, and if he didn't find it, then he came in vain. A large dumbbell was tied to one of the exercise machines with a strong rope. Apparently it was a toy of the zombie cat. The player imagined how the cat he killed was swinging this dumbbell, training its muscles. John smiled. This cat teaser looked pretty unusual, but the rest was just trash. He kept looking, because the hope of finding treasure had not yet left him. The guy had to see it through to the end, to find something worthwhile. He just had to see if the treasure was hidden under the white sheet. John resolutely pulled the white cover away with his hand. A silver chest began to shine on the pyramid of boxes, and the young man was surprised that it was so simple. The game informed him that John had found a silver chest, and that his reward was 20 reputation points. The player wanted to open the chest, but to do so he had to wait 60 seconds. The silver treasure chest was full of various pleasant surprises. These were coins, experience points, and storage increase. But the most valuable was the skill book and the winged cape. The young man opened a skill book at random and received an ability called Explosive Swords. It allowed him to carry out 2 attacks at the same time. Both attacks were directed at one enemy, and it was also possible to cause an explosion. After reading the description, John thought that it was not bad. He really needed such an ability, but the difficulty level was quite high. A beginner would not be able to master 2 attacks at the same time, but he was sure that his abilities were enough to master this skill. John pressed the button to learn the acquired skill. The system congratulated John on successfully learning the Explosive Sword skill. John now had 2 valuable fighting skills. The winged cape still remains to be seen. The winged cape is a silver-level equipment. It was made from the feathers of rare bird species, covers the back, and has its own magic. Gives the ability to fly for a short time, and the cape also allows you to freeze time for a short period in the event of a jump or fall. The young man was shocked. He received a cape with skills. John opened a panel that showed all of his stats and equipment that were possible, and in just 3 days his stats had grown dramatically. The boy put on his cape and exclaimed that he had defeated only 1 cat and had become so rich. As John left the warehouse, he thought he had wanted to deal with Lee Habo tonight, but now that goal seemed too small to him. He thought that it was now time to deal with the whole family. John had 1 more task to complete. 1 is worth 100, so he went down from the 3rd floor, where the warehouse was, to the 2nd floor, where the gyms were mostly located. The young man opened the door of the nearest room. It turned out to be a hall where zombie athletes were playing tennis. The boy pounded his fist on the wall to attract the mutants' attention. Several heads with evil grins turned towards the young man at the same time. To end the fight quickly, the player activated the winged cape skill. He decided that this time he would attack first. Scattering magic feathers, the fighter rushed towards the enemies with the speed of the wind. The zombies were also not asleep, and stretching out their clawed hands, ran towards the man. John jumped high into the air and found himself almost at the ceiling, his sword gleaming, ready to strike at the zombies. The monsters were a little confused. They didn't understand where their prey had gone. Suddenly, a winged player pounced on them from behind, dealing deadly blows. John killed every zombie with the first blow. The player developed such speed that the unfortunate monsters did not even understand what was happening. and where death was pouring down on them from. Soon the entire gym was strewn with the corpses of slain zombies. The player jumped up once again to survey the battlefield. A very large zombie was approaching John with a springy gait. The player thought he was just the right position to try a spin attack. The young man took good aim, spotted his victim, and launched the spinning sword with a whistle. This skill surprised even the very experienced John Smith. In just a few seconds, the huge zombie was dead. It remained to try another explosion. John activated the explosion and a flame erupted in the center of the gym. The guy slightly miscalculated the force of the explosion. The blast wave scattered not only the zombies, but also threw the fighter himself to the ceiling of the gym. Despite the danger, John did not crash, thanks to his cape, which could slow down time in the event of a fall. The fighter realized that he needed to slow down somehow. John was saved by his sword. The player stuck it into the floor, and this stopped his rapid movement. Taking a breath, John realized that the zombie he had just killed had stats at least 30% higher than the others. But he, too, could not withstand the blow. There was a pile of ash and smoke in the middle of the gymnasium. John analyzed that the attack speed of the sword and the speed of the spinning sword were the same, but compared to the spinning ball, the effect was much better. The testing of new skills was completed. Now the young player could get down to business in earnest. Having mastered new skills, John entered into a successful battle. The game every now and then congratulated him on his victory and reported the accrual of new points and coins. Finally, the game reported that the player had successfully killed 100 zombies in the sports center and completed the task 1 is worth 100. In the middle of the hall littered with zombie corpses, a blue screen lit up, which said that John had received a reward for the task. It was 1 simple trainer and 1 bronze-level item. John put the bloody sword away in storage and began to look around. The whole room was covered in blood. John said with boredom that it all ended so quickly. The player walked around the room and collected his winnings. Looking at the bonus cards he had received, John sighed that he had apparently already used up his luck. Now he was only getting cards with material resources. Then he calmed down and said that there was nothing to worry about. He would rest a little and then go and find something else. The system asked the player what he wanted to pick up now, a trainer or bronze-level equipment items. The young man decided that he would first take the piece of equipment. Maybe he would have better luck with the trainer later. If he left the trainer for later, then most likely he would be lucky and get something better from the equipment. John pressed the button to collect the equipment. The player was looking forward to what he would receive as a reward for the task. It turned out that John had received a ring that absorbed blood. This equipment was capable of taking away the enemy's strength during battle. John looked at the ring with interest. It could transform the enemy's damage into power and transfer it to him. John didn't know that such cool abilities existed. The valuable ring migrated to John's warehouse. The young man thought that if the equipment turned out to be so cool, then the coach might not be so great. Responding to his thoughts, the system reported that all simple trainers have a practical effect and will be useful to the owner. The guy smiled and said that then he wanted to take the trainer. At that very second, the system reported that he had received his simple trainer. The trainer's properties surprised John even more than the equipment he received. A simple trainer allowed collecting items from killed zombies, which were then placed in storage. The collection radius was 1/2 meter. But if there was not enough space in the storage, then the collection stopped. The surprised player looked at the blue screen. The young man exclaimed that now he would not only receive a 100% explosion coefficient from killing zombies, but he would also be able to automatically collect items. To use the trainer, the guy hurried to the hall where he had just finished the fight. John was afraid that there would be a lot of problems due to the high explosion coefficient. Now he got rid of that headache. The young man asked the system, "This trainer is a simple trainer." The system responded that the automatic collection trainer was indeed a simple one. But if the player received the automatic collection trainer again, his level would increase. The system added that as the trainer level increases, the radius of item collection will expand, and other functions may also appear. Tasks from the trainer will appear in accordance with the situation and the player's condition. John was curious about what features other trainers had and what he could get next time. The guy entered the hall where the zombies he had killed were lying. He decided to try out the trainer he had received in practice. The player walked slowly through the hall, and cards collected by the trainer flew towards him from all sides. The system found that the quality of collecting items is poor, so the quality of the collection has been optimized. Now the player will receive a message about collecting, equipment, and items, and the cards will be automatically moved to the storage. After John finished collecting the cards, he opened the warehouse to see what he had in stock. The optimized system pleased him now. All the collected cards were divided into categories. The young man realized that it had probably been a very long time, because first he fought with the cat, then he got the trainer, and today he was planning to get to the Lee estate. John looked at his super-accurate watch. Time flew by very quickly, and it was already 20 minutes to 3. The young man thought that he would not have time to have dinner. He needed to run to the Lee estate. John quickly left the sports center and used his new talents to move around the city as quickly as possible. In the estate of the wealthy Lee family, everything seemed to be as before. Habo Lee was lounging on the sofa in the company of beautiful girls. Young Master Lee glanced at his watch with concern. It was already past noon, and he still had not received the news he had been waiting for. Frowning, Kabo rose from the sofa. In order to vent his anger on someone, the guy hit one of the girls in the face. Clenching his fists, Habo asked the butler why the hunters hadn't returned yet. Was he feeding them in vain? Why couldn't they find a couple of people for so long? Butler Bo explained to his master that the mercenaries had left for the university at 7 in the morning, but there were too many zombies there. The situation was quite dangerous, so the search was delayed. The zombies irritated young Master Lee. He did not understand why he killed the zombies and did not receive experience points. Habo thought that promotion in the game could strengthen his body. The guards almost killed the zombies, but he dealt the final blow, and yet he received very little experience. Bo turned away to hide his disappointment with the young master. The Lee family's top mercenary appeared at the threshold of the estate. The butler looked at the man who entered with relief. Habo Lee hurried to meet the mercenary, and with his brows furrowed, asked Uncle Rong if he had found the orphan boy and the girl of easy virtue. The man threw a large, heavy bag at Mr. Lee's feet. The mercenary said that he found the girl, but the guy disappeared somewhere. Enraged, Kibo clenched his fists and shouted for the girl to come to him right now. How dare she hide from him? But the mercenary replied that the girl had been killed and was in the bag. The guy stared at the bag with frightened eyes. The hunters said that according to the gentleman's instructions, they found the girl's roommate, and then found Yao herself in the university warehouse. The man unzipped the bag, and there indeed lay Yao's body. The mercenary said that the girl was killed and put into a barrel, and inside the barrel they also found men's clothing soaked in blood. The mercenary's story frightened Kabo greatly, and Uncle Rong continued to tell that before her death the girl was severely tortured. The blows were inflicted on painful points. Rong said that the killer seemed to be well versed in acupuncture points. He stabbed the knife with a special technique into the most sensitive places, grinding the girl's muscles into mincemeat. The mercenary assumed that this man was simply a master of torture. Even the most brutal killer could not have done it so perfectly. Jun believed that Yao was killed out of revenge, and he was sure that the killer had a grudge against Mr. Lee. The frightened Kabo exclaimed that this was the most beautiful girl at the university. How could she really date such trash? And then it dawned on Kabo that it really was John Smith. Habo Lee was at a loss. He didn't believe that it could be John Smith. Certainly not him, because he was an orphan, no father, no mother. Where could he have such skills? Kabo remembered that he had not managed to send John the video he had prepared, and Smith could not have known that Yao had set him up. The mercenary asked Mr. Lee if he was talking about Leonardo Smith's son. Kabo confirmed that he was talking about him. Then the mercenary suggested that John could have been helped if he could do what even the most brutal killer of this world is not capable of. Then he poses a great threat. Rong told Mr. Lee that even 100 warriors would not be enough to confront such a person, so they needed more security personnel. Habo was surprised because Uncle Rong is one of the top 10 mercenaries in the Dragon State. Moreover, he has an excellent team of mercenaries. Lee Habo was very scared, so he told Uncle Rong to go and recruit more people. Even those who had just started training, he did not want to die. The mercenary reassured him, saying that he would protect him even if he died. Rong was indeed very loyal to the Lee family, and was willing to die to protect his master and the entire family. It was getting close to sunset, and the sky was once again turning crimson. On the way to the Lee family estate, John managed to kill a few more zombies and moved to the 8th level. He thought that he would only reach it on the 4th day, but he saved half a day due to successful attacks. The young man walked and thought that since he was leveling up so quickly, he wouldn't have to fight in quests. To get some food, the guy had dinner on the way, and here John Smith stands on the hill, from which the estate is clearly visible. Let Habo get ready, he has come to him. Now Lee Habo will have to pay the bills. The Lee family's luxurious castle-like home was very beautiful in the rays of the setting sun. Armed squads of mercenaries roamed throughout the estate. John Smith crept into the area unnoticed, climbed a tree, and watched the troops closely. The young man climbed down from the tree and waited for the right moment. In short dashes, he slowly moved from tree to tree closer to the house. Hiding behind the bushes, John got closer to the treasured button he was looking for. The mechanism was hidden under the turf, and it was very difficult for an unknowing person to see it. John pressed the button to check if he was mistaken. The guy was convinced that his memory was good, and the button was exactly where he thought. The system reported that the secret passage was open. After making sure that the mechanism worked, John returned the button to its original position. The young man said that he would leave Li Habo away to retreat, and then catch him when he hoped to escape. This was a favorite technique of one of the great warriors of the Dragon State. This time, Li Habo prepared well. He still hoped to defeat John. John stood in cover and watched as armed men moved back and forth. This group of mercenaries had been John's worst enemy in a past life. Li Habo trusted these people the most, but over the course of 10 years, John had studied them, and now he knew them inside and out. But Li John never managed to find out about the family's plans in life. The young man assumed that if he went along this road, there shouldn't be any problems. And then John saw Mr. Wrong. The famous mercenary walked around the posts and checked the combat readiness of the soldiers. Smith watched the famous hunter and killer. Mr. Wrong was one of the war gods of the Dragon State, a hired killer. Before the end of the world, he was a military man, was the leader of the mercenary army during the time of military turmoil, was directly subordinate to the Li family, skilled in various types of hand-to-hand combat, army command, and also pursuit of the target. In his past life, after the game started, he began to pursue John under the orders of Li Habo. After several attempts to catch John failed, Wrong decided to kill the guy. The mercenary has driven John into a dead end several times. One could say that he is his strongest enemy. But each time the young man somehow miraculously managed to escape, John Smith became Mr. Wrong's greatest disgrace. In his past life, Wrong hated John Smith almost as much as Li Habo, because John had slipped right under his nose several times, and he had lost his reputation as an invincible mercenary, and John had received the title of the greatest shame. As soon as these two met, both of their eyes became bloodshot. Wrong is truly a serious enemy, and should not be underestimated. John hid instantly because Wrong was very attentive and had a sharp eye. It's very good that John has such quick reactions. John thought that this time Wrong was definitely dead. If he killed Wrong, he would get rid of the main protector of the Li family, and then half the job was done. The young man activated the concealment mask. Wrong looked at the column with suspicion. It seemed to him that someone was standing there. John really was standing there, but the mask hid him. One of the guards came up and said that the young master was looking for Mr. Wrong. The young man realized that this was his chance and followed them. In order to catch Jun's eye for the time being, the young man quietly moved to another place. The mercenary seemed to sense him. He looked in surprise at the place where John had just stood, and said that he felt that there was someone there. The head of the mercenaries said that it was necessary to strengthen the patrol and protection of the estate. Whoever wished evil on the Li family, Wrong promised that that person would not leave alive. It was midnight, and everyone in Lai Castle was still awake. Habo was being capricious. He wanted to sleep. He said that it was already 12 o'clock. The zombies were now in an active stage, and it was unlikely that anyone would be able to come to them. But Mr. Wrong insisted that it was better to wait a little longer. His intuition told him that they were being watched. A nervous Habo screamed that he didn't want to sit here all night because of some bastard. The butler approached Mr. Li and said that if he was bored, he could think of some entertainment. Cabo liked the idea and said that yes, he wanted to have some fun. The boy asked Uncle Wrong if he had caught a zombie that afternoon, and he replied that yes, indeed, he wanted to test it to invent a better anti-zombie weapon for the master. Habo asked to give this zombie to him so that he could play with it. Wrong agreed, but expressed concern that the zombie could harm the master. Although calming the gentleman down with the help of zombies is not a bad idea, Habo reassured Jun that he would be fine and that he wasn't afraid of zombies with so many guards in the estate. Wrong commanded that today's zombie be brought to the master. 2 guards brought in a very large and strong zombie, chained in chains. The mutant's eyes flashed. He growled very loudly and tried to throw off his bonds. Cabo liked the prisoner very much, and he ordered a large cage to be brought. They brought a cage, and in it sat 6 beautiful girls, chained up. The beauties were shackled, and when Cabo wanted to have some fun, he would take one of them or give them to his subordinates. To attract the zombies' attention to the girls, Cabo rang a loud bell. The monster threw this bell into the cage with the girls shaking with fear. The frightened girls rushed around the cage in horror, but the chains attached to their collars held them back. Cabo said that he was too bored with these girls. He'd been playing with them for several months. He was tired of them. If it weren't for this end of the world, he would have found new ones. The capricious Mr. Li said that it was always more interesting to have fun with new toys. But never mind. He would still need these. He had fed and watered them for so long that now it was their turn to pay. Cruel Cabo got up from the sofa and walked over to the cage. He ordered the guards to remove the zombie's shackles and throw him into the cage. Habo wanted to watch the zombie eat the girls. The new guards, observing this terrible picture, talked among themselves, perplexed that there were such perverts in the world. But there were also those who supported the young gentleman. One small, puny man volunteered to do this. Kabo gave him the key and told him to open it. The cruel guard inserted the key into the lock and opened the cage. Two mercenaries dragged the zombie closer to the cage. The proactive security guard removed the zombie's metal muzzle. The mutant was very angry and almost bit the guard who approached him. Kabo commanded from afar who would hold the zombies until the shackles were removed and then they would be released into the cage. And suddenly one of the guards said that this was somehow very cruel. Maybe it would be better to let these girls go. Kabo was furious. The unit commander knelt down in front of Mr. Lee and asked for forgiveness. He explained that this guard's name was Wong. He was new. He was sent to replace the guard who died yesterday. And although he was very strong, he was quite stupid, and asked the master not to be angry with him. Kabo frowned and exclaimed that some guard would teach him. But the guy stubbornly repeated that the gentleman should let the girls go. The poor unit leader was shaking, bowing, and asking for forgiveness from Kabo. But this even amused young Master Lee. It had been a long time since anyone had tried to argue with him. To teach the impudent guy a lesson, Kabo called the strongest of his old guards and told him to teach the new guy a lesson. Two strong men came up and took hold of the guy. It seemed as if a huge fist was about to smash his skull into pieces. But unexpectedly for everyone, the young man intercepted this blow and was able to reflect it. Wrong watched in amazement as this young man was able to stop the strongest fist in the country. The mercenary commanders were interested in this. The brute dealt the guy blow after blow, but none of them hit the target. Everyone in the hall watched the fight with interest. Finally, the strong man admitted that he was inferior to the guy in strength. The previously considered invincible athlete said that the guy had disgraced him and would pay for it with his life. The guard shouted to his friends to help him teach the impudent fellow a lesson. The two friends laughed at the big guy, saying that he probably had too much fun with girls, and since when could some inexperienced guard defeat him? But they themselves thought that the strength of this van should not be underestimated, and he should not be trusted either. The guards who came up overpowered the guy. Now Wong was defenseless, and the strong man began to beat him mercilessly with his huge fists. The boy started bleeding from the terrible blows. The blows rained down one after another. Lee Habo, who was watching the beating, stopped them, telling them not to kill him. The monster decided that he needed to give the guy the opportunity to see the death of the girls he wanted to protect so much. The guards dragged Van to the cage so that he could see everything clearly. At the same time, the cells failed the huge zombie. The cage door swung open and 3 guards used poles to push the zombie into the cage. The monster saw what kind of dinner they had prepared for him, and his bloodthirsty eyes fell on the unfortunate girls. The exhausted beauties did not resist, but obediently awaited their death. The monster grabbed the nearest girl and bit through her neck. The girl screamed quietly and went limp, and blood gushed from the zombie's terrible mouth. Good Van watched this terrible scene and tears streamed from his eyes. One of the guards covered the guy's mouth with his hand so that his screams would not distract the zombies from the girls. When the massacre was over, the boy was released. He sat on his knees near the cage and cried bitterly. The boy's grief genuinely amused the cruel-hearted Kabo. The owner of the estate decided that the show must go on, so he told the guards to put Van in the cage. The guy was so strong, Mr. Lee wanted to see who was stronger, he or the zombie. The old guards were delighted. Mr. Lee knows a lot about fun. They would never have thought of such a thing. But the newcomers didn't like this. They believed that even though it was the end of the world, they couldn't disregard human lives so much. Van was grabbed and dragged towards the cage. Having opened the door of the cage, the guy was shoved inside to the monster. The monster had already torn the bodies of the unfortunate girls to pieces. Seeing another living person, the zombie turned to Van. The monster had already gotten into the swing of things and was growling. Anticipating a new feast, the guy looked at the monster with horror. The terrible monster headed towards Van. The boy remembered that his mother asked him to be careful, that she was waiting for his return. The boy whispered that his mother would forgive him. He would not be able to return home and take care of her. But suddenly Van's eyes flashed with anger. He exclaimed that he would not die, because his mother was waiting for him. Wong clenched his strong fist to meet the terrible opponent with dignity. As soon as the zombie approached, the guy hit him with all his might. The mutant did not expect resistance from the strong blow. He flew into the corner of the cage. The guy grabbed the monster and a fierce fight ensued. A man and a zombie fought each other with their bare hands, not for life, but to the death. The guy was very strong, but the zombie was also very large and strong, and at night his strength increased. Van's mouth began to bleed from the wounds he received. The monster sank its terrible claws into Van's body. The boy felt like he was dying, but he wanted to kill the monster that had eaten 6 beautiful girls. The man and the mutant were locked in mortal combat, both of them badly wounded. A huge pool of blood spreading around them. Lee Habo stood near the cage and watched the fight. He really enjoyed this spectacle. He egged on the fighters. Bleeding, Van gathered his last strength and dealt the monster a fatal blow. The zombie flew back to the wall of the cage and quietly slid to the floor. The guy was mortally wounded and also could not get up. The fight ended, but both fighters fell dead. The dying Wang whispered for his mother to forgive him. He had let her down. He had not listened to her. Rong, who was watching the fight, whispered that he was very sorry, and the guards discussed the fight. Many were surprised that the guy killed the monster with his bare hands, and Kabo was disappointed that everyone died so quickly. While they were talking, no one noticed that Van had begun to turn into a zombie. Now his strong body was covered with a characteristic mesh. His eyes were bloodshot, and his teeth were sharpened. John Smith, who had been watching closely what was happening in the estate, realized that his chance had come. The boy quietly descended from his observation post in the tree and crept up to the house. In front of him was a young security guard who looked like John, like two peas in a pod. Smith quietly killed the young guard and took his clothes. Disguised as a mercenary, John headed to the Lee family's house. One of the guards on duty at the entrance called out to John, calling him Addy, and asked what he was doing there. John replied that he noticed one guy falling asleep and wanted to wake him up. The second guard said that the commander was having fun with the others in the big hall, and they were supposed to be here guarding the gate. John heard the security guys complaining that they had been fighting off zombies all night yesterday, and that they weren't being allowed to rest this afternoon, that they weren't even considered people. And another one supported him, saying that he hadn't slept for 24 hours, and if the boss wanted to ensure complete security, then why wasn't the commander here? John decided to keep up the conversation, and said that for their owners they were not people, but just cannon fodder. And then one of the guards noticed that Addy had grown somehow strangely. John Smith's disguise was quickly revealed. John killed the guards who stood at the gate, saying that fools who couldn't keep secrets couldn't live in this world. Lee's mansion had long attracted Smith, and now the way to him was open. The guards were lying in pools of blood. John noticed that one of the mercenaries had escaped death and was running at full speed towards the house to warn the others. The young man instantly caught up with the enemy and put a knife to his throat. Realizing that he was about to be killed, the mercenary fired a signal flare. John threw his sword to stop the missile. The sword pierced the signal shell and fell to the ground with it. John walked over and calmly took his sword. It's a good thing John had researched all of the Lee family's ammunition in his past life. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so lucky today. The system informed the player that all the guards in the outer part of the estate had been destroyed. His path of revenge had successfully begun. To the young man's surprise, he received a special assignment called an eye for an eye. John looked at the quest curiously. The blue screen informed him that no one would be left alive after insulting him. Tonight he would become a true god of death and reap the souls of everyone present in the Lee Manor. The quest requirement was to kill the remaining 269 people in the Lee Manor. The reward was one simple trainer, one piece of bronze-level equipment. The completion time was 12 hours. The boy happily accepted the task, exclaiming that Lee Habo now had another reason to die. The system reported that the player accepted the eye for an eye quest and entered the magical barrier of revenge. As soon as 269 people in the Lee estate died, one person would get out, in which case John would be able to use the equipment to search for the target. John decided to see what kind of magical barrier of revenge this was, and what its characteristics were. John remembered that when he first encountered the revenge barrier in his past life, it was used in the war between the Dragon State and Japan. It was a high-level tool. It placed people in a special magical barrier. If someone went outside the barrier, the owner of the barrier could track down the location of that person. The minimum duration of the barrier was 1 month. John remembered well that the Dragon State in a past life had set up a barrier of revenge in the capital of Japan, and those who escaped from this barrier were killed within a few days, so they were able to destroy the whole of Japan. And today John was going to use this thing and see how useful it was. The system wished the player successful completion of the task, and then John started receiving messages that he had killed several people. He was very surprised, because he had done nothing. Why did people start dying? The guy ran to the estate to see what was going on there. In the big hall were Lee Habo, Rong, and a guard. There were several dead girls lying around. Habo scolded the guard for giving him a girl to have fun with, and he killed her. The big guy justified himself by saying that he overdid it and broke her spine. Now, because of him, there was one less toy. But Habo exclaimed that now they had no toys left at all, and what should they do now? At that moment, John appeared, covered with a mask, and asked if they could play with him. The gentlemen present in the hall were very frightened. Waves of anger poured from John's eyes at the sight of Kabo. The Avenger moved like a ghost throughout the hall, and constantly repeated his question whether they would play with him. Only Rong sat quietly on the sofa and watched. Finally, Rong stood up and prepared to repel the attack. Rong concentrated to sense his opponent. With all his experience, he had never seen a person who could create such a strong death aura. And Rong thought that compared to this person, he was just a little boy. Kabo screamed hysterically that the stranger had come to kill him. The butler raised his master and asked him to calm down, saying that Master Rong and his army of mercenaries were here, and nothing would happen to Kabo. The head of the mercenaries came out to the center of the hall and offered to talk to the invisible guest, while Rong himself thought that if the man was able to enter the house, then he had already dealt with all the guards outside. Rong knew that although those guys at the gate were not well trained, each of them was worth dozens of soldiers. The head of the mercenaries was racking his brains. How could this man kill them so easily? And maybe he was not a man, but a god. Or maybe there was a whole army of them. Suddenly, a boyish voice answered from the void that although he was a man, for them now he was the god of death. Rong stopped his men, trying to figure out where the uninvited guest was. With their weapons at the ready, the mercenaries spread out throughout the hall and looked around carefully. Suddenly, a flashbang grenade appeared in the center of the hall. The explosion scattered the guards in different directions. A bright flash of light blinded everyone in the room, and from here and there they could hear that one was blind. Another could not see anything. The magical equipment helped John avoid injury and leave unnoticed. While the guards, blinded by the grenade, were screaming and cursing everything under the sun, the young man went into another room. In another room there were also many guards and servants. Here John activated the attack with spikes. Magical spikes caught and killed the enemy. The guy used spinning swords against the next group of mercenaries. Finally, John found his old enemy, Mr. Rong, and he also prepared a grenade for him. Rong looked at the grenade and was at a loss to guess what kind of powerful enemy was pursuing the Li family. There was a powerful explosion, and another group of mercenaries was destroyed. Rong tried to make out the enemy's face and understand who was opposing him, but the mask hid John. Uncle Rong didn't understand what was happening. He didn't even have time to see the enemy's face, and his entire team had already fallen. The commander walked from hall to hall. There were pools of blood everywhere, and his best fighters were lying in them. One of the surviving mercenaries ran up to Jun and said that the unknown person had used magic spikes, and almost all of the master's servants and guards had died, and those rotating swords had even killed the crocodile, bear, and wolf. Rong abruptly interrupted the guy and told him to report how many people were left. The subordinate said that besides the master, Rong, Bo, and himself, there were still 66 guys left. Among them, 10 were seriously injured, and several still had not recovered their vision. Habo, as always, was furious. He asked who did all this. The unknown person was ruining all his plans, ruining all his fun, and Uncle Rong had to take revenge. Mr. Li wanted to see the corpse of this impudent fellow. Li Habo demanded to find the uninvited guest. He did not believe that one person could cope with so many people. Rong asked the butler Bo to take the master and the skinny man to the secret tunnel, and they and the remaining mercenaries planned to detain the killer outside. Bo agreed, but added that it seemed to him that the killer had not left, but was sitting behind them. The mercenary commander silently patted Bo on the shoulder. The elderly butler was overcome by heavy forebodings. John Smith, who was watching this scene, was surprised. He never thought that this butler was so smart. As the young man had expected, his enemies had split up and gone outside to protect Li Habo, and the system told the player that he had 269 people left to kill in Li's estate. The Avenger decided to first deal with those remaining in the estate. He wanted to be sure that he could leave without problems, and therefore requested the system for the characteristics of his main enemies. Uncle Rong, according to the system information, was at level 5. His title was Zombie Hunter. The butler had no titles, level 2. The young man thought that Rong was a good guy. In such a short time he had already obtained 3 pieces of bronze-level equipment. John heard Uncle Rong's voice. He was offering the enemy to come out and said that it was not nice to hide from everyone. John smiled and thought what kind of stupid methods these were. Rong wanted to drag out time for Li Habo to leave. He would not allow him to do that. To deal with the remaining mercenaries more quickly, Smith decided to activate the zombie cat's horn and call his assistant. At that very second, a scary zombie cat appeared in the room. John summoned a sharp knife. To show his presence, the young man threw a knife towards the chandelier. The razor-sharp knife easily cut the wire that held the huge chandelier hanging in the center of the room. The massive lamp fell to the floor with a crash, frightening everyone present. Crystal shards flew at the mercenaries, injuring everyone in their path. The soldiers were demoralized, shaking and screaming in fear. And then a terrible zombie cat rushed at them. John Smith did not sit idle either. This time he used not a sword, but a knife, destroying his enemies. The young man remembered how much trouble these people had caused him in his past life, and he took bitter revenge on them. Now he had the opportunity to do everything so that they would not persecute him in the future. All the mercenaries except Rong were killed. John and his assistant Kat dealt with them quickly. Rong queried the system about the enemy, but he couldn't see his name, rank, or level. The mercenary commander couldn't understand why the game wasn't showing information about his enemy. Finally, the always calm Jun exploded, screaming, asking who it was. The last remaining mercenaries stood next to Rong. Rong shouted that the stranger was impudent, and John looked at the young guys and was overcome with regret. Their equipment was weak, their characteristics were low, even their personal qualities were useless. They would reach a good level only in a few years. John had not killed any of them yet, but he already regretted it. The stronger the hope, the greater the disappointment. Smith realized that he now knew what disappointment was. The task had to be completed, and John moved towards his opponents. Killing ordinary mercenaries along the way, Smith was heading towards his worst enemy, Zhang. Compared to Smith, the mercenaries were weak and fell one after another, and so Jun and John found themselves face to face. The formidable mercenary commander was shaking with fear. Suddenly, Rong fell to his knees in front of the formidable enemy. Smith commanded the cat and the zombie to track down Li Habo and the others. The young man looked at the magical barrier of revenge on the screen, judging by it. No one had yet left the estate. The guy pressed his foot on Jun's shoulder and asked what was wrong with the commander of the mercenary group. The former military man was silent, and the guy said that almost all of his men had died, so how could he still be called a commander? John looked at Rong and understood that he had killed all his mercenaries before his eyes, destroyed all his work, and practically strangled his will to resist. Here was the magical barrier of revenge. Rong screamed in despair for the boy to tell him who he was, otherwise Rong would not close his eyes even after death. Smith was amused by this. He decided that he would not sleep a wink after death. It sounded very cool. The young man took out a dagger, intending to kill his old enemy. Without removing his mask, John slashed the mercenary commander across the neck. The formidable Uncle Rong, one of the best warriors of the Dragon Country, fell to the floor dead. The boy pushed away his worst enemy's head with disdain. He remembered the day when Rong called him a small insect and trampled him into the ground, said that he was an orphan, just trash. How dare he challenge the Li family? The young man recalled that it was Rong who taught him one important thing. Don't talk idle talk before you're about to kill someone. It's better to act. Now the best mercenary lies at the feet of the Avenger. Isn't that wonderful? Dead Rong really didn't close his eyes after death. He lay with his eyes open. Rong is dead. John has dealt with the main protector of the Li family. Now it will be much easier to take revenge on Li. John Smith walked to the door leading to the secret tunnel and listened. There were no living mercenaries left. Their commander was also dead. Now John could calmly go after Cabo. The guy calmly left behind the hated estate, strewn with the corpses of his enemies. John had no trouble finding the door that led to his enemy's last refuge. In the secret hall sat a frightened Habo. He asked his butler if enemies would come here. Bo tried to calm the master as best he could, saying that Rong would deal with those people who came to the estate. And then a terrible knock was heard on the secret door. The zombie cat completed the task and found John's enemies. In a frightened voice, Habo shouted that this man was probably sent by John Smith. First he killed Yao, and now he came for him. Bo tried to calm him down, saying that they went through a secret passage and the stranger would not guess that they were here. But Cabo didn't calm down. He asked how John found out about his relationship with Yao, and where this scum found such a strong mercenary. Bo suggested that maybe Leonard Smith left his son an assistant, but Habo countered that this couldn't be true. When Leonard Smith was killed, they destroyed everything the Smith family had. There couldn't have been any assistant left. If the head of the Li family hadn't ordered that at least one person be left alive, then this John wouldn't exist. The boy listened with interest to what Li Habo was saying. John was puzzled. It turns out that Cabo had been following John for a long time. Meanwhile, Habo was raging outside the door. Young Master Li was sure that he had definitely heard John's voice. But how could he come here? How did he find this secret place? Smith thought about the information he had heard, and realized that there were many more stories behind him. When John entered the secret hall, Cabo recognized him and said that Smith must die by his hand. It was Cabo who had to kill John. The Avenger asked who Leonard Smith was and why they destroyed everything the Smith family had. Habo laughed mockingly. He said that this insignificant John doesn't even know his own father's name. It serves him right. Habo told the boy that Leonard Smith was going to inform on his father when he was about to get a promotion. Leonard was going to destroy everything that the Li family had been working towards for many years. That was why the Smith family was turned to ashes. If it weren't for the head of the Li family, then little John wouldn't have been the only survivor of his family either. But Cabo was wondering who helped him. If he was alone, the guards would have dealt with him long ago. John replied that all of Cabo's words made no sense. No matter what he said, John would still destroy the entire Lee family. Cabo laughed. Did John really overestimate himself so much that he thought he could destroy such a strong family? Meanwhile, the door to the secret shelter was slowly beginning to collapse. One last strong blow, and John Smith and his zombie cat appeared on the doorstep. Butler Bo stood up to defend his master, and a blow of amazing force whistled right past John's face. A zombie cat rushed to the boy's aid, hissing as it jumped on Bo. But the butler did not lose his composure and hit the cat in the stomach with terrible force. Just at this time, the 30 minutes given for calling the zombie cat ended, and she disappeared. To satisfy the curiosity of those present, John removed his mask. Bo and Lee Habo looked at the young man in surprise. Bo was very surprised that John Smith was the same killer who destroyed all the guards and all the staff of the estate. Lee Habo exclaimed in horror that it really was John Smith. It really was him. Bo couldn't believe his eyes. He said it was impossible. How could some orphan kill Mr. Wrong, enter the Lee estate? It couldn't be just one person. John smirked and said that the old school people wouldn't survive the Doomsday game. Once the first 7 days of the game passed, their well-trained soldiers wouldn't be able to handle even one zombie on the street. Lee Habo didn't listen to him. He shouted that it couldn't be just one person. How could John Smith become so strong? John laughed and said that he could easily handle them alone. The conversations were over. John prepared to kill the last inhabitants of the Lee estate. The butler stood up to defend the young gentleman and worthily repelled John Smith's powerful blow. The young man was surprised that this butler was so strong. From this blow, even Wrong fell face down. But this one only staggered. Butler Bo was a mystery to John. Bo leaned against the wall and thought that since it had come to this, he would have to use another method. The elderly man slammed his fist against the wall and began to change before our eyes. The elegant suit was torn to shreds, and now a real athlete stood before John. Since the situation changed, John swapped the knife for his usual sword. The butler exclaimed that John knew nothing of wushu morality, but the youth smirked that he wanted to cut off Bo's head. So should he really ask him for permission? Or perhaps he should get the consent of all the generations of your relatives. To quickly finish off the stubborn butler, the boy summoned spinning swords. But the swords did not kill the butler, they only wounded him. The swords whistled past the elderly man and returned to their place. The wound surprised Bo very much. The butler was indignant. The man said that this couldn't be. He had been practicing Chinese boxing for 50 years and couldn't lose so quickly. Bo claimed that he would not stop and would resist until the end. To calm the violent old man, John caused an explosion. After the explosion, the fighter entered the battle himself. John didn't really want to kill the old butler, but he couldn't leave the matter unfinished. Only after making sure that the enemy was dead could he calm down. Now Bo was lying dead on the floor in a pool of blood. John looked at him and thought what a pathetic and backward old man he was. The end of the world had come, and he still thought that wushu would help him. Walking around the defeated Bo, the young man thought that all this proved that strength alone was not enough. You need to change your technique and develop speed, otherwise your only path to death. Smith saw Cabo. He was sitting in the corner, shaking with fear. John thought what a useless person he was. The boy knew Cabo very well. He was a small, cruel, terrible little man. The young man did not feel sorry for him. The Avenger jabbed his sword into Cabo's leg muscle to cause pain. Young Master Lee screamed loudly. Cabo, who took such pleasure in tormenting others, looked at his Avenger with eyes wide open in horror. John poked him with his sword again and asked if his master was awake, or if he was pretending to be dead. To enhance the effect, John began to poke Lee Habo's muscle, causing him terrible pain. Lee Habo, out of habit, shouted for help and threatened John that Senior Master Lee would deal with him. These screams only brought a smile to John's face as he continued to torment Cabo, poking him with his sword. Blood was oozing from the wounds John had inflicted. Habo was shaking, begging his tormentor to kill him quickly. John grinned, saying that of course he would kill him. To prolong his enemy's torment, John pulled out a dull knife from the warehouse, and so in the hands of the Avenger there was a dull, convulsive knife. The duller the blade, the more difficult it is to cut something with it. Now John was poking Cabo's body with a blunt knife, and he was screaming in pain. John laughed mockingly and told Cabo to forgive him. This knife is so dull it is impossible to stick it inside. Cabo looked at his tormentor's knife and shook. Finally, John swung the blunt knife into his enemy's forearm. Cabo screamed again, and the young man said that this knife reflected his, John's, essence. Brandishing the knife, John said that this knife reflected his path, which he had walked for 10 years, risking his life. And what a pity that Kabo's suffering did not make up even 1% of John's suffering. But Kabo did not understand what 10 years John Smith was talking about. Kabo, clutching his wounded hand, told John in surprise that he had only started thinking of ways to get him wet 3 years ago, when he found out about everything. The Avenger remained silent. Smith looked at his recent persecutor and smiled. The young man cut Kabo's second forearm and said that this was for his suffering. The young man inflicted another painful wound on Kabo, saying that it was because he was having fun. With a trembling voice, the former ruler Lee asked the young man to stop. Another painful blow was dealt to Kabo for the entire Smith family. Although John had never seen his relatives, but he had to avenge his ancestors. The guy no longer knew who to strike for, but he didn't care. Torturing his tormentor gave him pleasure. He struck blow after blow, enjoying the effect. To continue the torture, the young man activated the crucible tongs. Seeing the torture device, Kabo shook even more and asked what John was going to do. The guy put the scissors in Kabo's mouth and said that he should thank him, because Kabo came up with the most cruel methods of torture. How many people he sent to the next world, John literally admired him. In terms of torture, Kabo is just a genius. Mr. Lee thought with horror that he had once actually used such torture. But how could Smith have known about it? John pulled back young Master Lee's head and pulled out his teeth. In the secret hall, only screams, groans, and cries could be heard. And so, just recently, the smug and cruel young Master Lee was now sitting covered in sweat and blood, almost without teeth. John looked at him and wondered if he had suffered enough. In his past life, Kabo had learned so many new ways of punishment, had hurt so many people, that John had not done even 1% to him of what this monster had done to the others. The young man thought that Kabo was almost dead. It was no longer interesting to torture him. It was a pity that John could not now use on Kabo those things that he was researching. Smith swung his knife and asked if Kabo was pretending. The young man overestimated the acting skills of young Lee. Kabo could not have played like that. John killed him mentally, which meant his body was no longer able to withstand it. To make sure that all the enemies were finished off, the young man activated the rotating swords. Flying towards Kabo's body, the swords cut off his head. To avoid being splashed with blood, John opened his umbrella. The spinning swords literally turned those who remained in the hall into mincemeat. Smith left, covering himself with an umbrella, and a bloody rain was pouring down from the umbrella. The clock struck 3 o'clock in the morning. John Smith stepped out onto the balcony and thought that the Lee estate looked quite nice under the night sky. The system informed Smith that changes had been detected in his mental state, and he had received the talent Thirst for Vengeance. The young man did not expect this. John decided to see what kind of talent for revenge he had received. The young man asked the system to give him an explanation. The system explained that gifted talents and skills in the Doomsday game are different concepts. Skills can be acquired through training. Talents can be activated under certain circumstances. Mental state, personal experience, personal characteristics. Skills can be activated using a skill book. Talents can be activated using luck and real strength. Regarding the talent Thirst for Vengeance, the system explained that John has carried out his revenge. Now his strength against enemies has increased. Now, after he considers someone an enemy, he can increase his skills according to the degree of hatred towards that person. The higher the degree of hatred, the more his characteristics increase. John read and thought that he did not expect that this thirst for revenge would be so useful. You can increase your characteristics by 20%. This means that the higher John's stats are in the game, the more he can increase them with this talent. The system reported that the player completed the Eye for an Eye quest and could receive equipment and a simple trainer for it. John decided to pick up the equipment first. The system confirmed that they had received the equipment. For this task, John received a magic wand, a bronze-level piece of equipment for the mage specialty. The wand allows you to increase your magical abilities, as well as the speed of activating magic. John didn't know how he could use this thing. He thought it was a great thing for magicians. Then he can sell it if necessary, but for now he moved it to his backpack. John went to his warehouse and saw that it had been greatly replenished. He thought that the automatic collection trainer was very convenient. No need to worry about missing something. But it must be said that the tools for killing people in this game are simply barbaric. When you kill a person in the Doomsday game, the dead person's storage disappears and you can't get things from there. You can only loot the corpse and find something interesting. When players learn how to kill people, it's a life or death struggle, and Doomsday does not encourage killing people. John saw Mr. Wrong's valuables. Among the things there was a cleansing pendant. John decided to take it. It was bronze-level equipment. This pendant added energy, gave additional skills, eliminated negative conditions of the body, such as numbness, dizziness, loss of vision. This pendant can save lives during a battle. John moved the rest of the things to the storage. Now it's time to get the trainer. Smith told the system that he wants to get his trainer. The system responded that a simple trainer was loading, and here's the trainer received. Another simple trainer was called Absolute Slave. It allowed to get one zombie into slavery. While the zombie's strength cannot exceed the master's strength, the zombie slave will obey all the master's orders. He will protect the master even under the threat of his own life. This zombie will have a part of the master's panel. The master can develop together with the zombie. If the zombie dies, the trainer will lose strength. John couldn't believe it. He would now have a zombie slave. The young man pinched his cheek to make sure he wasn't dreaming. He had never seen anything like it. John wondered if this zombie would really obey him completely. Then he wouldn't have to do the dirty work. Ever since John found out that Yao betrayed him, he could no longer trust anyone and was going to be alone for the rest of his life. But if he now has a hard-working zombie to accompany him, maybe he can heal John's heartache. The young man asked the system if the absolute slave trainer's efficiency would increase if John's level increased. The system responded that with each new level, he could get another zombie slave in the absolute slave trainer. John could already imagine a whole crowd of zombie slaves following him. The young man's head was spinning. He thought that this was simply unrealistic. Smith walked through the corridors of the Lee estate and thought about how much he should level up to achieve this result. This can be researched, but which zombies are best suited for slavery? Probably those who will later move on to the status of zombie kings. Continuing to reason, John went down to the basement. He thought that all zombies had potential, but it seemed to him that after they became his slaves, they would no longer be able to achieve the same level of progress as before. John went down to the basement and decided that he would think about it later. The young man heard that there were many treasures hidden in the Lee family's dungeon. He decided to look around to see if there was anything useful there. A massive door blocked the entrance to the Lee family's treasury. John broke down the door and entered the Holy of Holies of the richest family. Before him were scattered gold and precious stones, and valuable scrolls hung on the walls. The guy walked along, throwing around the jewels. Now that the end of the world had come, these things were worth nothing. But the ancient scrolls, as John had heard, had some benefit, but he didn't know what. So just in case, he moved them to the storage to figure it out later. John's attention was drawn to the knife that had rubies attached to it. He chuckled that they even glued precious stones to the knife. They were afraid that other people would think that they had no money. The knife also went into storage. Having collected everything that the young man thought could be useful to him, he smashed the rest to pieces. The poor orphan walked around the richest estate like the owner. Neither in his past life nor in this one had John Smith ever lived in such a luxurious estate as the Lee family estate. And today he intended to make up for it. The young man walked calmly through the empty rooms, looking for a bedroom to spend the night. And suddenly the young man's attention was drawn to a strange sound. He realized that, most likely, this sound was made by a zombie. Moreover, judging by the volume, it was a very large and strong zombie. But where could it have come from here? John turned on the flashlight and went towards the sound. He was sure that there could be no living people in this house, which meant it was a mutant. In one of the dungeons, Smith found a very large zombie with glowing eyes in a cage. The system told the player that this is a level 4 zombie. He has very good strength, very good body qualities, excellent speed, but very little energy. His talent was in his natural strength. This zombie had a very strong punch. John looked at the zombie that was Lee's guard before turning and thought that this zombie was very strong. And at night it was completely indistinguishable from a bronze-level boss. What an interesting coincidence. He just received the Absolute Slave trailer and immediately found a suitable zombie. The mutant, locked in a cage, looked at the young man with fear but without malice. John looked at his find with interest. He was definitely lucky. The guy was very surprised that the zombie did not attack him. Smith told him that he was a man and that he was a zombie, and shouldn't a zombie try to eat him. The player estimated that the energy of this zombie was only 3 points. If he were placed in human society, he would be considered feeble-minded, but with character. Smith asked the system if he could choose this zombie as a slave. The system confirmed that the guy could take this zombie since his spiritual power was low. If you add up all the characteristics, they would not exceed the characteristics of the owner. But the player still had doubts. This zombie is really very good. He has an enviable talent, but his spiritual powers. Finally, John made a decision and told the system that he chose this zombie. Even if he was stupid, he was obedient. A blue panel appeared in front of John, asking him if he wanted to choose this zombie as his absolute slave, and the young man confirmed. John watched as some kind of metamorphosis took place in the zombie. The system was transforming him from a free zombie into a slave. Despite his low spiritual strength, the former guard actively resisted. He did not want to become a slave. Smith was very surprised by this. It was the first time he had seen zombies able to resist the game. The player watched his future slave. He still continued to resist. and John thought that he would not regret his choice. The system informed the player that the enslavement was complete and offered to come up with a name for their zombie. John thought, since this guy is so big and strong and also has natural strength of epic level, then he will call him Stupid. The system congratulated the player on the fact that he successfully received the absolute slave. Now the player can give any orders, and even under the threat of death, the zombie will protect him. A game panel was created for the fool. Experience and reputation data were lost. Only talents, skills, and level remained. The new player, nicknamed Gloopish, had to gain equipment, experience, and points all over again. The system told John that Stupid would develop in the same way as a normal zombie. He could get experience and coins for killing zombies, and he also had 1% explosion from equipment and items. Smith was pleased with his new slave. He commanded Stupid to prove his strength. The player does not believe that this cage is capable of holding a zombie with such characteristics. The new slave obediently took hold of the bars of the cage and pressed on them. Mr. Lee's cage, which was considered very reliable, gave in under the pressure of the fool. John turned and walked away from the storage facility to continue looking for a place to stay for the night. Smith's new slave came out of the cage and followed him. The huge silly thing stomped after John, scratched itself with its overgrown claws, and glanced at its owner. The guy thought that perhaps the zombie couldn't behave any differently. It already understood orders well. Smith opened his game panel and added the leather wristband equipment to Foolish, increasing his body qualities and strength. The player looked at what his slave's characteristics had become. The system showed that the main characteristics of the fool were strength 26, energy 3, body quality 27, speed 18. John was already sleepy and yawning, said that if his readings were so high now, then what would happen at night? The guy headed to the bedroom and ordered Stupid to wait until he was asleep and guard the entrance so that no one would disturb him. The zombie growled in agreement. The guy woke up when the sun was already quite high and flooded the luxurious bedroom with its light. John Smith had slept well on the huge soft bed. He stretched and went to see if anything had happened during the night. The guy carefully pressed the door handle, trying not to make noise or attract unnecessary attention. The player walked out the door and saw that Fool was standing at attention next to the entrance to his room. Smith approached the zombie and praised him for doing a good job. The slave smiled contentedly. There were several dead zombies lying at Stupid's feet that he had killed during the night. John was surprised that Stupid hadn't eaten them. Smith asked the slave if he didn't eat other zombies. The giant shook his head. John was surprised again and said that he really was different from the others. It was time for breakfast, and the player went to the dining room. The guy got out some food cards to have a hearty meal. A second later, dishes appeared on the table, emitting an enticing aroma. John armed himself with chopsticks and began to eat. And then the player heard a strange sound. Something was dripping on the floor. John turned to see what was happening. Poor Silly looked at the food with greed. And from hunger, saliva literally dripped from his mouth and dripped onto the floor. Puzzled, John asked Silly if he wanted to eat too, and he shook his head affirmatively. The surprised young man invited the zombie slave to eat with him. He had never seen such a strange zombie, who does not eat other zombies or people, but loves regular food. John activated a few more food cards. Now the entire table was covered with food. Smith called the silly boy to join him. The player watched with what appetite the fool devoured the food, and propping up his head, thought that he didn't know what to do with all those food cards. But now the fool would help him. After eating, John Smith went deep into his thoughts. He originally wanted to take revenge on Lee Habo at level 5 or 6, but now it's all over. He's at level 8, so there's no point in going on quests and leveling up. The player turned to his panel and called up a map of the city. Holding the map in his hands, John thought that with all his gear and the help of Silly, maybe he should try to change his specialty. The player's next goal was the Museum of the Capital Mo, where he had to find a scroll to transition to another specialty. From his past life experience, John remembered that there was a scroll hidden in the museum that allowed him to change his specialty. In order to change a specialty, it was necessary to activate the scroll and enter the specialty change space. The system warned the player that after activating the specialty change space, he must pass 3 tests. Then John will be able to receive the scroll, but if he cannot complete the tasks within the set time, the transition will not take place, and the player will be killed. Smith once again mentally thanked Lee Habo for the experience and motivation. In his past life, he and his roommates learned that there was treasure hidden in the museum, so they wanted to go and find out if it was true. But on the way there, John received a message that Yao was cheating on him with Lee Habo. Smith wanted to take revenge on Cabo, but he did not expect that he would bribe his comrades as well. John was dragged into a change of major by his roommates. One of the tests involved scary monsters. The guys wanted John to fail the tests and die, but they didn't think the guy would pass them. The The scar Smith received during these trials stayed with him for 10 years. It was the 8th day after the start of the Doomsday game. It was now the 4th day of the game, and it was unlikely that there were any people left in the museum. John was sure that without Lee Habo, he would have better luck. The boy looked at Foolish, who was eating the food with gusto, and thought that he was attracting too much attention. And then an idea struck John on how to disguise a zombie as a human. The two of them left the Lee family estate, John Smith in his usual clothes, and next to him, wearing a guard's uniform, a cap, and sunglasses, stomped the huge fool. The zombie had a huge, jagged sword on his shoulders, making him look very menacing. Soon, the players approached the museum of the capital Mo. Numerous crowds of mutants roamed inside the museum. Entering the museum hall, John was surprised to see that there were a lot of dead zombie bodies lying on the floor. The player realized that someone had already been here, which meant he needed to be more careful. In order to get into the museum, it was necessary to kill the zombies that were there. So the player pulled out his sword and quickened his pace. John struck blow after blow with his deadly sword. The zombies fell as if mown down, and soon there were almost no aggressive mutants left in the hall. The system congratulated the player on receiving a one-time bronze-level item. John looked at the reward. It was a scroll of fireballs. When activated, fireballs appear, with which you can attack the enemy, and you can also cause an explosion. And then the player's attention was drawn to his slave. The fool stood surrounded by zombie girls. They were making eyes at him and purring sweetly. No aggression. For zombies, this was very strange behavior. The player put on a winged cape and secretly watched his slave. It turned out that Stupid does not attack zombies of his own free will. Other monsters do not touch him either, which means he can approach mutants and attack them unexpectedly, and can also open treasure chests. The guy realized that with such an assistant he could avoid a lot of problems. But after thinking for a bit, John realized that if Foolish opened the chest, he would not gain any experience or reputation, and would not be able to expand the storage, so it was a waste of time and effort. The young man decided that he would look at the situation. Smith remembered that in his past life, on the 8th day after the end of the world, most of the zombies had already been killed by players. Now it will be difficult for the two of them, together with Stupid, to deal with all the zombies in the museum. John Smith approached a building that was located near the museum. On the balcony, John saw a group of armed people. The guy knew that the scroll for changing specialties couldn't be moved to another place. Otherwise, he would have simply sent Foolish for it, which meant he needed to get to the museum. One of the guys, apparently the leader, was telling the others that they needed to kill all these zombies and enter the museum, but they didn't have enough people to do it right now. John watched the people through binoculars, but unfortunately he couldn't hear what they were saying. He realized he needed to practice lip reading more. It turned out they were the ones who left traces of the fight in the museum. The young man thought that if he could join this group and go to the museum with them, he could avoid many problems. There were several zombies lying in the courtyard of the building where the group of people was based, which meant that the people were successfully defending themselves. Inside the building, there were offices, as well as warehouses and garages. In one of the warehouses, there was a crowd of people standing, climbing onto a container. The leader, his name was Gao Dong, was leading the meeting. The speaker said that when they had 200 people, they would set out on their journey, and they would have to prepare their weapons themselves. But among those gathered, there were also some who were dissatisfied. One of the guys exclaimed that he could not wait any longer, while another supported him, saying that they were already strong and could move forward right now. The crowd began to make noise. Someone shouted that he wanted to eat roast lamb. Someone shouted that the food cards would soon run out. Some reproached the leader that he wanted them to die right there and then he would take their resources. There was a fight, and the fair-haired guy received a resounding slap. The red-haired girl with the pipe on her shoulder screamed at the asshole to take his hands off. The guy, who had gotten a slap on the wrist, was lying at the feet of the red-haired beauty. The beaten young man finally stood up and, scratching his neck, turned to the girl. He stated that if she had a bronze-level iron rod, it did not mean that she was better than him. He extended his hands to her again and said that if she was more kind to him, he would not quarrel with her. The girl chuckled and said that she knew what the bastard was thinking, but if she was nicer to him, she would throw up. The guy got angry, called the girl a bitch, and said that when he gets the chance, he will have fun with her so much that her own mother will not know. The girl laughed at this. She advised him to roll up his lip and take care of his cock. The guy was angry, especially since those around him were laughing. Watching this scene, the unsuccessful suitor took a stick and began to advance on the offender. The leader jumped down from his pedestal and asked the guy if he was really inciting the woman to fight. The leader of the gathering said that they should not quarrel. John Smith decided to quietly join the crowd. He and Stupid entered the room unnoticed by the others, listened and watched what was happening there. The leader of these people seemed familiar to John Smith. John remembered that he seemed to have seen this man in a past life, on the day he activated the scroll. Suddenly, one of the girls gathered in the room turned around and noticed John. She asked anxiously who he was and why he had come. The people gathered in the warehouse turned to the new arrivals and looked at them carefully. Their leader stepped forward and asked their names and why they had come to the Death God Club. Under the mask of concealment, neither John's nickname nor his characteristics were visible, so someone from the crowd repeated the leader's question. The game characteristics of Foolish were visible. Unlike his companion, someone from the crowd asked why the guy was called Foolish. Smith said he and a friend were passing by and saw a lot of people there, so they decided to ask if they could join them. The leader was delighted, and said that of course you can welcome him to the Death God Club. He is the chairman of the club, and his name is Gao Dong. John extended his hand and greeted the chairman. Smith decided not to reveal his identity, and said his name was Dick. Turning to his zombie, Smith explained that this was his friend Stupid. He was dumb and mute, and used to be a bodyguard for rich people. The leader was glad to see the newcomers. He said that he was happy to see them and invited them to join the club. Gao thought that if this man was stupid, then he would be easy to deceive. Smith replied that he agreed to join the club, which meant they were now in a group. John was surprised. He didn't think it would be so easy. Gao invited the newcomers to his office and asked if he could help them with anything. Maybe they needed something. John replied that he and his friend love to fight, and their main goal is to become stronger. They love to kill zombies and level up, and they came here to develop. Gao was delighted. He said that if they wanted to become stronger, he had many skill books, and he was willing to give them to them for the sake of friendship. Smith was surprised. Was he really ready to give away the books with skills for free? John objected, saying that these books were probably very valuable. But the club chairman retorted that they were brothers, and that one should share with brothers, and he handed John the book. Smith was shocked. It was really a skill book. Maybe he was doing something wrong, or all the players in this life were so generous. John Smith opened the book. The skill was called Blind Fury. After reading the description of this combat skill, the guy laughed to himself and realized that there is no such thing as a free lunch. John wondered, if you lose your mind while using this skill, then what's the difference from a zombie? Although a person's combat skills in a state of losing their mind are much higher than with it. Gao laughed sheepishly and said that the side effects of this skill were quite dangerous. But this skill could save lives in difficult times. The club chairman was surprised. He never thought that this guy would react so quickly. John decided not to give up the skill book. Smith thanked Gao and said he appreciated his concern and liked the book very much. To Gao's great surprise, John stood up and said that if the club chairman didn't want to tell them anything else, then he and his friend would go level up. John Smith thought he saw Gao just smile slightly, but Gao Dong didn't want to let the newcomers go just like that, and already near the exit, he called out to them. The club chairman approached John and said that he also had a card with a bucket of fried chicken. Maybe they would join him, and they could eat together. The thing is, Gao Dong felt remorse for fooling John with this skill book, and wanted to give him something good as compensation. But Smith waved his hands and said that they didn't need that. He and Stupid would rather go look for zombies to earn experience points. John smiled inwardly. He was already a little ashamed that he had taken the skill book from Gao, and if he took the card as well, he would die of shame. The chairman nevertheless handed John a card with the words that if they did not have enough food or water, they could simply take it all from the warehouse. John thanked the club chairman on behalf of himself and Stupid. As he parted, Gao said that if they needed help, they could contact him at any time. Dunn watched the newcomers go and thought that Brother Dick was not bad. He gave him such a bad skill book, and he didn't refuse. A great guy. John and his zombie slave walked through the building looking for mutants. To his surprise, Smith heard the sound of feet. Several people were walking towards them. In front of John stood a warlike-looking guy. He was smoking a cigarette and looking at the newcomer, and aggressive guys were looking out from behind his back. Finally, the man turned to John and said that he was not threatening him, just warning him not to have too much to do with Gao Dong. The bandit took John by the shoulder and said angrily that even his friend could fight. The fool, sensing that his master was in danger, threw the bandit with the cigarette aside. Smith commanded Foolish not to stand, but to work. The bandits were armed with pistols. The leader laughed, looking at the fool, said that this big guy was only on the 4th level, and all his guys were also on the 4th. The fool moved menacingly towards the attackers. The zombie giant only needed one blow to knock the bandit leader down dead. The man flew several meters away, leaving behind a trail of blood. John Smith turned to his companions and asked if they wanted to follow their leader and die too. The players dropped their weapons out of fear. They were terrified and shaking violently. The newly minted bandits raised their shaking hands and said that they surrendered and did not want to die. Paying no more attention to the people, John Smith and Silly Boy continued on their way. The shaking bandits approached their dead leader. They were horrified that Foolish had broken his head with one blow. And after all, their leader Tai had always competed with Gao Dong for the position of the gang leader. One of the guys suggested that maybe Gao Dong had called these fighters for help and decided to deal with his competitor in this way, and at the same time warn others. At this time, Gao Dong himself appeared behind them and asked what was going on here. One of those present explained to Gao what had happened, and the club chairman was shocked. Gao looked at the dead body of his main rival and couldn't believe his eyes. Brother Dick and his friend killed Tai. It couldn't be. One of the guys explained to Gao that they didn't know the guy's name, but there was another one with him. I think his name was Stupid. The club chairman was delighted to say that Brother Dick had given him a great present. Gao looked at the murdered Tai and thought that Dick had killed Tai in front of others without even knowing it, and had helped him a lot, and now it was unlikely that anyone would be able to claim the position of head of the club in the near future. Zhao told the boys that they needed to find people and bury Tai's body, that it needed to be done with dignity, and that all the valuables that were on him should be divided among the boys. Gao Dong was extremely happy, and when he was left alone, he ran down the corridor dancing and singing. John Smith sat Fool down to dinner while he carefully studied the skill he had received from Gao. John asked the system if Fool could attack him, if he could do something evil to him. The system responded to the player that in any situation, the Fool will protect the owner. This is in no way connected with the level of his awareness. The Fool looked tenderly at his master, devouring a huge piece of pork. John analyzed all the information he received and said that since he could control his zombie's behavior, he could use the blind rage skill on the Fool, thereby increasing its stats. Smith handed over the skill book to his zombie slave. John patted the former security guard on the shoulder and told him to study hard. The Fool obediently studied the skill book. Then, at the behest of his master, Foolish activated his game panel, where he confirmed the activation of a new skill called Blind Rage. John was delighted. How good it was to have a brainless zombie under his command. He himself should try to move to the 10th level. After this transition and change of specialty, John's strength will increase at least twice. Foolish had already eaten almost everything, so John said that it was time to go level up, just in time to try out Foolish's new skill. John Smith reckons that the Mo Capital Library is a great place for this purpose, and there should also be a game store there. The players walked along the deserted street, and soon found themselves near the library of the capital of Mo. Having met no one along the way, John and his companion entered the room. At the end of the corridor, John saw a door glowing blue. It was a game store. To begin with, Smith decided to go to the store and buy something useful there. John had been to such stores many times in his past life, so he walked confidently towards the door. The player placed his hand on a special panel in order to activate the entrance to the store. The familiar blue screen appeared before John's eyes. The system welcomed the player to the game store and wished him successful shopping. John went inside and began to look at what was currently available in this store and how much it cost. The system offered the buyer various weapons. Masks and jewelry were also available for purchase. The player knew that he had 6,000 gold coins. If we consider that one piece of high-quality bronze-level equipment costs about 2,000 coins, then he would be able to buy pants, gloves, and a chest plate. John opened the equipment panel and began to look at the items that interested him. At this time, a very strange sound was heard from behind the door. The player calmly flipped through the item catalog as the sound grew louder. Suddenly, a zombie hand appeared from one of the store's screens. John was surprised to find that this hand was reaching out specifically to him. The zombie's hand jerked towards the player. John barely managed to dodge. Smith, clutching his neck, thought he had escaped. The monster had almost gotten him. A clawed paw with blue veins stuck out from the store's screen, wiggling its claws as it reached out toward the customer. John looked around. It seemed like there were no damaged areas in the store. Apparently this zombie was originally inside. Suddenly, the entire mutant, once a woman, jumped out of the screen. The zombie rushed at John. The player already had a sword in his hands. He realized that this zombie lives in the game store. The young man remembered that he had met such people in his past life. But shouldn't the game deal with such zombies? The zombie woman, grinning angrily, walked towards John. The mutant's eyes sparkled, and drooling, she rushed at her human enemy. Smith swung his sword and cut off the monster's head. The dead zombie fell to the floor of the store. John commanded the system to activate automatic collection. The player had a chest with a prize in his hands. John thought that it was probably a weapon with high stats, or maybe equipment that changed them. A little nervously, the guy opened the glowing box, but all he received as a prize was a card with toilet paper. The player was disappointed, but that was not all that the system had in store for him. As it turned out, it was not a prize, but a purchase. That is, John Smith unwittingly bought a card with a piece of toilet paper, and the cost of his purchase was 6,000 gold coins. He had no more money left. The purchase was completed, and the system reported that the store was closing. John walked through an ordinary store and looked around. On the shelves of the empty store stood jars of various products, canned goods, cookies, and other food supplies. The body of a murdered saleswoman lay on the floor in the middle of the store. The guy didn't find anything suspicious here and decided to leave as soon as possible. Grabbing a bag of chips from the checkout, John went to see what was going on at Stupid's. While the owner was walking around the store, Foolish managed to kill several zombies, who, as it turned out, were following them. Smith praised the guard, which made him genuinely happy. Walking through the corridors of the museum, the companions encountered many more zombies, which John easily killed. The system congratulated the player for receiving a bronze-level disposable tool, Old Strawman. The monsters fell one after another, and the entire floor of the library was now littered with their bodies. For destroying the zombies, the system gave the young man equipment called Double Strike Gloves. After several more victories, John became the owner of the bronze-level equipment Hwanshu sword. Also, during the battles in the museum, John Smith received a new tool, the Fusion Stone. The system informed John Smith that he had 40% of experience left to reach level 9. The player checked the state of his warehouse and thought that automatic collection was a useful thing after all. With its help, he would not miss a single thing. The guy decided to look at the characteristics of the new items. The straw effigy could be placed once, and the attention of hostile creatures would then be completely switched to it. After the effigy was destroyed, the enemies would start attacking the player again. The Double Strike Glove increases the effectiveness of strikes when used. John thought it was similar to the spinning swords, although the effectiveness of the strike does not increase as much, but it is still good. The Hwanshu sword increased the strength characteristic by 3 points. The player was very happy with it. If you bring the strength to the extreme limit and discard all the side effects, then perhaps this weapon is the strongest of all bronze-level weapons so far. The player decided to use the Double Strike Glove right away. The system asked if he wanted to use the Fusion Stone for the Tang Sword and Hwanshu sword. When using this tool after fusion, the weapon's power would be 1 level higher than the original version. The young man reasoned that the fusion would definitely not make it worse. The player reasoned that although he had a trainer system, it could only guarantee the explosion coefficient, but could not guarantee the rest. John was a little wary of the side effects, but still decided to go ahead with the merger. Smith commanded the system to begin the fusion process. He figured that in the worst case he would break one sword, and if everything went well. The system responded to the player that the process of merging the Tang sword and the Hwanshu sword had begun, just in case the system asked if Smith was sure that he wanted to perform the fusion. After that, the weapon would be impossible to restore. John confirmed, and the merger began. It took 30 minutes, and the guy decided that he and Silly would use that time to have lunch. While the system was working on Smith's weapon, the players were eating with gusto. Lunch had not yet been eaten when John heard the system message that the fusion had been completed, resulting in the player receiving the silver-level demon-slaying sword. The young man couldn't believe it. He received a silver-level weapon. Throwing down the food, John rushed to the panel to see the result of the merger. The guy read the characteristics of the new sword with delight. They were simply amazing. And plus the blows of this sword gave the player additional bonuses. Smith picked up the updated sword and said that with such a weapon, he could become the strongest player. John called Silly and said it was time to get the scroll from the library. The players approached the map. John needed to figure out how to get to the scroll. Smith told Foolish not to worry about his defense this time, but to go straight for the attack. They needed to enter the library. The former security guard happily obeyed his master. He destroyed the zombies, throwing them left and right like ragdolls. John wielded his upgraded sword, which brought death to all mutants. The new sword, along with the Double Strike Glove, was surprisingly effective. In a very short period of time, John Smith was able to gain the necessary experience to move to the next level. Red signs lit up on the floor around the players, indicating that the zombies had been killed. The system reported that the player had reached level 9 and received 1 free point for his stats. In order to reach level 10, John Smith needs to gain 1,000 experience points. Finally, all the zombies living in the library were destroyed. The path to the scroll was clear. John got a little distracted and completely forgot about Foolish. The guy looked around for his slave, but he was not there. Finally, John saw Silly. Something incredible was happening to him. The master shouted at his slave, asking what he was doing. The fool had grown considerably in size, turning into a giant with a mountain of muscles and hammer-like fists. All of his clothes were torn and turned into shreds. Fire was escaping from his red eyes, and smoke was coming out of his mouth. Smith looked with apprehension at his slave and the metamorphosis that was taking place within him. The young man thought that Foolish had become like some kind of humanoid beast. John told Foolish to stay here for now, and he would clean out the toilet. The young man suggested that the guard go up to the top floor in 10 minutes. Foolish growled understandingly. Half an hour later, John and the guard went up to the top floor and were met by a whole crowd of zombies. The guy decided to test his slave's new skill and commanded Foolish to activate Blind Rage. At that very moment, fire burst from the silly boy's eyes. He growled threateningly, and his already huge muscles became even bigger. John told Silly that those few zombies had eaten all his fried chicken, and he had nothing left for tomorrow. Rage overwhelmed Foolish. He clenched his fists and rushed at the enemies. The poor zombies, seeing such a formidable enemy, were paralyzed with fear and could not even run away. Meanwhile, John sat down in the corner and made himself a cup of green tea. Meanwhile, the fool was destroying his enemies with amazing efficiency. Smith was surprised at how strong the Blind Rage was when the skill was activated. The characteristics of the foolish man doubled, and it was simply impossible for the zombies to escape from him. The former security guard's fighting strength was amazing. That's what real natural power means. A few minutes later, the system reported that Blind Rage had entered a frozen state. The fool immediately decreased in size and became much quieter. The guard felt weak and collapsed to the floor. During the fight, he was scratched by a zombie, but in a state of blind rage, he did not notice it. Now Stupid looked like a deflated balloon. Air was coming out of his wounds, as if his strength was leaving him through the wounds. John approached Silly, to whom he had already become attached, and thought that this was crazy. Could something like this really happen in the Doomsday game? Smith looked at the game panel and learned that when Blind Rage was activated, the speed of feeding increased significantly. The speed of food absorption corresponded to the severity of the wounds. The young man commanded the system to activate automatic collection, and to help his guard a little, John gave him an elixir to restore energy. Smith walked across the battlefield, and the system only had time to congratulate him on receiving new useful prizes. Among the newly acquired items, John singled out a protective chestplate that could protect him from enemy attacks and improve his personal characteristics. Also very useful was the energy elixir, which could immediately restore 10%. John Smith looked with pleasure at his new equipment, which he had received as a result of his last battle. Using the scroll of empowerment, John decided to empower the blood-absorbing ring, hoping that after empowering the ring, it would be able to match the power of the losses he incurs during battle. Of course, by strengthening the ring, Smith took a risk, but he was sure that he had become lucky. The manipulation of the ring was successful, and John activated the tool. John Smith waited impatiently for the ring strengthening process to be completed. Finally, the system notified him that the enhancement was complete, and he received an updated ring. Now it increased its owner's characteristics in strength and body quality by 2 points. The young man was happy, he succeeded, and he decided to try out this equipment right away. Smith rushed into battle, killing several zombies. The ring worked. The enemy's forces passed into the player's body. A pleased John looked at his stats. They had increased significantly. The boy called Foolish, saying that it was enough to rest. It was time to go upstairs. John found the door he was interested in and opened it. The players saw complete devastation before their eyes. It felt like a bomb had exploded there. Some of the bookcases were lying on the floor, pages were torn out of the books, the doors were torn off, and everything was cracked. The guy looked around and thought that only a boss could do something like that, and also possess such power. Smith remembered that when he came here in his past life, all the bosses had already been destroyed, but this time they made it. John wanted to see what kind of boss this was. A sign lit up in front of the young man, informing him that he had approached the capital's store, Mo. The guy pressed the handle of the front door and opened it. The system congratulated the player on finding the capital Mo's store, for which he received 10 reputation points. The game warned that each player could only be in the store for 30 minutes a day, and if he exceeded the allotted time, he would receive a fine. John was also warned that if he refused to pay the fine, the system would destroy him. It turns out that Smith is the first player to visit the capital Mo store, and for this he receives a one-time discount of 50%. To avoid further trouble, John told Silly to guard him. The zombie growled affirmatively. Smith entered the hospitable shop, and Foolish remained outside to guard the entrance. The guy, entering the store, first of all decided to get acquainted with the assortment. The system greeted the first buyer and offered to look at the product catalog. John Smith agreed and pressed the key to activate the directory. But before redirecting him to the catalog page, the system showed a buyer's memo, which stated that the store does not prohibit the use of force, but in the event of damage, the buyer is obliged to pay compensation. The guy thought that everything here was like in his past life. He hoped that while he was shopping, no one would break into the store and he would not have to pay compensation. First, John decided to look at the tools. The store offered the buyer a light ball, a short-range bow, an ice spike technique scroll, and amphetamine. These were very expensive instruments. John wondered why such offers. Was he really too rich? The player closed this catalog because these tools did not suit him. The system responded immediately, saying that they understood that the buyer was unhappy with the products presented and that hidden products would be revealed to him. The young man did not quite understand what the system meant. It turned out that each store has specialized hidden goods. They are available only to those who have made a great contribution to the city. John has the right to buy hidden goods. Smith scratched his head thoughtfully and asked what contribution he had made to the city. But you can't look a gift horse in the mouth. And John decided to see what kind of hidden goods were in the store in the capital of Missouri. The guy was overcome with curiosity. He had never been a privileged customer before. The big screen lit up with a greeting for the respected and devoted citizen. The young man was overcome with doubts, and he asked the system if it was sure it had not made a mistake. In response, he was asked to go to the main page of the store and make sure. John opened the main page and saw among the offered goods the badge of honor of the capital of Mo, the costume of the guardian of order, and the imprint of the defender of the capital of Mo. Smith looked at his balance and realized he had enough for the last two items. The guy decided that since there was a discount now, he needed to buy something expensive, and decided to buy a costume of a law enforcement officer of the capital of Missouri. John confirmed the purchase and thought that next time he would buy the imprint of the defender of the capital of Mo. The system asked what other product he wanted to buy, but John replied that he didn't need anything else. Smith opened the door and left the store. The system said goodbye to him, thanked him for visiting, and invited him to come again. The faithful fool was waiting for the owner near the door. John decided to examine the purchase better. The acquired suit belonged to special equipment of the diamond level. The suit also had many functions. For example, the function of metamorphosis. The suit also had the function of self-cleaning, temperature regulation, self-healing, and blood isolation. Another interesting function was the greatness and order function. The person in the suit can establish order in the capital of Mo and publish tasks approved by the system every day. The guy decided to immediately use the purchase to see what this suit was capable of in reality. He took off his clothes and commanded to put on all the equipment. A game panel appeared. John pressed the button to activate and put on the costume of the guardian of order of the capital of Mo. At that very second the suit appeared on the young man. He decided to try the metamorphosis function. Smith found a protective chest plate. The system asked him if he wanted to use the law enforcer suit effect on the protective chest plate. John confirmed, and at that moment the breastplate appeared on the player. The young man pressed the put-on button, and immediately the protective breastplate appeared on him. He pressed the take-off button, and the breastplate disappeared. Put it on again, and the bib was on. Take it off again, and the bib was gone. And Foolish, who had been watching all these experiments, stood and opened his mouth in surprise. The system warned the young man that his 30-minute limit would soon end. John thought that now he only had to put on the suit, and his activity, mobility, and stealth would immediately increase to the maximum. The guy was in a hurry to kill the library boss, and so he hurried Foolish so that he would go faster. Smith decided to test the various functions of the suit on his zombie first. The guy thought that if he used the order function on the fool, he could destroy the whole world. John's imagination conjured up a docile and trembling Silly. But any task had to be checked by the system, and the system did not allow everything. John commanded to kill a legendary level boss, but the system did not pass this task. Destroy the library with one blow. The system rejected. Spy on a girl changing clothes. This task passed, and the system asked if John wanted to publish it. Smith rushed to the game panel and shouted that he was joking, and that it should not be published. Silly looked questioningly at the owner. He did not understand anything. And then a lucky thought struck John Smith. He turned to the game panel and offered the task of killing the library boss. The system responded that the task had been checked. Did he want to publish it? John clicked yes. Smith thought that this feature could be used to determine if there was a boss nearby. The system published a task and a reward for completing it. John called his zombie and said that they needed to deal with the boss, and Stupid growled approvingly. Meanwhile, it was already night outside. The stars came out, and the zombie's strength increased. In one of the library offices, two teenagers were sitting and shaking with fear. The girl asked her brother with tears in her eyes if their boss would find a zombie. The boy stuttered and said that he shouldn't. And then the girl saw a strange red light. A huge, scary zombie was peering through a small crack. The girl screamed in horror, tears running from her eyes. Her brother covered her mouth with his hand and told her to be quiet. Hugging his frightened sister, the young man looked around. On the wall sat a vile monster with a long tongue and burning eyes. The zombie boss extended his disgusting raw tongue towards the children, who were trembling with horror and disgust. Even in the darkness, it was clear how big and ugly this zombie was. The boy grabbed his sister and shouted that they needed to run. There was an open door ahead, and the boys hoped to hide there. But the mutant wrapped his long tongue around the leg of the running girl. A strong tug, and the monster pulled the girl, screaming in horror, towards itself. The brother called his sister by name, but all he got in response was a spray of blood. Seeing that the mutant had already bitten his sister, the boy grabbed the first thing that came to hand, which was a broom. Waving a stick, the boy shouted that he would take revenge on the vile creature. The full moon shone in the night sky, surrounded by bright stars. Hearing the children's shrill cries, John and Silly rushed to help. But it was already too late. The ugly monster had already dealt with the boys. Entering the room, John and Stupid saw the murdered teenagers and the zombie boss. Looking at the teenagers, Smith said that such people do not live long. Even after completing the survival instructions in the game, one can consider that they have suffered enough. John turned to the mutant. He said that if it weren't for the screams of the teenagers, he wouldn't have known that the boss was hiding here. The system congratulated the player for finding a special zombie. Special zombies go through the same process as human specialists. Such zombies can have their own progression paths. The system said that zombie bosses progress the fastest. Zombie killers have high mobility and the ability to attack strongly, feed on human brains, thus enhancing their intellectual abilities. Now John encountered a bronze-level climbing zombie boss. He has great strength, great speed. He can climb walls and other non-slip surfaces. The system warned the player that this zombie had the ability to inflict huge wounds with its claws, and it also had the talent of an illusionary attack. This zombie could merge with the floor or the wall and suddenly attack. The zombie boss looked at John and tried to figure out what the guy wanted. Sensing danger, Foolish armed himself and waited for the master's command. Smith stood in the center and thought about how to behave next. The system informed the player that he had found a bronze-level climbing zombie boss and was given a new quest, the hatred of the climbing zombie. The trainer system informed the guy that it had scanned the climbing zombie hatred quest and optimized it. From the system, Smith learned that a library worker stole books, for which the director scolded him right before the end of the world. But after the end of the world, the worker turned into a zombie and killed the director, requiring the task to kill a climbing zombie in 12 hours. Having received a task from the system, John Smith instructed Foolish to drive the monster onto the wall and prevent other zombies from coming here. The fool began to carry out his master's task. As soon as the vile creature tried to get down to the floor, Foolish immediately beat it with a pipe. The zombie boss tried to scare the fool by using his illusion attack talent, but it wasn't that easy to scare the guard. He immediately fought off the attacking creature. To avoid being hit, the climbing zombie merged with the wall, and Foolish lost him for a while. The climbing zombie decided to attack Foolish from behind. The guard deftly wielded the pipe and immediately hit the attacking boss with all his might. The zombie boss tried hard to get to Stupid, but he never succeeded. Having received a serious rebuff, the boss greatly decreased in size, swinging his sword. Smith said that there was nothing special about this zombie. Smith's renewed sword cut off the terrible monster's clawed paws. Having lost his fighting talent, the zombie boss ran away. The guy watched the monster that destroyed half the library and ate so many people. Now the climbing zombie could no longer climb, and he began to shout that there was a man killing zombies here, calling for help. John Smith said he was giving the boss a chance. He counted to 1, during which time he could escape. On the count of 3, the young man yawned. On the count of 2, he prepared his sword for battle. On the count of 1, the strong wind boots acceleration function was activated. John then activated the space delay function for a short time. In literally the blink of an eye, the player found himself next to the boss. The guy summoned spinning swords. The cruel mutant realized that his end had come. There was a deafening explosion. The player was pleased with himself and his assistant. It was the first time he had killed a boss so quickly. The system congratulated the player for killing the Bronze Tier 10 zombie boss Climbing Zombie and received a reward for it. The system also reported that the player had completed the Revenge of the Climbing Zombie quest, for which he received reputation points, coins, experience points, and a bronze-level piece of equipment as a reward. The next message said that John had reached level 10. Since he had not changed his specialty, he could no longer level up. His experience points would accumulate. The system advised the player to wait for the channel to open to switch to another specialty. John realized that he needed to speed up the search for the scroll. Since the player had successfully moved to level 10, he had received another super trainer and could take it right now. Smith remembered that the rookie period would soon pass, and if he moved to another specialty first, it would be announced to the whole world. John told the system that he wanted to pick up his super trainer. The The system responded that the trainer was loading. It turned out that the young man received the super trainer Gemini Yin and Yang. This meant that a guy could have two specialties at once, and the first specialty would be visible to everyone. John Smith was happy. He knew it was against the rules, but maybe the Doomsday Game wanted him to become the king of the whole world. John, of course, was pleased with the system's attitude towards him, but it was unfair towards other players. Smith heard that there were a lot of zombies approaching. It was time to get back to clearing the library. John called down an attack of magical spikes. At that very moment, the floor began to crack and strong. Sharp spikes began to emerge from it. They pierced the zombies, stung them, killed them in every possible way. And soon, there was not a single living zombie left in the room except for Stupid. A silver chest began to shine in John's hands. He had found treasure. Since the silver chest could be moved, John took it in his hands and called the silly boy to come up. The players walked up the stairs. John Smith was in a hurry to activate the scroll and get a new specialty. On the 5th floor landing, several aggressive zombies came out to meet John. Having cast an appraising glance at the mutants, the guy decided that all these zombies were low level. This was Stupid, and he could cope without him. The young man told the guard that he was giving them to him, growling menacingly. Foolish moved towards his opponents. John walked to the location of the scroll and reasoned that, according to the explanation of this trainer, the ghost specialty adds strength and speed, which means he needs a specialty that will add body qualities and energy. From the experience of the past life, John remembered that the best specialty is the secret specialty of the Holy Swordsman, which is hidden on the other side of the ocean. Apparently, in the Dragon State, there really is no such specialty. John Smith decided that he needed to arm Stupid to deal with zombies more effectively. The guy went into his warehouse and found his fool's favorite weapon. John materialized the heavy hammer that his slave liked so much. The former security guard was coping well with zombies without it. But when he saw this weapon in the hands of the owner, he was very happy. The fool loved to wave this thing around, so the owner's gift made him immensely happy. On this floor, John and Silly had finished their work, and the young man was carefully examining the map to understand where to go next. Before going for the scroll, John Smith wanted to see what was in the silver chest. Opening the chest, John found that it contained gold coins, experience points, durable combat pants, and his storage had increased. Combat pants were very useful in battles. They increased speed, body quality, and also reduced negative external influence. John decided to put them on right away. The guy was pleased to see how much his personal characteristics had increased. The young man patted Foolish on the shoulder and instructed him to collect all the tools from the dead zombies. They agreed to meet downstairs. John thought that the protective period for newcomers had not yet passed, which meant that the system for changing specialties was still closed. He decided to first prepare for the transition to the specialty Ghost, and about the second one he needed to think carefully. It was the evening of the 8th day, the day before the end of the protective period for the new Doomsday players. John Smith and Silly Boy went down the elevator to talk to Gao. The players resolutely went to meet the club chairman. John asked when they would go to the museum. Gao replied that they had attracted several people over the past few days, and that they could head out to the Capital City Museum in Mo tonight. The club chairman said that since Brother Dick had come, he would go and call on his brothers. Gao was pleased. If this expedition was successful, then no one would dare to compete with him for the place of the club chairman. He hoped to come up with a way to keep John and Stupid with him. The chairman addressed the members of the club, saying that today was a very important day, because today they were going to a great battle. Smith winced. It was a rather simple call. Gao said that all the club members would head to the Mo Capital Museum today to destroy the zombies and bring back the cultural heritage of the Dragon State. In short, everyone gather and prepare to go to the museum. The call was met with delight. People had been waiting for this day for a long time. Some were going to get rich, some to find bronze-level equipment, some to rise to the next level, and some just to kill zombies. John watched the people and thought that they were taking the Doomsday Game as an easy battle. Killed the monster, got a boost in the game. When the protective period for newbies ends, many of them will die. After the chairman's call, an unimaginable fuss began. Crowds of zombies of varying strength and size roamed around the museum building. The club members turned out to be not such good fighters. Gaodong watched his men through binoculars from the side. He asked John if he was confident in his fighting abilities, because there were quite a lot of zombies in the museum. John told the chairman that if he organized the people so that they acted quickly, then there would be no casualties. Smith took Gao by the shoulder and said that it was almost 7 o'clock, and if they missed this opportunity, there would be no other. John reminded the chairman that everyone had approved the plan, so it was okay to proceed, and Gao agreed. The club members were eager to fight with Smith's faithful Silly by his side. John said that his speed was the highest in this club, so he asked permission to attack the zombies first. The young man pulled out raw meat from the warehouse, poisoned with zombie venom as bait. This time, Smith left the faithful and reliable Foolish with Brother Gao. John watched his silly boy happily playing with the hammer. He really liked this weapon. Smith realized that this hammer suited Foolish very well. To the surprise of the club members, John took off and ran like the wind. Gao was very surprised that the guy could run so fast. The club members looked after him and each thought about their own. Some thought that he was selfless, some thought that he was very brave, and everyone predicted a great future for him. John ran up to the museum. The meat, poisoned with zombie venom, attracted mutants like a magnet. Seizing the moment, the club's fighters entered the premises. The zombies, drooling, ran after the bait. John gave the two girls meat and told them to run while he killed the zombies. The guy added after the girls that when they returned, they needed to find Chairman Gao, and the entire reward would be theirs. The girls watched John walk away and thought what a good man Brother Dick was, but Smith deceived them. Killing zombies is not his main goal. He must find the scroll before someone else finds it. Seeing how quickly John Smith was making his way through the zombies, the girls exclaimed how fast he was. Smith walked through the familiar sliding doors. The guy stood at the threshold of the room and thought that the scroll for changing specialty was now his. The player approached the transparent display case behind which the scroll was hidden, and thought, well, this thing that makes many people chase after itself, sacrificing their lives, it looks more like a deception. The guy walked up to the glass display case, flexing his fists he had to get this scroll. The young man hit the glass with all his might, but the glass didn't even budge. Getting this scroll was not that easy. The guy concentrated and started pounding his fists on the display case. Finally, a crack appeared in the protective glass. Another strong blow, and the glass shattered into pieces. The young man blew on his bruised hand. Smith picked up the scroll. The system gave him a message that he had discovered a strange scroll. It seemed that it contained a big secret. For finding the scroll, the player received 500 reputation points. The system informed John that the scroll was calling him. Whether the player wished to answer its call, the young man answered positively. After John agreed, the scroll began to glow, enveloping him in golden rays. The system wrote that the young man answered the call of the scroll, and now he will be moved inside. A portal opened and the young man was sucked into the scroll. The game panel reported that the program for moving to the scroll has completed. John was not surprised by all this, because he had already been through this once. Smith sank smoothly onto the stone floor. The young man found himself in a huge stone hall, with fires burning around him. The guy needed to find the test activation panel. After a short search, John found the necessary tool. Similar actions came to mind in the young man's mind, and he realized that he was not mistaken. It was definitely here. Smith found another portal, and the system congratulated him for activating the test. The game panel reported that the guy had to complete 3 tasks, while the player could not use equipment and skills. If the player failed the test, he would be killed. John thought that everything was as tough as in his past life. But then the player's trainer system came to his aid. It informed him that even if he failed the test, there would be no punishment. The system would ensure his safe exit from the testing space. The quest was called the Ancient Trial, so John was to receive a legacy that had existed for several thousand years, which was waiting for a strong player who could inherit it. Smith was puzzled, what several thousand years, although the ghost specialization is a top reward for him, but this description did not fit it. The ghost specialization comes from the ancient legends of the Dragon State's assassins, but they only existed 1,000 years ago, and a level 50 ghost assassin and a level 80 ghost spirit don't fit the description. John asked the system what this meant, but the system was silent, usually responding even to thoughts. This time she didn't want to prompt the player with anything. The young man realized that in this case he would have to make a decision on his own. John decided to accept the task, although it was very risky. He was already walking an untrodden path. Steps appeared in front of the player. The first level of the test began. John entered the cave. The system told him to put his hand on Lee's pearl. The young man obediently placed his hand on the shining golden pearl. Something was happening in the golden ball. Different colors were shimmering there, as if the ball was alive. And then the pearl of Lee seemed to be engulfed in fire, and red flashes appeared around it. John looked at the pearl and realized that it had all begun. The space around the guy began to spin, and it seemed as if he himself was engulfed in fire and light. A flash of bright light blinded the guy. John narrowed his eyes and covered them with his hands. The flash of light disappeared. The guy found himself in a huge scarlet ocean, as if he was standing on a stone and red waves were splashing around him. The scarlet space was huge. At first, the young man thought that he was in the middle of lava. There was no heat, so John bent down and scooped up the red liquid with his hands. It turned out to be blood. The young man clenched his fist with the bloody mass, and it seemed to him that the space around him began to sway. But he had to endure this test, not be afraid and not fail. The bloody space began to spin again, and another portal opened. Smith was horrified by this ocean of blood. A scream burst from his chest. The guy remembered that all the trials of changing professions were very difficult and scary. In his previous life, he had gone through this level relying on his hatred for Yao, and had gone through it terribly. Then he was simply horrified by the blood that splashed around and flew at him, soaking him with the terrible liquid. John was sure that in this life, everything would be different. He had to pass the tests with dignity. The portal above John opened, and it caused the bloody sea to splash even more. Almost all of John's suit was already soaked in blood, but he stood calmly in his place. Almost all of his clothes were already splashed with waves of blood. But the young man remembered that this suit had the property of self-cleaning and was not worried about this. The sea of blood was advancing, but John's excitement faded into the background. He pulled himself together. Blood was pouring onto the player's face and hair. It seemed like he was about to drown in this bloody liquid. And then a faint light appeared around the guy. The bloody sea began to calm down, and the young man realized that he had passed the first test. John clenched his fists and shouted that he had finally proven his abilities. And then, to his great surprise, John heard a voice that praised him and ordered him to return. The guy didn't know how to get back. Usually the system did it itself. A strong wind blew, as if wanting to throw the young man from his support into the bloody sea. Smith took a steady position and concentrated. At that very moment, he found himself back in the cave, and the system congratulated him on successfully passing the first level of the tests. Now he had to move on to the next level. Smith reached for Lee's pearl again, because it was the one that transported players to the trials by looking at the iridescent ball. It occurred to John that who would have thought that such a small pearl could transport people to such a terrible place. A portal appeared in the wall. The system reported that the second level of the test was activated, inviting the player to go forward. The guy remembered that in his past life he had gone to the second level in exactly the same way, filled with anger. Last time, at the very end, John couldn't take it anymore and simply fainted. When Smith woke up, he found himself on the third level. In this life, he must stand firm until the end. Traitorous thoughts appeared in his head, whispering that he should give up anyway. If he fainted, he would immediately go to the third level. But the young man drove away the cowardly thoughts. He could not think like that, under any circumstances. Why should he give up when he went through this in his past life? John gritted his teeth and thought that in this life he would endure to the end. He had an opportunity for revenge, and he could not lose. The guy closed his eyes, lowered his head slightly, and sank into himself. Smith remembered what he was like in his past life. He was driven only by anger, only by the thirst for revenge, but he was not confident in himself. In this life he is different. He believes in himself and understands that he can do anything. The guy clenched his fists and took a confident step forward. There was a wall in front of him, and from a crack in this wall, a strange and very bright light was coming out. The guy seemed to be in zero gravity. There was darkness around him, and only somewhere in the distance the saving sunlight was shining. John Smith looked around. It seemed like he was in space. But then the young man saw a doorway, from which a calm golden glow emanated. The young man realized that this was the end of his difficult path. John whispered with relief that he had indeed held out until the end. The player was overwhelmed with joy. He was finally able to do it. He showed what he was capable of. With a firm step, John Smith walked into the shining reception. This was now, in the full true sense of the word, his new life. Passing through the light opening, John again found himself in a stone hall illuminated by lights. The system congratulated the player on successfully completing the second level of the tests and offered to move on to the next level. The guy became serious. There was the last level left and only that monster remained. Images of the last time he completed this level appeared in John's mind. He remembered how he fought with the monster and how it wounded him. The guy tried to prepare for the battle, and for this, he needed to calm down, because John intended to take revenge on the monster for the scar he had carried for 10 years. Smith approached the portal to activate the third level of the test. The player's excitement left him. Now he felt like a real warrior. The system reported that the third level of testing has been activated. The most difficult part remains. The game panel warned the player that he had to kill the guardian beast. John prepared his super effective sword. With the weapon at the ready, John entered the cave that was already familiar to him from his past life. The young man knew that he was about to meet a beast, cunning and insidious. A portal appeared on the cave wall, from which a guardian beast was supposed to emerge. John waited impatiently for his enemy. A black cat flew out of the portal at lightning speed. The beast landed not far from John and looked at the player appraisingly. The guardian beast was small in size and looked like an ordinary cat, but the player knew better than to delude himself. The young man thought that he had waited so long and had finally waited for this psycho. The beast did not understand this thought. He saw this man for the first time. But John remembered his first battle with the cat guard. He didn't even have time to renew his sword. But he was already wounded. Then, bleeding, John was forced to fight the cat with a spear. The beast could not kill him, but he also managed to kill the beast with difficulty. The cat then ripped his face open, leaving an ugly scar on his cheek. The system informed the player that it had analyzed the conditions of the ability breakthrough and found that John had an epic-level talent for comprehending omnipotence, as well as omniscience, which is a legendary-level combat talent. This message from the system gave John confidence in his own strength. Now he knew for sure that he would defeat the guardian beast. John saw the path he had to take and boldly rushed forward. The light in the cave flashed again, and the player realized that his time had come. This time, John did not wait for the beast to attack him, but rushed at it first. To begin with, John wanted to inflict the same wound on the cat's face that she had once inflicted on him. This time, the young man succeeded. The wound that was once on his face now appeared on the monster's face. The desire to defeat this particular beast was so great that the guy did not need any skills to win. He managed only with the help of his sword and martial arts. The beast was defeated. John Smith defeated the guardian beast. The system congratulated the player on killing the guardian beast and passing the third level of the test. The trainer system congratulated John on completing the mystic trial and receiving a reward in the form of a 1-level increase and a ghost specialty scroll. But since he has not completed the transition to the specialty, when he completes it, the reward for leveling up is cumulative. John Smith had the treasured scroll in his hands, but for some reason the young man still remained in the cave where he was being tested. He asked the system why he was still here. The young man remembered that in his previous life, after he killed the cat, he immediately came out of the test. Why was nothing happening this time? Was he stuck inside the test? The player methodically examined the cave and tried to find a way out, but nothing worked. The guy suggested that it might not have been the Doomsday game that locked him here. He asked the trainer system about it. The trainer replied that the requirements of the task were not only to pass the tests, take the scroll, but also to receive the scroll's legacy, and it was this part that was not completed. John was shocked, meaning he still hadn't received the scroll's legacy. The player commanded the system that he needed to get a scroll and change his specialty. It dawned on the guy that getting the scroll was only the first step, and the second was activating the scroll, and then he would be able to inherit its power. He needed to try. The system informed the player that he had successfully completed the tests and advised him to continue moving forward and obtain the scroll's power. But where he had to go, John Smith did not know. He asked the system about this. Despite the voiced question, the system remained silent. John was surprised. What kind of scroll was it? If it made the trainer system silent, or the system and the scroll at the same time, maybe the system knows about everything that happened to him in his past life and is deliberately silent. The player decided that he needed to do what he was told and move forward. The young man couldn't understand anything. The system told him to go forward, but there was no way to get through here. There was a wall ahead. And then John noticed that there were cracks on the wall. He had the feeling that they formed some kind of pattern. Smith ran his finger along the wall, and it seemed to him that the outlines of these cracks were vaguely familiar to him. As soon as the player ran his hand along the wall, a glow began to emanate from the place where the cracks were. And then John realized that these cracks formed a pattern that was depicted on the scroll. As soon as the player voiced his guess, the drawing on the wall appeared very clearly. At that very moment, a rockfall began in the cave, and a door began to rise from the ground. The door that suddenly appeared in the cave had drawings from the scroll on it. The young man pressed hard on the door. It gave way, releasing him from the cave. And now John found himself again in the stone hall. On the ancient table next to Lee's pearl, a scroll was shining. This time, the system did not give the player any hints on what to do next. He had to figure it out himself. John walked up to the ancient stone table. It was very important not to make mistakes now. If he needed to obtain the scroll's legacy, then perhaps he should have opened it. The guy unrolled the scroll, and a golden glow emanated from it. The light from the scroll enveloped the young man, as if uniting them into one. Now rays of light began to emanate not only from the scroll, but also from the player himself. John noticed that 2 characters appeared on the scroll. It said Chi Yu. At first the guy didn't understand what it was. The scroll only said Chi Yu, and the bird and the bull that were depicted on the scroll were the totems of the Juli tribe. The young man knew that Chi Yu was killed by Emperor Huangdi. The emperor beheaded the tribal leader, and according to legend, Chi Yu's soul was preserved thanks to witchcraft. Fiery letters ran across the previously empty scroll. John read that Chi Yu knew that his soul would eventually dissipate, so he created a test scroll beforehand. The fiery letters told the player that the very last level was guarded by a cat that possessed the blood of a magician. Smita felt the scroll talking to him. It said that Lord Chi Yu created a test to test his will to win, determination and fighting skills. John meets high standards, so he was able to pass the test. He is entitled to inherit the great power of the Julie tribe. The boy had to place his hands on the drawing. John realized that this was the power of the scroll. The boy placed his hands on the drawing that was depicted on the scroll. The system informed the player that he is receiving a power unknown to the system. The system is analyzing the unknown power. When the young man placed his hands on the drawing, a cocoon of light seemed to form around him. Tongues of fiery energy pierced him and swirled around him. A strange transformation took place. A new message has appeared. The system has determined that this force comes from the Blue Star. The system is combining the unknown force with the Blue Star culture and the Doomsday game. The game reported that the combination was complete. Digitalization was also complete, and the young man was moving to another specialty. Finally, the tongues of energy flame disappeared, and John Smith became himself again. Unable to stand on his feet any longer, the young man sat down on the floor. At this time, the system congratulated him. He successfully changed his specialty, according to the Blue Star culture. The Doomsday game gave this specialty the name Commander-in-Chief. Now it is necessary to digitalize this specialty. John was shocked. He was originally going to get the Ghost specialty, but ended up passing Chi Yu's test. Isn't that lucky? The familiar blue screen of the system lit up. It reported that the player had changed his specialty. He had become the Commander-in-Chief. John joked that it was an interesting specialty. After reading the description of his new specialty, Smith didn't know what to say. He certainly didn't expect this. John Smith was still sitting on the floor of the hall, digesting the information he had received, when suddenly Lee's pearl appeared on his hand. The guy couldn't understand why this glowing ball suddenly stuck to the back of his hand. In response to the player's thoughts, the system reported that this ball was the treasure of the Julie tribe, Commander-in-Chief Chi. You treasured this thing most of all. Through Chi Yu's trial after inheriting the power of the scroll, the ball is attached to the player and then exists in his mind. The ball has several functions. It can change shape at the player's will, and also give him special abilities. Absorb power, increasing the power of equipment and characteristics. Smith looked at the pearl and thought that it turned out that this thing could grow without limit. Suddenly the ball flew out of John's hand and ended up in his head. The guy felt dizzy and propped his head up with his hand. John thought that it was no wonder that this thing was Chi Yu's weapon. It was so specific. Smith pressed the button to end the test. Suddenly John saw a huge number of dead people around him in the hall. He was still standing in the stone hall, the space around him spinning, shimmering with blue lights. Perhaps the pearl showed John those who came for the scroll's power but failed the tests and were killed. Finally, the guy found himself back in the museum in front of a broken display case containing a scroll. John reached out his hand to the precious scroll. The system reported that he had completed the tests, and now his specialty of Commander-in-Chief was undergoing digitalization. A new message from the system showed the player's characteristics when he was not using equipment and ranks were not great. The system also notified that the digitalization of the Commander-in-Chief specialty was complete, and that John had moved to level 13. An updated panel of Smith's characteristics appeared. They grew significantly. The guy exclaimed that with such characteristics, he would be able to stack zombies in piles. The game congratulated John on becoming the first Doomsday player to upgrade to a specialty, earning him the title of Discoverer, and the news was shared with all participants. John reread the description of his specialty with surprise. Now he is the Commander-in-Chief, the leader of a 10,000-strong army, the god of war. This specialty is created from the fearsome power of the chieftain, Chi Yu, and the precious ball of the Julie tribe. Only those who have passed the trials can obtain this power. John pinched his cheeks in surprise to check if he was asleep. The boy pinched his cheeks so hard to check that it hurt. He couldn't believe he wasn't dreaming. Finally, Smith was convinced that this was really happening to him. He was all glowing with joy. He wanted to scream, jump, hug the whole world, because he had reached an amazing level of mastery. Realizing that everything that happened was real, John decided to try the power of the Julie ball. The guy took a baseball bat, placed it next to the ball and pressed the absorb button. At that very second, rays of light burst out of the ball. It began to spin, and the bat disappeared. Lee's pearl glowed like a small sun. It added energy to itself. John carefully studied the qualities of the Commander-in-Chief's weapon. And then the system gave a message that the Julie ball had absorbed enough power and had become a silver-level tool. John looked at this already slightly grown ball inside the pearl. Tongues of flame were moving, and vortices of energy were swirling. The guy decided that he needed to try using Lee's pearl a little differently. According to the instructions, This ball could not only absorb power itself, but also increase the characteristics of the player's equipment. John took his deadly sword and combined it with the ball. Immediately, a message appeared that now this sword had changed its characteristics. It was called the Julie sword. This sword significantly increased the attack power and could even pierce armor. The upgraded sword could not only deal more damage, but also cause terrible pain. But the system noticed that the player could not gain skills through specialization. These skills could only change with the ball. John was absolutely delighted. Having strengthened his sword, he decided that he should do the same with the bow and arrows. The player summoned his bow and arrows from the warehouse. Now the bow and arrows were combined with the ball. The weapon changed before John's astonished eyes. Now it was already the Julie bow, a silver-level equipment. Its speed had increased, and it had the ability to collect energy and transform it into arrows. In addition, this bow now has two types of arrows, flame arrows and ice arrows. Using the ball's ability to transform into any object, Smith turned it into a dagger. Then, at the player's command, the ball transformed into a shield. Obeying the will of the young man, the ball turned into a formidable sword. John commanded the ball to transform into Julie's bow, but this time, the trick didn't work. Instead of a bow and arrows, a golden puddle spread across the floor. John grabbed his head. The transformation of the Julie ball takes a lot of energy. That's why he felt dizzy. The system warned John that his energy was depleted, and if he continued to change the state of the instrument, he would feel dizzy. John took the magic ball in his hand and decided that he needed to rest. While the newly minted commander-in-chief was heading off to rest, the world announcement was heard everywhere that player Ding had become the first Doomsday player to reach level 10 and advance to a specialty. The game reported that this player's speed was simply amazing. He was the only one in the world to achieve such a result. The title of Discoverer, and a huge reward. Other players should work harder. Not everyone liked this news, and some found it irritating. Some raised eyebrows and were surprised that this Dean had distinguished himself again. The young player thought he really needed to try harder. To restore his strength, John drank the elixir. Smith sat down on the floor and thought how great it was that he had an energy restoration elixir. This dizziness was just terrible. To maintain his energy level, John put on the necklace of meditation and took out the magic staff. The system congratulated the player that he was now known throughout the world as the Discoverer, and an impressive reward was added to this title. The guy decided to look at the description of the title of Discoverer. After reading the description, the player realized that this rank was of no use, but he himself was first in line. He had just switched to a specialty, and also beaten a bronze-level boss. Yawning, the tired youth told the system to show him his silver-level equipment that he had received as a reward. While the gear was being loaded, John took out his backpack. And now, in front of the player, there was a box with brand new equipment. The system congratulated the player on receiving the evil ghost mask. The new equipment is capable of adding energy and has the power of a magical evil ghost. The system warned the player not to become a servant of darkness under any circumstances. The new mask had interesting functions. Firstly, it could be used to hide information about oneself. Secondly, it had a demonic look. That is, players looking at the mask fell into a state of horror. Now, John was wearing a mask of concealment. He decided to change it to a mask of an evil ghost. His suit allowed him to activate the metamorphosis effect, but John decided not to do so. The young man put on a mask. Smith still had to pick up the trainer he received when he moved up to the next level. John walked through the corridors of the library. He decided to return to the club members and see how Stupid was doing. The system sent a new message to the player. The equipment restrictions were now lifted, and John could equip 2 rings instead of 1 at a time. This message made Smith happy. It meant that now he could wear 2 rings at the same time and use them. He would have 1 more piece of equipment than others. Closing the message, John thought that he would wait until he got a new good ring and then wear it. The system reminded the young man that he had 12 free points for his characteristics, and he wondered how he could use them. The guy called up a panel with his personal characteristics and gradually added points on various indicators. Now John's strength and body quality had grown greatly, but his speed and energy were not inferior to them either. The young man decided that he would finish with this for now. To John's great surprise, he walked out of the library without encountering any zombies or people. But on the street there was a real celebration. The members of the Death God Club were celebrating their victory. A proud Gao walked up to the podium, followed by the huge Foolish, clutching a fried chicken in his hands. The chairman enthusiastically declared that today's battle between the Death God Club members and the museum zombies would go down in history. Gao extended his hand towards Foolish and exclaimed for the people to meet the leader. The fool was immensely happy. No one had ever praised him like that before. Gao extended his hand to Foolish, but he decided that the man wanted to take the chicken from him. The fool turned away sharply and growled menacingly. Gao chuckled that the leader couldn't live without chicken legs. At this time, John appeared and Gao greeted him enthusiastically. The chairman exclaimed that the young man had finally returned. They had been looking for him for half a day, and those suckers thought that something had happened to him. John asked Gao how the situation was. The chairman replied that everything was fine. They had destroyed 1,500 zombies, and also gained a lot of people as allies, and received a lot of new material resources. Foolish alone killed over 100 zombies today. That's a great job. Gao invited John to follow him. The chairman took the young man and Foolish to the warehouse, showing how many resources they had obtained today. Gao told Smith that they had a lot of new guys, and it was all thanks to him. If John had some free time, could he say a few words to the guys? The chairman whispered to John that the more people they had, the more power they had, and now they would be able to achieve greater results. Smith thought that if there were more people, then more equipment could be found, and the Julie Ball could upgrade to the diamond level. The young man reasoned that the more people in the club, the more sources, and he had more than enough resource cards. Perhaps John could exchange the cards for coins from new people, or even for equipment and tools. These items were exactly what were needed to increase the level of the Julie Ball. John Smith approached Gao to discuss a deal. The club chairman was taken aback for a few seconds, but then he patted John on the shoulder in a friendly manner. Gao said that there was no deal. He and Foolish had helped them so much in this battle, so Gao was willing to give him whatever he needed. Just ask. Smith said he needed equipment. The chairman said that he had prepared a surprise for John. Gao placed the ring on Smith's palm. The club chairman was sure that it was just what he needed. Gao told Smith that if he needed anything else, he could just say, they had so many people in the club. They could probably find everything they needed. John thanked Brother Gao, took the ring, and said that he would come see him again at 8 o'clock in the evening. The chairman was confident that with this ring John would be on his side. Gao was surprised why John was going to visit him at 8 o'clock in the evening. Smith explained that at 7 o'clock the protective period for newcomers would end, and he wanted to familiarize himself with the new rules. The young man said that at around 8 o'clock he would need to make a deal with the members of the Death God Club, and asked Gao to gather everyone. John was sure that now it was unlikely that Gao would go outside at 8 o'clock, so he would save his life and thereby thank him for his help at the museum and for the ring. The club chairman had completely forgotten about this protective period, but asked John not to worry, because they had long ceased to be newcomers, so they would cope. Gao was intrigued and asked John what deal he wanted to make. The guy explained that the deal was about resource cards. He would explain everything later. John thought that was enough information. There was no need to worry about the rest for now. Gao said that their club had a lot of resource cards, but John had already turned to leave, calling Silly to go with him. Meanwhile, the club members were celebrating their victory, not even suspecting that their fun would soon end. John stretched out on the bed. He needed to rest. He took off his mask and combined the combat knife and the Julie Ball. The system notified the player that the Julie Ball had absorbed enough energy and had entered the gold level. The young man didn't expect that everything would work out so successfully. He thought that he would need to go to level 30, kill a silver level boss, and only then would he be able to get such a tool. Now John had the Julie knife. It was able to penetrate armor by 20% and increase bleeding. After combining with the ball, the knife's characteristics increased almost twofold. The boy was practicing with a knife when he heard the sound of zombies coming from outside the window. John opened the window and chuckled that they had arrived just in time. The young man threw his renewed knife into the crowd of zombies. The blade was engulfed in the glow of the Julie Ball and split into several pieces to hit more zombies. John Smith watched these wonderful transformations of the weapon with amazement. The blades flew through the crowd of zombies, destroying them with the first blow. The guy grabbed his mask and jumped out of the window into the street. Foolish followed after his master, killing the monsters that threatened John on the go. The blades of the sword flew across the square, killing the unfortunate mutants who could not escape from such a weapon. Soon all the zombies in the square were destroyed. John looked at the results of his new weapon with surprise. But then Smith looked at his phone. There was very little time left. The young man waved to Foolish and said that they needed to leave quickly. Foolish, as always, growled approvingly. From all sides, crowds of angry zombies were moving towards the building. Covering his owner with his body, Foolish went inside and closed the doors behind him right in front of the zombie's nose. A crowd of angry mutants pounded on the door. They tried to break in. The people who heard this were horrified. The fool held the doors, ready to repel an attack at any moment. John looked at the time. The clock struck exactly 7 in the evening. Smith looked out the window. The sky turned burgundy. At that moment, the rookie's defensive period was over. The delighted zombies howled joyfully. They thirsted for human blood. The system informed all players that the easy game time had come to an end. They had probably already become familiar with the fun atmosphere of the game. The letters on the blue screen turned red, and they said that the real end of the world had now arrived. The game offered all participants to get acquainted with the new conditions. Now the speed of zombie development increases. Some zombies will acquire new forms. Night is now equivalent to death. And all products not produced by the game will rot faster and become moldy. Food and drinks not produced by the game will lower the characteristics of players. From now on, all resource cards will increase in level. The environment and air will deteriorate significantly. All channels for transition to specialties will be open. All cities will be demarcated. The borders between cities will be impossible to cross. The next update of the game will occur when the specified conditions are met. John familiarized himself with the new rules of the game. The guy frowned. It was harsh, just like in his past life. The system repeated once again that the real day of judgment had arrived. The system also addressed the players and asked them to try to survive. At this time, zombies were transforming on the street. They were growing in size. Some were changing shape and turning into real monsters. John looked out the window and thought that now in this world you are either alive or dead. Now the game will force people who are already dragging out a miserable existence to fight to the death. Immediately after the new rules were announced, food began to grow moldy in the club's warehouse. Everything that looked fresh an hour ago has shriveled and begun to emit a foul odor. John heard someone screaming for help and begging the zombie not to eat him. Smith looked back at the scream and said, "You're either alive or dead. There are only those two categories in this game now." John called to Silly, inviting him to come with him. But the transformation also happened to Stupid. John completely forgot that he was also a zombie. Smith stood in front of his slave and watched the transformation unfold. After a few seconds, Foolish had almost doubled in size. The worried guy asked the system trainer what happened. The changed Foolish immediately began to pound on the walls, and the system responded. Since changes had occurred in the Foolish panel and his progress, the system was changing the powers. Foolish was once again enveloped in a blue glow and began to return to his previous form. And the trainer replied that, according to the changes, Foolish would not be able to take a new form, and his characteristics had only increased by 50%. Since Foolish was John's servant, he would no longer be subject to game changes, while he would be able to make a transition to a specialty. John exclaimed that if Silly could switch to a specialty, he would organize a secret specialty for him. John Smith loved it all. He couldn't even describe in words how cool it was. The game reported that John was at the top of all ratings, both in players, reputation, and equipment, and the system asked whether to hide his name. Smith replied that there was no need to hide anything. Let everyone see how cool he was. John opened the panel of the rating by levels. He was in first place. A player with the 7th level, without a specialty, was in second place. And Stupid, also with the 7th level and without a specialty, was in third place. The young man was shocked by this information. His slave was in third place. Smith opened the reputation rating panel, and he was leading in almost all areas. The guy thought about hiding the information and becoming invisible to everyone, or let everyone know who they were dealing with. In his past life, John Smith hid his identity because of the Lee family. But now the Lee family has not yet regained its former strength, and therefore does not pose a threat to him. John thought how great it would be to not hide. Even if he was under close attention, he had a mask. I wonder how many more people he could use to help him get new equipment and make the Julie Ball even stronger. The young man looked at the rating. There were many titles, but the characteristics of the players were approximately the same. The guy thought that using this information he could create a whole team. The system informed the player that if he remained at the top of the rating for 24 hours, he would be able to receive additional bonuses. The system also congratulated John on taking first place in all ratings and receiving the epic level title of the only one in the world. The young man screamed with delight. In his past life he could not even dream of such a title. The title of the only one in the world increased all characteristics by 10%, gave a discount in all stores, including secret ones, increased the explosion coefficient, increased rewards for tasks, and also for a second after activation, the player received immunity to any injuries. The fool watched his master in amazement. He was screaming, jumping, dancing, and all because for 1 second even a level 90 war god could not injure him. The young man was glowing with happiness. He activated the title of the only one in the world. The system reported that after activating the title, you need to wait 1 hour, after which the title will begin to work. The guy was puzzled. He asked the system why the explosion coefficient was increased by 1%. Wasn't his explosion coefficient 100%? The trainer system responded that by raising the explosion coefficient by 1%, Smith would receive 2 items per explosion. John called Foolish. saying that it was time to go and fool those fools from the Death Club, and at the same time check the words of the system. Smith carefully turned the handle and quietly opened the front door. There was a zombie standing almost at the threshold of his room. The mutant immediately attacked the young man, trying to kill him. The guy dodged, and immediately a sword flashed in his hands. One powerful blow of the blade and the zombie fell dead. John looked around. Zombies usually walk in groups, but there was no one in sight. Smith said that what bad luck. They just went out and immediately ran into a zombie hunter. The sky above the city turned crimson, as if human blood had spilled across it. Carefully peering out from around the corner of the building, John saw a group of zombies with greenish smoke coming from them. Smith said that these were highly toxic zombies and ordered Stupid to run. The young man thought that he didn't have the strength to fight them now. Even these creatures' saliva was toxic. But there was no point in simply running away either. John decided that he needed to get rid of these degenerates. After freezing for a moment, the guy immediately came up with a solution. The young man ordered Foolish not to lag behind and rushed towards the intended goal. John watched from the second-floor balcony as the transformed zombies wandered around the building and tried to get inside. The guy began to carefully descend from the balcony to attract the attention of the mutants. Cries for help were heard from the building where the Death God Club was based. Zombie giants were walking around the building. They had already managed to bite someone to death. When John went inside, he saw several dead bodies of people. The club members were in despair. Some said that there was no point in trying anymore. One of the club's fighters said that they had been working hard for half a day, and now they can't kill zombies at any time, and zombies can kill them at any time. The girl, clutching her head in her hands, screamed that in a few days they would run out of resources and they would all die. Some woman said that she had food and suggested that they eat quickly, because they wouldn't be able to do it later. Smith looked at this sad picture and thought, here is an opportunity. John climbed onto the container from which Gao usually broadcast. The boy stood up to his full height and told the crowd that he was here to help them survive, to give them hope for the future. John Smith said that for coins, equipment, or tools, they could buy food from him for the whole day. The club members responded very emotionally to the call, each shouting that he was ready to buy so that John would pay attention to him. The young man summed up the deal as a result of the sales. He received 10,000 coins. People were happy that they could eat, and their mood immediately improved. As he left, the young man turned to the rest and told them to try to be quiet. If they made noise, they would attract zombies, and then they should not be offended if he ordered Stupid to crush them with a hammer. Until recently, such warlike members of the club were trembling with fear. They were afraid of the mysterious guy almost as much as they were afraid of zombies. John Smith and Silly Boy entered the hall where Gao Dong usually resided. The club chairman peered timidly around the corner. John, wearing a mask, approached the chairman and, smiling, asked if Brother Gao didn't recognize him. The frightened chairman said he did not recognize him, but should call him brother. Gao begged Smith to take him with him, promising that he would do whatever he was ordered. John leaned towards the chairman's ear and whispered an order. Gao Dong said that he understood everything and would do everything. Smith patted the ambitious chairman on the shoulder and told him to go. The head of the club rushed off as fast as he could. John hoped that Gao Dong was a smart guy. If the deal failed, it would be his fault. In any case, it would not affect John in any way. John Smith and Silly Boy approached their room. The young man turned the handle and entered his home. The guy took off his mask and looked out the window. And a day had passed since the end of the protective period for newcomers. Tomorrow they will go hunting for new zombies. They need to earn more coins and equipment. The day will show how Gao Dong will cope, whether he will come to exchange equipment for cards. In the morning, John and Stupid went out to hunt zombies. They stood in the middle of the square and waited for the mutants to gather around. Seeing the people, the monsters moved towards them from all sides, hissing and growling. Within minutes, hordes of zombies were rushing towards the players. The fool, always ready to defend his master, prepared his favorite weapon, the hammer. When a large number of mutants had gathered, John launched the spinning swords. Soon, John Smith and Stupid were surrounded by mountains of zombies they had killed. The young man called Foolish to deal with a couple more zombies. At the same time, they will give the other players a chance to catch their breath. Entering the library building, John was surprised to hear people's voices. It seems that some of the club members broke away from Gao and thought they would sit near the store. The unknown said that there was a store here, and they would charge an entrance fee, get rich, and have no worries. Besides, all the zombies here were already dead and there was no danger. Another voice suggested taking resource cards as payment. The unknown people were at a loss as to who could have killed all the local zombies. It must have been some very powerful group. John opened the door, and he and Silly went into the hall where people were talking. The aggressive bearded man, clenching his fists, told John that there were already people here, but the girl whispered to the bearded man to stop because Silly was standing behind John. Someone from the crowd said that Stupid was in second place in the ranking by levels. John looked at his servant in surprise. He had already risen to second place. And then John realized what was going on. Foolish had increased his experience by killing new zombies. Just a minute ago, the aggressive people were smiling and saying welcome to the guests. But the fool sensed aggression and rushed at the people with a hammer at the ready. Gao's former comrades were seriously scared. John stopped the guard by patting him on the shoulder and said that they needed to buy some things, so we would leave them alone today. Smith and Stupid headed towards the capital's Mo store. The club's fighters discussed how this Foolish immediately showed that he was an influential person. But although Foolish was strong, there were more of them. The bearded man objected that an ordinary person could not become second in the ranking of the entire Dragon State. The fool had killed more zombies than they had seen in all this time. He only did not touch them out of pity. John, entering the store, admired the honorary badge of the city of Mo. He really liked this thing. The guy's attention was also attracted by the sign of the Defender of the City of Mo. The title of the only one in the world gave him a 10% discount. After standing for a while, Smith decided to buy the sign of the Defender of the City of Mo. The store announced that the Mo City Defender's sign has been moved to the map, and the player can pick up the card to activate it. The guy decided to immediately activate the acquired sign. The system informed the player that the token he had purchased was a special type of diamond-level tool, and that once activated, the player could use it with equipment. John activated the acquired sign. The system responded that the sign of the Protector of the City of Mo was activated. Smith was surprised to read the description of this tool. In addition to various protective functions, this sign gave the opportunity to summon a robot defender once a day for 10 minutes. To help in battle, the characteristics of the robot changed, depending on the player. The system warned John that one player can only buy one sign. He cannot buy a similar thing. The guy thought with regret that he had thought that if he had enough coins, he would be able to buy whatever he wanted. As he left the store, the boy regretted that he wouldn't be able to summon an entire army of robot guards. Having attached a new sign to the suit of the Defender of the City of Mo, John left the library together with Foolish. As the game promised, the situation in the city worsened. There was a feeling of heaviness and tension in the air. Everything around was filled with scarlet light. The city's pools emptied and everything around slowly began to crack. The walls and buildings slowly collapsed. Strange signs appeared against the backdrop of a web of cracks on some buildings. A portal for transitioning to a specialty has appeared in one of the city's districts. A group of teenagers carefully made their way through the city. One of them, armed with a sword, climbed up on a hill and informed the others that it seemed that all the zombies in this place had already been killed, and it was safe. The guy pointed to the portal. He said that this was a platform for transitioning to the specialty that was mentioned in yesterday's announcement. I wonder what it is for. The slender young man suggested splitting up to find something useful, and his companion supported him, saying that they might come across a weapon. The blonde girl touched the ball and asked what this crystal was for. It looked so special. Her friend yelled at her not to touch the ball, but it was already too late. Blue and black flashes were swirling around the naive girl. She was sucked into the portal. The ball was activated. A blue whirlwind picked up the girl and carried her away in an unknown direction. The same whirlwind caught up her friends, and the whole group went to undergo the tests. A minute later, no one was visible on the site near the ball. Caught up in a blue whirlwind, the young people were all transported together to some place unknown to them. One of the guys was very loudly indignant, scolding the girl who constantly touches everything that catches her eye. This had been repeated many times already. The pretty blonde made excuses that she didn't know it was a portal and promised to be more careful next time. The guy armed with a sword stopped his friends, asking them to stop arguing. He saw the lantern and decided to take it with him. The young man with the lantern suggested looking for a way out, but at that moment, a huge, scary shadow appeared on the wall. The young man screamed that a monster had appeared behind him. A huge zombie attacked a young man with a lantern. With a strong blow, he flattened the guy, and the lantern flew to the side. The system showed the guys that in front of them was a bronze-level boss of the 18th category. But the characteristics, talents, and skills were hidden by the system. Fresh blood from the guy he had just killed was dripping from the boss's huge fist. The shaking young people looked at the monster in horror. They were all practically unarmed and defenseless against it. The monster moved his burning eyes from one person to another, wondering who to start with. People screamed in horror. After a few seconds, it was all over. The zombie boss turned his back on his victims. It was visible that horns were growing from his back. With each victim, they became larger. Behind the monster lay the bloody bodies of people who had accidentally ended up on the testing site. The monster stood near the portal and waited for who would come next and try their luck at fighting him. The monster smiled, revealing its long teeth. It seemed like the portal had been activated again. The zombie boss stood near the portal and waited for a new victim. No one came, and the angry monster let out a terrible roar. The earth shook from the terrible sounds, and clouds of dust rose up. Tongues of flame danced across the cracked slabs of the square. Flames, smoke, and swirling dust mixed together, and it seemed as if the earth was turning into hell. Flames have already appeared on the city streets a little more, and the fire will spread to neighboring buildings. But the fire stopped as suddenly as it began. A guy in boots and sportswear watched the fate of the guys who disappeared into the portal. Now in the place where they were before the ball was activated, a pool of blood appeared. The guy's companion said that it was a very tough ending. The observer replied that if they continued to touch and pick up whatever they could, they would be next. The boy and girl looked at their leader with embarrassment. Suddenly the boys heard John Smith's voice calling for Silly. The boys ran after John, trying not to catch his eye. Hiding behind corners, the boys watched the players who were calmly walking around the city. John, as always, was wearing a mask that hid his nickname and characteristics, and Stupid was wearing sunglasses and a suit. The young man said that 2 more idiots had arrived, and turning to his friends, he said that if they had not seen how those people had just died, they could watch these 2 again. The girl asked fearfully if maybe Foolish could kill that zombie. The leader noted that everything was possible. The guy said that the guys who had just been killed were about their level, and they couldn't do anything to this zombie. Even though Stupid was strong, it wasn't a fact that he could handle it. The second guy suggested waiting until everything was over, and then picking up the equipment. The boys heard John tell Silly to leave. Smith noted that there were 3 more naive players there who weren't worth wasting time on. John remembered that the boss who guarded the job change platform in Mo City was a mad type, and was under the protection of the Doomsday Game. John Smith approached the portal. Next to the ball, a pool of blood from recently killed people spread. Smith squatted down. He thought that in fact he might not activate the task, and there weren't 30 players here. John stood and wondered what he should do. 3 players watched from the safe zone to see what this daredevil would do. The game informed John that he had received the task of activating the Capital Mo's specialty change platform, and after touching the spiritual crystal of the magician's specialty, Smith extended his hand towards the crystal. The system reported that John had 2 players on his team, so the reward would be increased. The game warned the guy that the boss guard would soon wake up and the player needed to get ready. The trainer system has detected that John has begun to perform the task of activating the platform for changing specialties in the capital of Mo. The trainer is optimizing the task. After optimizing the task, the player received a secret scroll of a high-level specialty for completing it. The platform had to be activated within 12 hours. John, turning to Foolish, said that he would take the mage's scroll for himself and give him the warrior's scroll. Before the players could finish speaking, a terrible giant zombie boss appeared in front of them. The zombie boss had flames coming out of his eyes, he had sharp teeth, and it was obvious that he was already hungry. He really wanted to kill some people. The system informed the players that in front of them was a Titan zombie, a bronze-level boss. He was very strong with excellent body qualities. He could create a dizzying effect, and when this zombie's fist hit the ground, it would create an earthquake. After reading the specs, John decided to laugh at the zombie. He told him that this is very cool, bro. This is the power of a real Titan. In fact, the zombie had significantly less combat experience than John, and it could not be discounted that Smith had the Julie Ball and other effects. Smith was confident that he was quite capable of killing the zombie Titan. The trainer system informed John that he had been given the task of killing the zombie Titan. In order to complete this task, the young man armed himself with the Julie bow. The trainer system informed the player that he had 24 hours to complete the task of killing the zombie Titan. As a reward, he could receive a regular trainer and silver-level equipment. John pulled the bowstring and fired an arrow at the zombie Titan. The boss didn't expect resistance. He was already preparing to dine with the players. The terrible mutant did not know that Julie's weapon was aimed at him. When the zombie saw the huge ice arrow flying at him, he became scared. The mutant covered himself with his huge hands, and therefore the arrow could not hit the heart. John commanded Silly to use the hammer. Jumping as high as he could, Foolish hit the zombie Titan with his hammer. Accustomed to people running away just from the sight of him, the mutant was confused. The monster managed to put his hand out to prevent the hammer from hitting him on the head. The monster took some damage. One of its huge hands was covered in ice. John launched an ice arrow there. The enraged monster threw Foolish away from itself. John praised his assistant for his accuracy and courage. While the zombie Titan was distracted by Stupid, John fired several ice arrows at him, resulting in the Titan being frozen in ice. To throw off the icy shackles and throw his enemies off balance, the Titan let out a terrible roar. John felt dizzy. It was a reaction to the Titan's attack. Smith dropped to one knee, his vision blurry after the sonic attack. While the player, kneeling, was recovering from the zombie's sonic attack, his gaze fell on the bow. And then John had a brilliant idea on how to defeat the zombie titan. While the owner was coming to his senses, Foolish was actively attacking the monster. When John came to, he called his assistant back. The angry zombie titan pulled out the ice arrows that had frozen him. The titan continued to attack John with its deafening roar. The zombie guard, armed with a hammer, dealt blow after blow trying to kill the nimble players. But as a result, the mutant only raised clouds of dust, and his enemies were unharmed. Taking advantage of the moment when the zombie got tired and stopped, John fired several arrows at him, both ice and fire. A sheaf of destructive arrows flew at the huge, terrible monster. The arrows pierced the titan's body one after another, the ice arrows causing numbness, and the fiery ones causing heat. One of the fire arrows hit the titan in the head. It did not penetrate his skull, but his hair was half burned off. The confused monster scratched his newly formed bald spot in confusion. Clutching his burnt head, the titan ran away, and John fired a fiery arrow after the giant. The monster burst into tears of resentment, ran away, and sat down to the side for some reason. Collecting the fragments, John assumed that before turning into a zombie, this zombie was a builder, and now he had taken up his old ways. Smith noted that it was better not to turn his back on his enemy, and fired another fire arrow at the zombie. Julie's bow arrow once again struck the enemy, causing damage. It turned out that the zombie titan had assembled a huge stone ball from the fragments, and decided to throw it at his opponents. John decided that the fight had gone on too long, and it was time to stop it. Smith commanded Fool to activate Blind Rage. At the same moment, Fool grew in size, becoming almost the size of a zombie titan, and growled menacingly. John Smith, pointing at the zombie guard, told Stupid that while he was unconscious, this guy ate 5 of his chicken legs. Fool's Blind Rage was activated, and Fool's words sent him into a rage. The former security guard attacked the zombie titan despite the fact that he was holding a huge rock in his hands. The Fool smashed the huge boulder collected by the zombie titan into small pieces with a powerful blow. The Fool and the zombie titan were locked in combat, while John, armed with a bow, waited for the right moment to shoot. In the heat of the fight, the zombie titan completely forgot about the young man who was standing to the side and turned his back to him. Smith immediately took advantage of the moment and sent a fire arrow at his enemy. The arrow hit the titan right in the anus, filling it with fire. Titan was engulfed in an internal fire, and tears ran from his eyes in surprise. John was triumphant. The blow was both successful and humiliating for the enemy. The enraged titan threw back the Fool who had distracted him, and given the man the opportunity to humiliate him like that. The titan was all on fire, shaking. He examined his wound. Pulling the arrow out of his anus, the titan growled at John that he had dishonored his honor as well, but Smith noted that he had not done so on purpose. The zombie titan rushed towards the player, so small and impudent. Baring his teeth and growling viciously, the titan was eager to kill John Smith, who had humiliated him so. His faithful Fool rushed to the aid of his master. He jumped on the titan's shoulders and grabbed him by the head. The Fool squeezed the titan's throat with his strong hands, and together they fell to the ground. The enraged zombie titan roared and broke free from the Fool's clutches. The two zombies clashed again, but now the advantage was clearly on Titan's side. This time John came to the aid of his Fool, sending another fire arrow towards the titan. The arrow again pierced the titan's anus, which was already wounded, and caused a torrent of tears from the monster. The player pretended that it happened completely by accident. The wounded titan dropped Foolish and turned to face the player, shaking with both pain and anger. The zombie titan pulled the arrow out of his burning, painful ass. And then the blind rage of the Fool entered a state of freezing, at which time he not only could not help John, but he himself was very vulnerable. Smith loaded his magic bow with 7 arrows at once and commanded Foolish to move away from the line of attack. Hearing the master's command, the servant quickly rushed to the side. All 7 arrows hit the wounded zombie titan at once, causing him terrible pain. John sighed in relief and wiped the sweat from his forehead. He was sure that the zombie titan was defeated. It was a very difficult fight for Smith, and if it weren't for the help of Foolish and a cool weapon, he wouldn't have won this fight. But then the game gave the guy an unpleasant surprise. It said that since his method of fighting was too offensive to the zombie titan becomes a silver-level boss. This meant that the titan was not defeated. Not only was he very angry, he also evolved literally on the threshold of death. The reborn titan flashed his bloody eyes and growled menacingly at Smith. The updated zombie boss had very good characteristics, especially strength and body quality. The weakest was energy. The revived zombie boss retained all of his talents, but they were greatly increased. All of the boss's attacks now created a dizziness effect, and his recovery ability was also greatly increased. After reading the enemy's characteristics, John thought that this boss was not far from being golden. The zombie boss was eager to fight, and without giving the young man time to collect his thoughts, he rushed at him. John Smith was a little confused. He had not yet figured out how to defeat the monster. The guy didn't even have time to finish reading what reward he would receive for the victory. But now it wasn't so important, because first he had to deal with the terrible enemy. John quickly jumped up to avoid colliding with the boss. Jumping back to a safe distance, Smith sent several fire arrows towards the enemy. The arrows, of course, caused concern to the updated zombie, but not as much as before. Wincing, he pulled them out of his huge body. Smith was surprised to see that the arrow wounds on the Titan's body were healing immediately. But the guy still had the sword Julie, which never let him down, and always brought death to his enemies. John jumped up and quickly rushed into battle, inflicting several wounds on his enemy. The Titan did not expect such a quick and brazen attack from the little player, and staggering, he began to retreat. The wounds inflicted by Julie's sword weakened the Titan considerably, but did not kill it. At this time, Smith saw with a smile that Foolish, having come out of the freezer, was looking lovingly at the fried chicken leg. The guy thought that it seemed that there was no point in hoping for Foolish now. And then the player remembered that he had not only Foolish, but also other helpers. To begin with, the young man called a robot defender who could help him in battles every day for 10 minutes. He also remembered another effective defender of his who had already been tested in battles, and he took out a horn for summoning a zombie cat. The next second, both of John Smith's assistants were already standing next to each other. The zombie cat, the bronze-level boss, and the mechanical warrior defender were ready to rush into battle. The player raised his legendary sword and declared a Julie attack. John Smith suddenly felt a surge of strength, as if he and the Julie sword had become one. The youth quickly rushed into battle. Julie's attack began. The Titan, who had turned into a zombie boss, tried to deliver his deadly punch to the player, but he met with Julie's sword, and zombie blood gushed out. The Titan did not expect such an attack. The power of the sword and its extraordinary energy knocked the huge Titan off his feet. And then suddenly the game announced that the player had entered a state of freezing for 2 seconds, which threatened John with death. But then the player's assistants came to his aid. The zombie fell to the ground with a crash, and the impact shattered the square's slabs. The robot defender of Most City rushed at the zombie boss that was defeated by Julie's attack. The mechanical warrior delivered a crushing blow to the zombie's jaw, knocking it to the ground. At this moment, a cunning and nimble zombie cat entered the battle. Without giving the zombie Titan time to recover, the boss cat pounced on the enemy. The Titan was gripped by the sharp, saber-like claws of a zombie cat. The bloodied and confused Titan didn't know who to fight off first, and before he could look back, he was covered in wounds from the zombie cat's claws and teeth. The boss Titan growled in confusion and anger, his entire powerful body covered in wounds from which blood flowed. The 2 seconds of freezing passed, and John Smith was able to enter the fight again. Without giving the Titan time to recover, John dealt him several heavy blows with his sword. Smith paused for a moment after the attack and thought that controlling these 2 assistants with the power of thought was quite tiring. The huge zombie boss stood in a cloud of dust, all wounded in front of his opponent. Titan knew he was losing, so he decided to resort to his most powerful weapon. John froze for a moment, realizing that the Titan was up to something. The fool also froze. He had already fully come to his senses, and saw that his master was in danger. The Titan emitted energy that affected all participants in the battle. It was a multiplier of the Titan's talent to cause dizziness with its attacks. Everything was swimming before Gloopish's eyes, and the same thing happened to the other participants. John dropped to one knee to keep from falling, and the cat raised her front paw in surprise. Smith realized that the zombie boss had decided to activate the Titan's wrath. From the description, John knew that the zombie Titan's blows would become stronger and stronger, and soon the player might not be able to withstand it. But it was also impossible to run away from this enemy, because then the Titan's speed would increase greatly, and it would be very difficult to hide. After examining his enemy, the young man saw that one of his arms was badly injured, so he would not be able to reach maximum strike speed. The player quickly realized that his only salvation was a swift attack and victory on the very edge. The Titan tried to hit the young man with his terrible fist, but missed. Smith did a somersault in the air and attacked the enemy with all the strength he had. John understood that staying in one place even for a short time was mortally dangerous for him. After all, the Titan understood that his only chance to save himself was to kill this annoying young man as quickly as possible and deal with his assistants. John Smith took his time, determined the trajectory of the blow, and rushed forward. It seemed like he was flying around the zombie boss. And then the monster's head shook. Blood gushed from its neck. The zombie was mortally wounded. Clutching the wound with his huge hand, the Titan tried to save himself. And then the game announced that new members had appeared on the player's team. so the reward for the task would be reduced. John decided to ignore the uninvited guests, for now he needed to finish off his enemy before he evolved again. Smith once again rushed at the zombie titan together with the robot defender of the city of Mo. The terrible enemy is finally killed. The difficult battle is over. And then John saw that a group of guys were slowly descending onto the square, wanting to join his victory. The initiator of the idea to get a piece of John's victory had already gone down to the square, and was encouraging his friends to also come in to receive a reward for the task. The guys went down and reasoned that they could certainly become famous throughout the world for opening the first platform. The girl who was watching them was outraged that it was not easy for this guy to defeat a huge zombie, and how they could so shamelessly tangle with him. But one of the guys rudely shouted at her that he had been putting up with her for a long time. The end of the world had already come, and she was still pretending to be Mother Teresa and promised to beat the girl. The girl was afraid of the rude man, so she kept quiet and stopped shaming them. At this time, John Smith appeared behind the backs of the uninvited guests. The winner of the fight approached the guys without taking off his mask. He assumed why they came here, but still wanted to hear their version. The young man, who had just rudely cursed the girl, smiled broadly and said that he was John's biggest fan. Smiling flatteringly, the young man said that they saw John fighting and decided to come to his aid. Smith asked doubtfully if they had decided to come to help and if they were really fans. The boys shifted from foot to foot under the fighter's piercing gaze. John said that he saw how they had been hiding nearby from the very beginning, but for some reason they only came now. The main initiator of this brazen foray opened his mouth to tell another lie. John Smith realized this. He swung his sword and killed the liar. The hunters of other people's victories clearly did not expect this. The organizer of the expedition fell dead. The guys who introduced themselves as John's fans, seeing that their leader was dead, screamed in horror. Smith didn't even turn around at the shouts. He simply said that more than anything in the world he hated liars. The boys were confused. They didn't know what to do, and were very afraid that each of them could be next. Smith took advantage of the properties of his evil ghost mask and sent terror into the intruders with his gaze. The young people looked at John as if hypnotized. They were shaking, and they began to have visions. Now it seemed to them that there were only zombies around them, and not their friends. A whole crowd of new fans had already gathered. And now, under the influence of the mask's gaze, they attacked each other. Smith, meanwhile, walked away from them, cursing to himself that these creatures decided to join the mission and get a reward for free. The game reported that the players were leaving the mission one after another, which meant they had killed each other. John was sure that these guys could not only share his reward, but if the opportunity arose, they would also finish him off. One of the surviving guys shouted after John that he was a hero of the Dragon State. The guy was indignant and said that Smith should help them, that they just wanted to cover for him and weren't up to anything bad. The second supported his friend. He advised John to think carefully that if he killed them, no one would consider him a hero. Before the guy could finish his fiery speech, John's sword slashed his throat, causing another player to leave the mission. Just a second ago, the loudly indignant guy covered his mouth with his hand in fear and began to shake. John caught his sword and shouted loudly that his name was synonymous with vengeful. He was no hero and was not going to help anyone. The boys ran away in fear, and Smith shouted after him that he wouldn't save the world either, that he lived only for himself. John Smith loudly proclaimed that anyone who angered him, interfered with him, or did anything bad to him would die. The game reported that all players who had previously joined the mission have left the mission. John returned to the dead zombie titan, grumbling that these guys were useless trash, and they even dared to teach him. They should have thought first if they could fight him. Smith remembered that when the Lee family persecuted him, none of those cowardly yes-men lectured them about right and wrong. Meanwhile, the game informed John that he had completed the task, killed the zombie titan, and received many different rewards for this. Smith has received another title, and information about him and his achievements in the game will be published to the whole world. Only now the guy found out that the reward for the task has increased. He gets 2 simple trainers and silver-level equipment items. After the system announced the reward, a shining chest appeared in front of John. Smith was still young, and rewards always brought him childish joy. He happily picked up the treasured chest. The guy approached the pedestal in the place where the first platform in the city of Mo was to be activated. To the young man's surprise, there were 2 shining objects lying in front of him, a scroll and a pen. John picked up the scroll, sparkling and shimmering with different colors. The guy unfolded it. It was an agreement to activate the platform. The guy learned that the next day a sculpture of him would be erected on this platform, and he would be revered in the city of Mo. All John had to do was sign the agreement and receive the reward. The agreement was very honorable, so the young man took a pen and wrote his name, and the agreement indicated his real name, and not the nickname Dean, which he took in the game. The game congratulated the guy on completing the task of activating the platform for changing the specialty of the city of Mo. The system also informed the player that his level had been increased, he had received additional points, and that he was only a short distance away from the next level. The game continued to congratulate John. He became the first player to activate the platform on the blue star. This message was published. The young man was happy. It seemed that the trainer system had tried and greatly increased his reward. And then Smith heard some strange sounds. Someone was hiding near the battle site. John completely forgot about the unfortunate observers. But he needed to find a quiet place and count the reward. He was in no mood to lecture other players. The young man patted his sleeping Silly on the cheek and said it was time to go. To cheer up his faithful servant, Smith promised Silly that he would give him a chicken leg. The difficult task was finally completed, and John and Silly went home. At this time, a huge portal began to spin over the square. The guys who were watching John's fight were confused. They didn't know what was happening. One of the freeloaders suggested that Smith had activated some kind of mechanism to feed them to the zombies, while the second grabbed his head in horror. At this time, reports were heard all over the world that a player named Ding had become the first in the world to kill a silver tier boss and activate the job change platform. The game advised everyone to follow this player's example. Mo City was the first to activate the specialty change platform, so as a reward, the level of all players in the city will increase, and within 24 hours, the reward for all killed zombies will be doubled. The residents of Mo watched in amazement as a beautiful golden glow appeared over their glorious city. Many people watched the amazing astronomical phenomenon with their mouths literally open. The girl looked at her game panel and exclaimed in surprise that her level had actually increased, and now John was her hero. Players, delighted that the reward for killing zombies would be doubled, rushed to kill the monsters. Smith's victory over the huge zombie surprised many, because many players had died before him while trying to activate the platform. One of the zombie hunters exclaimed in delight that he knew little brother Dean would become famous again, because he was just the bomb. The head of the Lee family called another meeting. He was sure that this famous player was from his country. Old Lin guessed that before the game started, Ding had gone on a journey to the capital of Mo, and now he couldn't get out, but his heart would always belong to the Dragon Country. A quiet starry night descended on the city of Mo. The streets were empty, people hid. The fool helped his kind master sort out the rewards he had received. John, propping his head up in his hands, was carefully studying the game panel, counting everything he had available. By this time, Smith had already reached level 16 and had become quite rich, and his storage had also expanded significantly. The young man was in a great mood. Now he was rising in levels even faster than during the protective period for beginners. John tossed a new specialty change scroll in his hand. He needed to see what it could give him. The new specialty was called Ruler, and it gave its owner the power to move mountains. So now John could change everything that existed. The guy read and reread the scroll. He figured out how best to distribute the points to increase his strength many times over. John's eyes were shining. Now he would definitely be able to begin implementing his plan for revenge on the Lee family. The assistant system congratulated John on winning a very useful thing called an information breakthrough. The guy chuckled. Now it would be much easier for him to deal with bosses and other zombies. The young man asked for clarification regarding the increase in explosion coefficients. The system explained that the initial explosion coefficient would be increased, and another percentage would be added to it. John Smith didn't understand the message at first, but then it dawned on him that his explosion factor was now 201%. Among the rewards for defeating the zombie boss was new silver tier equipment. The first item was the demonic chainmail of concealment, which was created to fight against mages. The second item is the demonic pants of concealment. They were also created to fight magicians, and were a headache for any wizard. John Smith decided to put on the demonic pants of concealment right away. After thinking for a bit, the player put on the chainmail of concealment, and the system congratulated him on successfully activating them. Looking at his game panel, John decided that his speed and energy were a little lacking, and added a few free points there. After distribution, the player looked at his main characteristics with pleasure and was satisfied. The young man told the system that he wanted to receive one of the 2 trainers he had won. Instantly, John had a card with an elixir for physical strength in his hands. A very ordinary item, but it can help him win and help him out at a critical moment in the battle. The new rewards did not cause the player as much delight as before. He considered that they were not particularly useful. Smith decided to look at the characteristics of his new title, Silver Fighter. After reading the characteristics, Smith thought, compared to the title of the only one in the world, these were weak. Did his luck really go away when he received the specialty of the ruler? John contacted the system and asked to give him silver-level equipment. A message appeared in front of Smith that the system was choosing equipment for him. The guy folded his palms in prayer and asked all the gods of the world to have mercy on him. John unrolled the scroll. He received the butcher specialty. This improved his strength and body quality characteristics. John looked at the scroll. It was again a normal reward. It was useless for him and stupid. But the player decided to keep the scroll for now. The young man opened the panel of his warehouse and happily looked through the valuables he had. Here in John's hands was a golden chest, received for activating the specialty change platform. He had not opened it yet. The guy opened the lid of the chest, and the system reported that he had activated a golden chest in which he had found a treasure. Smith looked at the treasures. The glasses and coins no longer particularly worried him, because there were enough of them. Among other rewards in the chest was a watermelon knife and gold-level equipment. The fighter looked at the knife. It created a great intimidation effect during the battle. The guy decided to feed it to the ball of Julie. John remembered that thanks to his victory, the reward for killed zombies would double within 24 hours, and the guy decided to take advantage of this. There was no time to rest, so to enhance the effect, John activated the elixir for physical strength. The young man drank the magic liquid and felt as if a volcano of energy had exploded inside him. The fool was literally thrown away from his master by an energy wave. The servant was puzzled. He had never seen anything like this before. Foolish had already fully recovered from the battle with the Titan, so John said it was time to work. Today he told Silly not to finish off the zombies to death, but to leave them for him to stimulate the servant. John promised him an extra chicken leg for every 20th zombie. Dreams of fried chicken inspired Silly Boy very much, and he happily followed after his master. The sword of Julie literally burned in John Smith's hands. The young man rushed through the empty streets of the city, searching for and killing all the mutants he came across on the go. And then the fighter heard an unusually loud and menacing growl behind him. Somewhere nearby there was a very large zombie. When the player finally saw the giant, John had a caustic thought that this mutant had probably eaten too much plant. Smith rushed at the enemy. Literally with every step his strength increased many times over. The player attacked the mutant with fury, and in his head he was thinking that he wanted 3 pieces of equipment. The game congratulated John, but it wasn't enough for him. He demanded that stupid attract more zombies. For this, he ordered to hit the ground with a hammer and create an earthquake. The fool obediently fulfilled his master's will and began to hit the ground with a hammer. Soon a whole crowd of mutants of different levels gathered around the noisy fool. That was all John needed. He rushed at the monsters, killing them one by one. John had already lost count of how many messages about zombie deaths he had received. It didn't matter anymore. The main thing was to kill more. Smith stood in the center of a huge crowd of zombies. They kept coming and coming. The young man was drunk with blood. He cut, stabbed, chopped without stopping. The guy stopped only when there was not a single living mutant left around him. The fighter smiled. He was pleased with the result. Now, in the equipment ranking, all the top places were occupied by John's equipment. None of the players could compare with him. The heads of the country's 3 richest families gathered for a meeting, with Smith on the top topic. Family representatives looked at the ratings and were surprised luck and fame were slipping away from under the noses of the heads of families. But the most important question that worried them was who this player Dean was. No one knew him. There was no agreement among the heads of families, especially since one of the representatives was a young man whose father had turned into a zombie, and the other 2 old men believed that he did not belong there. But the boy snapped back. He remarked to the elder Lee that it was not worth lecturing him. The young man, apparently, especially did not like the head of the Lee family. But the 3rd representative decided to calm the disputants and reminded them that their topic today was the player Dean, and that they should not discuss family issues here. Senior Lee remarked that he had never heard of this person in the Dragon Country before, and could not believe that a common citizen could reach such a level in a few days. Chief Lee was confident that they should find this guy. With his current fame and ranking, he would help them a lot if he joined. The young council member noted that the end of the world was a great opportunity for them. The guy stretched and said that everything in this world had turned upside down. So why don't they take over this world completely? The head of the Yoon family thoughtfully said that if Ding couldn't be of use to them, then they would just take away his equipment. And then, the young representative of the An family eloquently ran his hand across his own throat, indicating that he was ready to kill this player. Only the elder Lee did not participate in this discussion. He remained silent and looked thoughtfully at young An. At this time, an active hunt for zombies was underway on the streets of the city of Mo. Residents, inspired by the double reward, were catching mutants in every nook and cranny. The townspeople counted their income and thought that they needed to kill a few more zombies. Even the girls were splashed with zombie blood and happily participated in the battles. The sky above the city turned dark crimson, as if it too had drunk blood. John Smith, in the hotel room where he lived, fed the ball of Julie with the equipment he had obtained, which made the ball stronger. Smith went to the window, and among the city's fighters he saw General Zhang. The young man thought that Zhang, who had previously been behind him on the list, was now working hard to catch up with the leader. John remembered that in his past life, by this time the general was at level 8, but he had not received the reward, and would develop more slowly. The guy yawned. Judging by the situation at the moment, his rebirth had a very strong impact on this world. John Smith was confident that even if everything went the other way, it was worth trying, and he would be able to withstand anything. In order for the discussions not to remain just discussions, it was necessary to work and raise the level of the sword. Smith took a comfortable position, concentrated, and began to raise the level of his victorious sword. After the magical manipulations with the ball and the globe, the entire hotel room was shining with reflections of energy. To his horror, John suddenly felt that the room smelled terrible. The guy turned his head from side to side and asked Stupid if it was him that was stinking. But the former security guard himself was standing in the corner, holding his nose. The servant growled, shaking his head negatively. John began to sniff his own clothes in surprise. The young man was in shock. The foul stench was coming not from anyone, but from him. John grabbed some clean underwear and ran into the shower. He had completely neglected himself, and only washed once a month. The fool scratched the back of his head in confusion. He, too, could use some freshening up. The guy happily soaped himself up and stood under the stream of cleansing hot shower. He felt much better. But then the bathroom door opened and Foolish walked in. Undressing, he too, clearly intended to wash himself. John, laughing, threw a tuft of foam at Foolish and told him to go to bed. The clean and refreshed guy happily plopped down on the wide bed of the hotel room. As he fell asleep, Smith thought that in his past life, everyone had gotten used to this way of life and had forgotten what a shower was. In the dead of night, when the full moon rose over the hotel where John lived, people were already asleep, but something was happening in the building. John was stretched out on a large double bed, and nearby, wrapped in a blanket, Silly was dozing. Very strange sounds were heard from the toilet of the hotel room. They were quiet, and no one heard them. Right in the toilet, the space began to spin and a portal opened. A red glowing eye appeared in the sewer hole. Some kind of monster was preparing to jump into the room. A huge mutant rat with terrible saber-like claws crawled out of the toilet. John Smith was a very light sleeper, and when the rat entered the room, he sat up in bed. To his surprise, the guy saw a huge monster with red glowing eyes not far from the bed. The young man barely had time to jump out of bed before the rat already pounced on him. John was surprised that all zombie rats were that big. The player swung his sword, and the attacking mutant was cut into 2 pieces. The zombie rat died instantly. A blood stain spread across the bed where John had been sleeping peacefully a few seconds ago. And now a hacked monster lay there. At this time, mutant rats were crawling out of every crack in the city and rushing through the streets, attacking people. Huge rats moved through the sewers. They pushed aside the lids, climbed out onto the streets, and attacked everyone who got in their way. The townspeople, terrified, tried to flee from the new disaster. Screams were heard, but it was impossible to escape from the swarm of rats. They pounced and literally bit people to death on the run. Frightened townspeople threw down their weapons, and that night many streets were left covered in bloody corpses. A crowd of rats rushed through the city, and the sounds were as if a herd of horses were galloping down the main street. John and Silly prepared for battle, and from behind the door they also heard the sounds of a large number of rat paws stamping. John understood that, judging by the sounds, either a crowd of zombie people or a pack of zombie animals was heading towards them. But for some reason, the system did not notify him of the attack or the task. The guy decided to leave the room to scout out the situation and be prepared for any situation. The young man walked around the hotel, but did not find any rats. Could it have been his imagination? Smith was perplexed. He decided to look around again. The player examined everything carefully. There were no mutants in the room. Through the hotel window, he saw several rats running along the street. Smith thought it was all very strange. Several rats could not make such a loud noise. The young man assumed that it must be a huge swarm of rats, and judging by the sounds, they were already somewhere close, perhaps in the building. Is an army of zombie rats really here to attack John? And then the guy saw through the window how the manhole cover moved aside, and a huge crowd of rats crawled out. John watched the movements of the zombie animals and realized that, judging by their organization, these mutants were definitely being led by a boss with combat talents. Smith thought that he would most likely have another battle tonight, which meant he couldn't stay in the hotel room. In order to prevent the enemies from approaching unnoticed and to see everything for themselves, John suggested that Stupid go to the roof. The doors leading to the roof were padlocked, but that was no problem for Julie's sword. The guy opened the doors, and he and Stupid found themselves on the roof of a tall hotel, from where they could watch what was happening in the city. John Smith and his battle servant, the faithful fool, looked around to take a good position. Smith, wearing the gear and mask of an evil ghost, sat down near the fencing on the roof and began to watch what was happening. The guy had never seen such a number of vile rats in his life. Huge flocks of wild monsters were running in a certain direction. John thought that there were so many of them, and it was very good that they did not attack him. The guy reasoned that if he killed these bosses, he would earn a good amount of money. Foolish listened to the owner's reasoning in surprise. After watching for a while, the young man decided that there were too many of these rats, and he did not know for what purpose these rats had gathered here, so it was better not to risk it. Smith was going to make a reconnaissance sortie. He told Foolish to stay here and not run away anywhere. To hide from the eyes of his enemies, John activated the Twilight Ring. Using magical equipment, John, invisible to the eyes of his enemies, rushed over the city. The guy landed on one of the roofs and began to quietly watch the mutant rats. Directly opposite the young man stood a large, beautiful house, the windows of which were lit up with lights, which meant that the owners were now at home. The guy chuckled that the end of the world had happened more than a week ago, but there were still simpletons who thought they would be saved at home. Smith saw that a huge pack of zombie rats was heading towards this house, and John had a thought that he could move to the roof of this house, but he changed his mind. The rats entered the house in an organized formation. The young man decided to see what would happen next, and only then act. The guy settled on the roof of the building opposite and watched the movement of a real gray army of mutant rats. In order not to attract unnecessary attention, John froze and made absolutely no movements. To the guy's surprise, the rats entered the house, but nothing happened. And then the player had a flash of thought that a hidden quest had appeared. Smith was delighted. He could not even imagine that he would be so lucky today. The young man mentally called to Foolish, telling him that it was time to work. The faithful servant, armed with a hammer, immediately rushed to the call of his master. Soon, Foolish landed on the same rooftop where John was standing. The youth drew his sword and prepared to attack. At this moment, Smith's attention was drawn to another strange sound. This time, it came not from below, but from above. The boy raised his head and saw a huge flock of crows rushing rapidly towards the same house as the rats. These birds were also zombies, and John had already learned to identify them over the course of 10 years. Huge crows with bloody eyes flew whistling over the players' heads. John Smith and Silly Boy watched the diving crows in amazement, as if someone was calling them. John warned Silly not to move. There were too many of these zombie birds for the two of them to handle. The black flock, flapping its wings, landed next to the rats and went to the same house. The birds stood up on their paws. They did not conflict with the rats at all. Moreover, it seemed that they were talking to each other. John didn't understand what was going on here. Birds and rats could enter the estate in an organized manner. What was there? John secured the rope and he and Silly began to slowly descend to the ground. Smith and Silly left their observation post on the roof and landed on the pavement. They were about to find out what strange phenomenon was happening before their eyes. Trying not to make any unnecessary noise, the players slowly moved after the gray-black army, which was entering the mansion illuminated by bright lights. Almost all the animals have already entered there. A few more steps, and John and Silly will also enter the mysterious house. An unpleasant surprise awaited the players near the mansion. It turned out that not only rats and crows, but also larger monsters were heading to this building. John and Silly Boy saw a lion, a tiger, a puma, a wolf, a boar, and a huge bear entering the mansion. The zombie predators bared their huge teeth, raised clouds of dust, and entered the mansion in an orderly formation. John thought that sooner or later this bear might crush him. Smith and Silly carefully looked into the house in one of the rooms. A huge golden portal was spinning, and all the animals were heading straight towards it. The arriving mutants obediently walked to the portal, jumped in and disappeared there forever. It seemed like there would be no end to the flow of animals. A zombie fox appeared, followed obediently by a zombie ram, geese, ducks, and hawks. The sun had already appeared over the city. The last mutant animals were running through the city streets, heading towards the strange portal. The entire time the zombie animals were jumping into the portal, the players sat in the house without moving. Finally, John breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed like it was all over. Smith went outside to make sure all the mutants were gone. He looked around, looked into the bushes. There was no one. The guy was happy, despite his courage. Such a number of zombie animals scared him. Now John had to figure out what kind of portal this was, so he called Silly. The guy entered the house again and approached the portal. It still hadn't disappeared. The game reported that John had discovered an unknown quest. There was no information about this quest. From his past life experience, Smith knew that the quests in the Doomsday game were divided into two categories. The first being competitions between players. The second type of quests transported the player to some place, and there he received tasks, an unknown quest John encountered for the first time. The young man relied on his rich experience of completing quests, and assumed that completing an unknown quest would not be difficult for him. The guy asked the trainer system if it would protect him inside the quest. The system responded that if John didn't like the quest, he could finish it at any time and be transported back. Smith decided that since he was not risking anything, there was no point in hesitating, and agreed to go on the unknown quest. The system informed that John would soon be transported to the location of the quest. The young man decided not to risk Foolish and leave him here, because John has a trainer, but Foolish does not. Smith commanded the servant to stay there and wait for him, and Silly obediently sat down against the wall of the room. John looked at his faithful Silly. He looked so naive. The guy felt a stir of worry in his soul. But there was no time to think. A shining blue portal opened in front of John. The young man took the sword prepared for battle in his hands and stepped into the unknown. The space around him began to glow and spin. The room disappeared, and he moved to a completely different place. The glow disappeared. John looked around. He found himself in some kind of huge stone room. Lights burned on the walls, going up into the endless heights, casting dim reflections around. The young man moved forward cautiously, not yet understanding where he had ended up and what awaited him. The guy carefully knocked on the wall, trying to determine what was behind it. But the wall made a dull sound, meaning it was thick. John Smith thought that perhaps his sword would help him cut a passage. The boy swung his sword, trying to make a passage for himself in the blank wall. Julie's sword struck sparks and left a mark on the wall, but there was still no passage. The game informed John that he had activated a special quest called the Labyrinth of Despair. Smith looked around carefully. If this was a labyrinth, then there had to be a passage somewhere, and more than one. From the game's message, John learned that this quest exists only in legends, and for 1,000 years no one has been able to complete it. This maze is home to many zombie animals and is also full of traps. Another unpleasant discovery was that John's storage was locked here. He would not be able to use his tools, titles, and equipment. Once the quest time is up, the player will be killed, and Smith is surprised to learn that he entered the yet-to-be-discovered quest in a special way. John was puzzled as to how one could get into an undiscovered quest, and this special method was apparently that very portal. The hint screens were empty, the maze was not yet open, and this proves that the danger is quite great. But John believed in himself, and although the vault was inaccessible, he still had the Julie sword in his hands, and he also had the Julie ball, which he was spiritually connected to. Everything else was unimportant. The trainer system reported that the data optimization was complete. The quest was adapted according to John's strength. The guy raised his head up and saw the starry sky and vortices of unknown energy above him. John felt much more cheerful. The wall next to him was still unimaginably high, but not endless. Red flashes slowly descended from the sky closer to John. The space around became much lighter. The guy smiled. Now being on the quest became much more pleasant, and the difficulty also decreased. As if in response to John's statements, a message appeared that since he had entered the quest early, the difficulty had been increased by 50% as a punishment. The guy was outraged that this game could not be trusted at all. The trainer system, in order to support its player, reported that the penalty had been cancelled, and he would be able to exit the quest at any time. John read the updated task. He had to get out of the labyrinth by any means, which took away a lot of hope. So, the young man accepted the strange task of completing a quest that does not yet exist. Holding his sword at the ready, he moved forward. After taking a few steps, the player ran into a wall, and he accidentally touched the wall with his sword. At that very moment, a fiery arrow flew out of the hidden window towards John. The player saw that this was not a simple arrow. It was spinning, its trajectory taking up the entire space where he was. John's only salvation was his wonderful sword. The guy took aim and put Julie's sword under the arrow's point. Smith's blade withstood the fire arrow's impact, although the youth was knocked back several meters by the impact. Finally, the arrow's strength ran out and it fell with a ringing sound onto the stone floor. The young man stopped, staggering, he thought. It's no wonder that this quest was closed, but this is only the beginning. But Smith had completed a lot of quests in his past life, and could predict what surprise the game would give him. The guy was on guard. He knew that a more difficult task would appear any minute. The main thing was not to miss where a new danger would appear, many times greater than the first. The player heard a quiet whistle now. Not one arrow was flying towards John, but several. The arrows were coming closer and closer. All of John's instincts were heightened. He knew that salvation must be very close. And so it was. To the right of Smith, there was an inconspicuous niche, into which the guy dived with the speed of a weasel, dodging a hail of arrows. Speed and instant reaction saved the player from certain death. Smith took a deep breath. He was a little scared, and he was still thinking about taking a couple of arrows for defense. To check if the attack was over, the young man waved his sword from around the corner, but no more arrows flew. Then the guy looked out himself. It seemed that this test was over. Keeping his sword at the ready, John moved on. There were no clues to be found in this quest, which meant that the player would have to rely only on feelings and memory. John felt a strange inner excitement. The player approached the fork. After thinking for a bit, Smith decided to go right. The young man already knew that attacks could be expected not only from all sides, but also from above and below, so he constantly turned his head. Suddenly, something crunched under John's feet. Right in front of Smith lay a human skeleton. The bones were completely bare, which meant that this man had died a very long time ago. Just in case, the guy examined the bones. Suddenly they contained some kind of clue. But there were no clues as to why this skeleton was lying here at all. It just scared people. Deeply impressed, Smith moved on, perhaps having just passed a fellow player. Walking through the corridors of the labyrinth, the young man saw a door with the number 1. The player knocked on the wooden door with his fist. In response, a menacing growl was heard clearly. A zombie animal was waiting in the player's room. Smith opened the door slightly, and a mutant rat lay on the stone floor, its eyes gleaming angrily. John opened the door, and at that very second the rat rushed at him. But the guy was already familiar with such animals. One swing of the sword and the terrible mutant rat is killed. The game congratulated the young man for killing the zombie rat and receiving a reward. The maze walk made John hungry, so he took out a card and wished for beef fried rice. A second later, a bowl with a hot, aromatic dish and chopsticks appeared next to John Smith. The player was so hungry that he started eating right there, next to the dead zombie rat. In a matter of minutes, the player swallowed the hot lunch, cleaning the entire bowl. And although John didn't really like this dish, it satisfied his hunger perfectly. Smith snorted that it was disgusting, but it was good that there were at least napkins to wipe his mouth. Continuing his walk through the labyrinth, John thought how good it was that he had gone through the training of the Commander-in-Chief's specialty. Otherwise, he definitely would not have survived. At the next fork, Smith decided as before to go right. The labyrinth was well lit, but the young man sometimes had the impression that the walls were moving. This time John's choice led him to a dead end. He made a mark on the wall with his sword and turned back. Walking through the corridors of the labyrinth, the young man tried to pay attention to all the details. Although the walls were the same everywhere, the player wandered around the junctions, leaving marks here and there with his sword, so that they could be used as a guide. The game seemed to be testing his endurance. The next choice again led him to a dead end. Another crossroad, another choice, and another dead end, John cursed. After several intersections, Smith came to another door with the number 2 written on it. John entered the room. There were 2 zombie rats, which he killed without difficulty. A few more intersections and another door with the sign 001. Behind this door, John met a zombie boss. Smith was surprised that after 10 doors he only met 1 boss. The fight was short. Combat experience and Julie's sword helped the young man kill the monster very quickly. The trainer system informed John that thanks to this victory, Julie's ball had evolved from gold to diamond level. John sat down on the floor. He needed to think. All the intersections here were similar. The guy dipped his finger in the zombie's blood and drew a diagram. Out of 3 paths, 2 paths led to death. Among these 2, one is filled with traps and the other is empty. If you reach the end, you will definitely come across a door behind which there will be zombie animals, for which you can get resources or weapons. Experience walking through the maze suggested that the number of animals behind the door was equal to the room number, and the 11th room was numbered 001, and the boss was behind it. Then logically, there should be 2 bosses behind door 002. Perhaps there will be more bosses, which is why this labyrinth deprives players of hope. Leaving the room with the dead boss, John realized that the animals will only get stronger, and you never know what kind of trap awaits you. You need to be careful. Smith opened the door numbered 002, and in the room, 2 bronze-level boss zombie cats were waiting for him, just as he thought. John was familiar with such bosses, so he boldly rushed into battle. And this time, Julie's sword did not fail its owner. After a few seconds, the fight was over. The game congratulated John on his victory and informed him that he had reached level 18. For defeating 2 bosses, the player received the Fruit of Speed as a gift. Since the player's storage was locked, he immediately ate the fruit he had won and activated the trap card he had received. The game reported that the trap was activated and a chasm appeared right in front of John. To avoid fighting 3 zombie bosses, the player lured them into a trap. According to the player's calculations, he had been in the labyrinth for the 3rd day already. Another day passed in the mysterious labyrinth. Thanks to victories, John was able to increase the level of the Julie ball. Now, John's victorious sword became a diamond-level piece of equipment, increasing the effect of bleeding and destruction. As the level increased, the sword began to inflict greater pain on the enemy, and could also inflict repeated blows. The characteristics of John's other weapons, which he could not currently use, also increased. With the upgraded sword, John could kill zombie animals much faster. The young man opened any door he came across in the labyrinth without fear, because he knew the sword would not fail. The bronze-level bosses that John had feared so much at the beginning of the game now fell to his sword like the most simple mutants. John Smith, armed with his deadly sword, triumphantly advanced through the complex labyrinth. Meanwhile, in the capital of Mo, players were leveling up and changing specialties. Those who constantly followed the game levels were surprised that the player Dean seemed to have disappeared. There was no information about him. Fans and supporters made all sorts of assumptions, but John still topped the rankings by level, which meant he was alive. Smith fought his way through the labyrinth of despair with exemplary tenacity, and with each battle his opponents became stronger and more dangerous. And so, in one of the halls, John met the animals he was so afraid of. They were mutant predators. John had Julie's youth, experience, and strength on his side, so any bosses were no longer so scary to him. The blow of his sword had already killed a scary zombie buffalo, a zombie puma, and a rat. The guy entered the next room and was surprised to find that there were more bosses. Well, that's better for him. He'll get more rewards. The young man fought mutants like a man possessed. It seemed that this had become his usual way of life. He could no longer do otherwise. The more bosses Smith killed, the stronger his sword became, as if it was absorbing the power of the monsters he killed. Some of the players' victories were accompanied by explosions of energy, as the zombie animals reacted to the power of Julie's sword. The game congratulated John on his victory over and over again, and informed him of the reward he had received. After killing another fat rat zombie boss, Smith saw a chest next to the corpse. John approached the gift. It turned out to be a bronze-level chest. The player, without disassembling it, sent it to the storage. In the corridors of the quest, John encountered a saber-toothed cheetah, which he easily killed. But most often the young man encountered rats. Huge, disgusting, greedy rats. Step by step, John moved through the labyrinth and hoped that he would soon find the exit. The young man had already lost count of how many doors he had opened, and how many mutants and zombie bosses had fallen to his sword. There on the floor of the hall lies the bloody body of a giant rat. It was a formidable opponent with huge teeth, claws, and a strong tail. It was not easy to deal with the mutant bull first. John had to cut off its sharp horns. The young man didn't even notice how he rose to the 20th level, and he had already stopped counting how many points he received. After another victory, the game announced that John had the opportunity to take a super trainer. Smith wanted to receive this award. It turned out that he received a super trainer called the Eye of Understanding. Now, thanks to the Eye of Understanding, John could understand what no one else could understand. John Smith didn't immediately understand the essence of his new super trainer. To figure it out, the young man asked the game for more detailed information. The system explained that the guy can learn literally everything about any player, and when he meets a zombie, he learns its weaknesses. Now, thanks to the super trainer, the other players became like an open book for John. But the second point was not very clear to him. It was unclear to what extent he would be able to see the weakness of the zombies he encountered. The young man realized that he would only be able to deal with this when he met a new zombie. The guy took out his favorite Julie ball and fed it new pieces of equipment. As the power of the ball grew, John's power also grew, and he became so strong that fights became boring for him. He walked into the halls of bosses without fear and emerged victorious. The young man saw another door in the corridor of the labyrinth and approached it to see what was there. But the number on the door puzzled him a little. It said 41, after all. Even for him, it was a bit too much. The guy opened the door and looked inside. The whole room was filled with mutant crows. It was a great opportunity to test how the Eye of Understanding works. John received a message that these zombies are afraid of fire, and also that they can be dealt maximum damage if you hit their wings. Armed with this useful knowledge, John Smith went into battle against a flock of large zombie crows. The monsters rushed at the player with screams, but he knew that he had to hit the wings. The guy delivered precise blows, cutting off the wings of the monsters, and now half of the flock lay at his feet. A few more lightning-fast swings of the sword and the entire flock of flying monsters was killed. Smith had achieved a brilliant victory. In order not to forget the corridors he had already walked through, John unfolded a piece of paper and made a few lines with a pen. The player put the piece of paper in his pocket and said that there were only 14 doors left. It was almost the end. The young man left the room, leaving a pile of dead zombie crows on the floor. The flock was defeated. John walked carefully through the labyrinth. He was wary of traps and therefore looked closely and listened to all the sounds. Today, after defeating the crows, his path was suspiciously quiet. The young man walked and walked, but it turned out that there seemed to be no doors in this tunnel. Smith came up against a huge gray stone and made a small cut on the stone block with his sword. Armed with a diagram on a piece of paper, John continued his journey through the labyrinth of despair. Judging by the diagram, almost the entire labyrinth has already been completed. The young man thought that he had chosen the road well. He had long had a premonition that he would come out very soon, but he had to be careful. A bright light appeared ahead, and the guy realized that he probably needed to go there. Smith quickened his pace, as if someone was pushing him forward. The player quickly but carefully approached the huge gate. John stopped. In front of him were giant double doors with a golden serpent with glowing eyes painted on them. John was a little scared to open these huge gates. You never know what kind of test the game might have in store for the end. But it was impossible to stand in front of the closed gates forever, so the guy clutched his sword and took a step forward. Smith's heart pounded in his chest. He took a few breaths and touched the gate. To the guy's surprise, the gate gave in and began to open slowly. Looking into the large hall, John saw a strange pedestal, above which an energy ball was rotating and crackling. The guy looked at the mysterious phenomenon in confusion and did not understand what it was. The game came to the aid of the young man. It informed him that he had found a way out of the labyrinth of despair and completed the quest. Since the quest reward was created for the blue star, the game needs to optimize it. The system congratulated the player on receiving 2 simple trainers for winning the quest, but John decided not to take them yet. In addition to trainers, the player received several other interesting prizes, the essence of which John has not yet understood. Here in Smith's hand, a small key sparkled. It was the key to destroying borders. Now the guy could calmly walk from city to city. The player was turning the key over in his hands. It didn't seem complicated, but it was better to use this thing with caution. A light sparkled on John Smith's palm. It was the trigram Li. It means fire. Apparently this thing is connected with fire. A con source appeared on the guy's other palm. The player assumed that it was probably connected to water. Since the quest was completed, John was able to use all of his weapons in storage again. The young man stood in the middle of the hall, confused. The reward for this quest was somehow strange. Perhaps other things were hidden in this room, and it was worth looking carefully so as not to miss anything. The guy moved towards the area glowing with blue lights. Right in front of the young man, another scroll appeared that he had not seen before. Smith unrolled the scroll and began to read, his mouth involuntarily falling open in surprise. It turns out that this labyrinth was created by one of the first emperors of the Dragon Country, and whoever passes through it will receive the power of the trigrams. The young man was shocked, so that means he will receive the power of trigrams that Emperor Fuxi himself possessed. It must be enormous. John never ceased to be amazed. He was so lucky, now he was capable of anything. After reading the scroll, the young man saw a golden sphere containing a beautiful pendant. John reached out to take the greenish gold pendant, for surely that was also a prize. As soon as the pendant was in the player's hand, the space around him began to sparkle and spin. Multicolored rays emanated from the pendant and wrapped around the player, and now the multicolored waves picked up John and spun him around in a furious whirlwind. The young man was confused. He did not understand what was happening, what he should do, and where this whirlwind would take him. A few seconds later, John Smith turned into a huge cocoon, which was picked up by multicolored rays and carried away in an unknown direction. John felt multicolored rays passing through him, piercing his body like needles. He clenched his fists to stop the trembling that was beating him. The guy realized that some kind of transformation was taking place in his body. Because of the colored rays, he felt blood running from his eyes. Smith clenched his teeth. Now not only streams of blood were oozing from his eyes. A serious transformation is impossible without pain. It must be experienced. The young man felt as if he was in zero gravity. Constellations were flying before his eyes. Big and small stars were looking with interest at the lucky player. The cocoon that contained John Smith was spinning, flying through the universe, the transformation continuing. Smith didn't know how much time had passed, but he felt the cocoon returning. The multicolored rays became thinner and softer. They no longer tormented John's body as much, and he began to slowly come to his senses. Multicolored rays burst out of the strange cocoon in different directions, and the capsule in which John Smith was hidden began to crack. The guy gathered his will into a fist, and then he felt the cocoon shatter into small pieces, and a glow began to emanate from Smith's body. The guy realized that he had returned. The system informed him that he had received an unknown power. The Doomsday game was a combination of an unknown force with the Blue Star culture and the game system. A surprised John learned that he had made the transition to the Green Emperor specialty. In order for the specialty to undergo digitalization, the young man had to complete a quest. And only then did the young man realize that the beautiful green pendant was the sign of the Green Emperor. John stared with wide eyes at the small green circle around which a light and a drop of water were dancing merrily. The guy took the green pendant, and in his hands was the same legendary trigram power that Emperor Fuxi possessed. And now, thanks to a painful transformation, John Smith also possessed this power, for which many were willing to give anything. The player's thoughts were interrupted by a message from the system, which congratulated him. He received the power of flame and the power of water. The rest of the powers he will receive gradually. Surprised, John stretched out his hand and thought about the power of fire, and a tongue of flame obediently appeared on his palm. The young man thought about the power of water, and a drop of water appeared on his palm. Smith laughed. These two powers were already awesome, and if he got all the others, the Doomsday Game wouldn't be able to defeat him. The quest was over, and John confidently walked towards the exit of the hall. Before the guy had time to reach the doors, he heard the hall begin to collapse. The floor was cracking, and stones were falling from the ceiling. It seemed like this room was only held together by the Fuxi trigrams. The game panel asked John if he wanted to leave the quest. The young man confidently pressed the yes key, because he had been in the labyrinth for a long time, and there, in the game, Foolish was waiting for him. At that very moment, John Smith found himself in the room of the mansion where he had left his faithful servant. The young man sighed with relief. He was finally back. The guy picked up the phone and looked at the date. He was horrified by what he saw. It turned out that John Smith had been on the quest for 2 weeks and hadn't even noticed it. The guy remembered about Stupid, who probably hadn't moved from his place for the past 2 weeks. He needed to hurry. John found the faithful and obedient silly boy where he had left him, the servant very weak. Surprised, John asked the servant if he had really been standing in one place since Smith entered the quest. Good fool growled affirmatively. John asked the silly boy if he was hungry, and he nodded his head affirmatively. Smith patted Foolish on the shoulder and said that he would finish here now and give him some chicken legs. John opened the levels panel and was surprised to find that there had been no significant changes in the ratings in 2 weeks. Smith handed Foolish a scroll and said that it was time for them to refresh their strength a little. The refreshed fool obediently activated the scroll of the master specialty given to him by his master. While John was on the quest, General John reached level 18. The general wiped the sweat from his forehead and said that he had finally surpassed this ding in level, and could be considered to have regained his lost face. But when the general opened the rankings, he was furious. Dean was again in first place, jumping from 17th to 20th level. Seeing the updated level rating, the young townswomen happily chirped that their beloved Dean had finally returned. The young player, looking at the rating, fell into despair. He did not know how Foolish could reach level 20 so quickly. Fans all over the world were discussing how in just 1 minute the ranking table had changed so significantly, with the fool reappearing there. But John Smith and Silly Boy were not worried. They made themselves comfortable on the floor in one of the rooms of the mansion, and dined with gusto. John kept one eye on his game panel and the messages from the system. Now she combined his 2 specialties, Commander-in-Chief and Green Emperor. The game told John that he had 50 points of free characteristics, which he needed to distribute as he wished. The player immediately took advantage of the offer, and after distribution, his stats exceeded many bosses. By this time, the game had already finished digitalizing John's new specialty, the Green Emperor. The young man read the description with surprise. The specialty he had received gave John powers he had never seen before. The guy couldn't find the words to describe how cool the opportunities he had received in his new life were. Smith could control one of the powers using a Bagua pendant. With this Jasper pendant, the player could control the power of the flame by expending energy. John looked at the pendant and laughed. He felt an unprecedented sense of strength. He even felt a little awkward that he was now so much stronger than the others. The system informed the player that all of his characteristics had come into balance. The specialty of a mage and a warrior had been combined into one, and he could master an unlimited number of skills. And suddenly, John saw that something strange was happening to his silly boy. He was shaking all over and growling in confusion. Suddenly, Foolish jumped up from his seat, began to tear his suit to shreds and growl loudly. To figure out what was going on, John opened the Fool's game panel and reread the characteristics of his new specialty. It turned out that if the owner has enough strength, he can break various barriers and destroy weapons. Smith realized that in order for Foolish to master the specialty he had received, he needed to be trained, and he commanded his servant to try the power of transforming everything that exists. The fool dropped to his knees, extended his hand, and concentrated. Foolish obviously had enough strength, because, obeying his call, everything around began to crackle and rumble. Stones began to fall from the walls of the mansion, the floor slabs began to break off, and stones began to fly from there too. The surprised fool discovered that the hand he extended was covered in an even layer of stones. John approved of the result. Since the strength of the fool had reached such a level, this was excellent. The specialty of the ruler greatly increased the strength characteristic. Smith told the system that he wanted to pick up 2 simple trainers, and they were immediately loaded. John received an absolute servant and a multiple breakthrough since he already had an absolute servant trainer. His level increases to 2. The young man shrugged. It seems that coaches have their own rules. John Smith and Silly Boy left the mysterious mansion and returned to the city streets. The game has warned Mo City players to be careful. The Mo City Battle Merit meeting has officially ended. The system announced 3 winners. The first place was taken by the player Moyu, the second place was taken by a schoolboy, and the third place was taken by a little-known player. John was surprised that the meeting was already over. It seemed like all those winners had been hard at work leveling up while he was in the maze. The Battle Merit meeting determined that each city must have a third of its players reach level 10 before a certain time. Smith told Stupid that he had leveled up and offered to kill a few more zombies with the hammer. The fool struck the ground with his hammer with all his might, and the stones that jumped up began to spin around him and turned him into a stone giant. John and Silly were walking calmly across the square, and a crowd of zombies was rushing towards them. The mutants bared their teeth in anger and stretched out their clawed hands. They thirsted for human blood. John threw the spinning sword Julie into the approaching crowd of mutants. The blade, gleaming coldly, flew towards the enemies. Many zombies didn't even have time to understand what was happening. The sword, flying at great speed, mowed them down like dry grass. And right behind the sword, the fool, covered in stone armor, rushed with a hammer at the ready. The former guard jumped high into the air and, swinging his hammer, fell upon the confused zombies from above. The mutants looked at the stone giant spellbound as he crushed them with a huge hammer. Almost the entire crowd was now lying on the square amid clouds of dust. The fool walked around the square and finished off the remaining survivors. Some of the unfortunates managed to escape, but John paid no attention to them. The guy sat comfortably right on the pavement and carefully studied the game panel. The young man had a scroll of Fireball Mastery in his hands, and he decided that now he needed to learn how to use this gift. John Smith studied the technique of Fireball Mastery carefully. The guy thought how good it was that he didn't feed it to Julie's ball. He didn't even think that he would try this technique now. The young man concentrated, and small fires flared up in each of his hands. John closed his eyes and surrendered completely to the power of the fire. He merged with it. And now the fire was not only on his palms, it engulfed his entire body. John was fire himself. The young man looked at his palms with sparkling eyes. Surprisingly, he could now hold fire with his bare hands. Smith began studying the technique of creating flying fireballs. Concentrating, he created a huge fire cloud with the power of thought, after which the young man tried to direct it in a certain direction. The player didn't succeed right away. Sometimes the fireballs flew in the wrong direction and exploded. After each unsuccessful attempt, John persistently analyzed his mistakes and tried again. The day was already drawing to a close. Smoke was rising around Smith. Many objects were burned, but progress was evident. The boy worked hard, ignoring the abrasions and burns. He mastered the skills of the Green Emperor. John tensed up, and with the power of his energy lit 2 fires in his palms. To keep the fire from getting out of control, John concentrated on it, and did not get distracted for a moment. Here the fires separated from John's palms and twisted into one large ball of fire. The system praised the player and congratulated him for learning the Green Emperor Specialty's Fireball Mastery ability. Smith sighed with satisfaction. He had finally mastered the art of fire control. Fireballs were a magical skill that allowed one to create fireballs, direct them towards a target, and detonate them. Now, after a few training sessions, John could easily create fireballs and send them in the desired direction. The guy decided to exchange his scroll for a skill, because it was worth it. The young man thought about it. There were still many different scrolls in the store in the capital of Mo, and the stores in other cities were probably the same. He needed to buy some scrolls for a rainy day. Pleased with his work, John called Silly and promised to give him a chicken leg. The Mo City Players Battle Merit meeting has already been completed, and meetings in other cities should also begin soon. There is no guarantee that in other places some of the players will not rise in the rankings. It is necessary to study their real strength. In the residence of the Lee family, they were preparing for the meeting in the capital. The head of the Lee family insisted that being in the top 3 was not enough. He needed a Lee family player to take first place. One of the leading fighters of the family said that he could compete for second place, but now General Zhang is in first place. Senior Lee asked the fighter who said he should fight to the death, but the fighter reminded the chief that Zhang had an entire army behind him, and Lee was just a family. Old Master Lee said that their families had united together, and if the enemy had any intelligence, he would not quarrel with them. so the fighter could do his job in peace. Senior Lee's nerves gave way, and he shouted that they must get first place at any cost. The fighters exclaimed that they would fight to the end. The head of the family was satisfied and let them go. The meeting was over, and the participants began to disperse, but the chief asked Fighter Sure to stay. Senior Lee gave the order to find out why Uncle Rong had not yet appeared in the rankings, and also to prepare equipment and tools. The chief also said that it was necessary to quickly deal with this Zhang. He did not assign anything else to the fighter. The warrior went to carry out his orders, and the head of the Lee family nervously drummed his thin fingers on the table. Old Master Lee couldn't understand why he was always so uneasy. The leader remembered that there had been chaos in the family before. It couldn't be allowed to happen again. He had to seize this opportunity to promote the Lee family to the top, and also find Habo. Thinking in this way, the head of the Lee family entered the secret room. The old gentleman moved the blue vase, setting a secret mechanism in motion. The cabinet smoothly slid aside and revealed a secret passage. Old Mr. Lee entered the secret corridor. As soon as the man entered the gallery, the cabinet fell into place, hiding the passage. Only a few people especially close to the leader knew about the existence of this secret passage. Everything in the room became the same, as if no one had ever entered it. John Smith never stopped training. Now he decided to try this skill directly on zombies. In the suburbs of the capital Mo, a young man concentrated, created fireballs, and launched them into a crowd of mutants. The system congratulated John on destroying new zombies and announced the number of rewards. But for the young man, this was not the main thing now. With the increase in the level of the sword, Julie, killing zombies was no longer a problem. Now John was faced with the task of mastering new skills. While Smith was honing his skills, he moved on to the next 21st level. The young man distributed his free points, adding energy to himself, because mastering fire required a lot of energy. Having made sure in practice that the skill of fire control had been mastered, John called foolish, and they set off on a journey. John Smith and Silly Boy confidently approached the border of the city of Mo. There were only 50 meters left to the border. The players approached the border. The conditions of the Doomsday game prohibited crossing the city borders. Crowds of different mutants wandered aimlessly along the border. Smith approached the border. The city was sealed with a magical barrier. The system warned the player to wait until the city was opened, and then he could go further. To overcome the magical barrier between the cities, the young man summoned a key from his warehouse, one in the Quest of Despair. The system asked if he wanted to use the Boundary Destruction Key to open the passage to Jing City, and the boy answered in the affirmative. A ripple ran along the magical barrier, and a glowing circle appeared, the place where the key had to be brought. After John touched the magical barrier with the key, glowing cracks appeared. The outer magical barrier was very similar to the frozen, shaky water of the sea. But then part of the magical barrier shattered into pieces, and an opening appeared in front of the players. In front of John and Silly there was a starry darkness. The young man was very surprised. Shouldn't there be a road behind the screen? The guy was sure that if there was a key to destroying borders, then there was also a way to get to another city. Leaving the mutants strolling in the daylight, John and Stupid stepped into the area that was behind the magical barrier. After the players passed the city's border, the magical barrier tightened again, turning into a solid wall. Smith and his faithful servant walked in pitch darkness at random. They could not see anything, neither the road nor landmarks. But among the star nebulae and glare of the system, John saw a strange room without windows, but with a door. Smith opened the door and he and Silly went inside. The room was empty. The guy was surprised why there was nothing there. The system reported that players violated the ban on crossing borders between cities and will be sent back in 10 seconds. The countdown began, but the young man shouted loudly, asking to be sent to the city of Jing. The boy understood that after the Mo City military merit meeting ended, the next one was about to start in Jing City, and if he could get there in time, he would avoid many problems. The game informed John that his request had been accepted, and they would be sent to the outskirts of Jing City. John Smith breathed a sigh of relief. He had expected to encounter more difficulties. The guy and Stupid walked towards the exit of the strange room. But it turned out not to be as simple as John Smith assumed. The game still punished them for breaking the rules. As soon as the players left the room, they found themselves on the outskirts of the city, surrounded by a huge crowd of zombies. John, armed with the sword Julie, rushed to attack. The fool swung his huge hammer, inflicting huge losses on the attacking mutants. The travelers fought back to back, clearing their way from the outskirts of the city to the center. Zombie blood flowing like a river. John and Silly Boy won this fight by killing a lot of zombies. They sat on a pile of dead mutants and caught their breath. They needed the elixir to restore their strength and prepare for a possible next attack. John wiped the sweat from his forehead as the system announced that he had entered level 22. The travelers were resting after a heavy battle when John Smith heard another crowd of zombies approaching them from behind. This time, the boy decided not to show excessive heroism and commanded Foolish to run with him. The travelers ran as fast as they could through the streets of the capital city. Following them, hissing and growling, rushed a huge crowd of zombies, much larger than the one they had already killed. John knew they needed a little time out to catch their breath and get their bearings. The young man quickly threw back the hatch cover and jumped into the basement. The faithful fool followed his master. The servant carefully closed the hatch cover. A huge number of legs ran along this cover, stepping on it. The fool bravely held the lid, ready to repel the mutant's attack at any moment. John stood next to his faithful and courageous servant. He too was ready for battle. Finally, the crowd ran past, and Foolish fell to the floor, exhausted, with a huge bump on his head. John looked at his faithful fool with concern. The young man told him to rest a little, then they would go on. Smith settled down next to Stupid. He realized that if they were sent to a pack of zombies, they definitely wanted to scare them. It seems that things won't be easy for them in Jing City. The young man opened the panel with his characteristics. After looking at them, he believed in himself more. While Silly was resting, John looked over his new acquisitions after the battle. The automatic collection trainer collected everything for him. The player was interested in the bracelet with wolf fangs and the bloody ring. Also, as a result of the fight, he received a glove with claws. John decided that it looked good, and he would use it. The guy also liked the small ring of space, and he decided to give this thing to Foolish. Thanks to this ring, Foolish will now have his own storage. Although it is small, it can be used to store food cards. John told the servant about this. The noise of the chase died down. It seemed that the zombies had lost the travelers. The players caught their breath and decided that it was time to move on. John and Silly walked shoulder to shoulder through the city streets, Smith believing that strong players like them could handle anything. And then John heard a voice behind him. Some guy called out to Foolish. An unfamiliar young man timidly approached the players. He asked again if it was Foolish, John confirmed. The young man smiled. They were probably also going to the Jing Sports Complex to participate in the military merit meeting. Smith smiled and nodded. He unexpectedly got something that you can't find with fire during the day without any effort. The stranger was clearly pleased. He didn't think he would be able to meet the two of them here. John suggested going together. The unknown townsman doubted. He asked if it was possible because Foolish was silent. John explained that Foolish could not speak. If he did not react, then he agreed. Smith said they were asleep and didn't hear the message from the system, and were just trying to find someone who knew about the meeting. The unknown player waved his hands mysteriously. He clearly knew something, and was bursting to tell. The boy was afraid of being overheard, so he carefully turned his head from side to side before telling John the information. Finally, he leaned towards Smith's ear and said that there were rumors that this meeting would determine the structure of Jing City. John asked who said that. It turned out that the guy's friend works as a security guard in one of the three families. They met him yesterday, and he advised them to come to the meeting. Smith thought, so the rating can give the right to vote. Really, the state, the three families, and the other organizations have achieved peace. The young man remembered that in his previous life, Jing City was the first to stabilize the situation. While in other cities players were fighting to the death, in the city of Jing they were already thinking about how best to organize a zombie hunt. And this rating as a way of determining power was formed thanks to the unification of three families and other groups. The time has almost come. It seems that the situation in Jing City is the same as in the previous life. Since this is so, it is not without reason. John replied that a simple security guard could not know secret information. There must be some kind of catch here. Looking at the stranger's confused face, John decided to thank him, because the young man shared useful information with him. Smith pulled out a resource card and offered to buy it from the stranger for 90 coins. The young man literally beamed. He could not believe his happiness. The young man quickly took out the coins, saying that the store now only had cards for 100 coins. The stranger, embarrassed, said that he had 270 coins and could he have 3 cards. John agreed. The players made a fair exchange. The young man gave John the coins and he gave him 3 resource cards. And then Smith discovered that they were not alone. Other townspeople were watching their exchange. All those gathered folded their hands in supplication and looked at John Smith with hope. The girl, her eyes wide open, timidly approached John and asked if she could buy a card. Or better yet, several. Smith stammered that the guy had answered his question, so he gave him a discount. The townspeople sighed heavily. They also really wanted to buy discount cards. Smith didn't know what to do. He had never had such a huge number of buyers wanting to buy cards. John said that if the guy who helped him agreed, he was ready to give the cards to everyone gathered for 95 coins. The eyes of all those gathered turned to the friendly stranger, who sheepishly told John that he agreed to his conditions. Smith called the cards from the storage room and placed them in a large basket. The young man said that he would sell cards for 95 coins apiece within an hour, and the number of cards was unlimited. The happy townspeople lined up to see John, and the stranger looked on and thought what a kind guy he had met. And Smith thought that in Mo City, he did not receive a badge of honor due to a lack of coins. But now in Jing City, he would definitely receive one. After a successful trade, John Smith and Silly headed towards the sports complex to make it to the meeting. One of the players commented that it seemed like the guy selling the cards was going to be in trouble. But the interlocutor in the long coat replied that next to the guy was a player who was in 5th place in the ranking, who would dare to create problems for him. The guy said that Leopard sent people for these two. Those 3 people can handle even 20 to 30 top-level masters. The player offered the mysterious interlocutor to help John and earn a tidy sum. Even though Foolish is strong, he can't handle it alone. Suddenly, a dagger flashed in the hand of the mysterious interlocutor in the cloak. He jumped up to the talkative player and, saying that he was disappointed, quickly stabbed him with a knife. The killer wiped his bloody knife and asked how many fools had joined the Leopard this time. The mysterious interlocutor seemed to be a scout. His face was almost completely covered by a large hood. He had been following the travelers since their arrival, wondering who this man was who had forced Foolish to follow him. John and Silly Boy were walking slowly towards the city center when suddenly John heard footsteps behind him. It turned out that a young man they already knew was running after them and asked him to wait. The guy, having caught his breath a little, asked Smith if he was really going to go downtown at night. John looked questioningly at the guy, who said that although the zombies on this road had already been dealt with, there were still a lot of them in other places. The young man tugged at John's clothes and said that he knew a place in the suburbs where they could relax, and invited them to go with him. While the young man was calling the travelers to shelter, John heard that they were surrounded by several people. The player looked around cautiously and loudly said for everyone to come out and not hide. Smith stretched, loosening his joints, and once again loudly suggested that everyone come out, he would deal with them quickly. Players with gangster faces began to appear from all sides, and Smith demonstratively counted them. At the head stood the bearded Leopard. John figured that he was surrounded by 32 players with a specialty. He could make good money. The Leopard stepped forward and told John that this was his territory, and that he couldn't do business without permission, even if he had a strong player like Foolish next to him. John pretended not to hear the bandit, and the latter decided that the young man was scared, and offered to give him half of today's takings. Then they would let him go. The Leopard, grinning insolently, offered the young man to give him half of the cards he had left. They would divide them and pretend that nothing had happened. The bandits standing behind Leopard began to roar approvingly, suggesting that the boy agree because Foolish couldn't handle them alone. But John already had a blade flashing in his hands, and he asked sarcastically if there really was nothing. Smith said that they had already wasted too much of his time, so he would introduce them to the Dagger of Decay. The fool standing nearby was engulfed in a fire of anger. Being a human, he hated bandits. The former security guard was eager to fight. He wanted to kill all these impudent people who were robbing their own people. John allowed the servant to beat up the bandits, and Foolish, swinging his hammer, rushed into battle. The brazen criminals did not expect resistance, and the heavy hammer that flew at their heads met almost no resistance. The Leopard clenched his fists in anger. He thought that these aliens had become completely insolent. The bearded man commanded the fighters to attack the players, but not to kill them, but to maim them. He wanted them to know what real pain was. John smirked, even though the bandits were in the top 10 players with a specialization and could stand up to zombies. But today they stumbled upon him and will bitterly regret their prank. Smith entered the battle calmly, wielding a dagger that, while inflicting wounds, did not kill immediately, but caused terrible pain. John's new acquaintance stood in the middle of this carnage and shook. He was definitely not a fighter. Smith concentrated, and a water ball began to spin above his palm. With each passing second, the water ball became larger and larger. And so John directed the water mass at the crowd of bandits. The Leopard and his chief assistant looked in horror at the wall of water approaching them. Smith smiled and clenched his fist around the water balloon, crushing it. At the same moment, a wall of water fell upon the confused bandits. The bearded man was squirming. He didn't know what to say. The hooligans hadn't encountered such fierce resistance and fighters with such skills for a long time. Smith looked with a smile at the confused faces of his recently formidable opponents and asked if they would continue. The enraged Leopard ordered the 2 obstinate bastards to be killed. The bandits, enraged by the resistance, silently began to advance on the 2 travelers and the shaking townsmen. The jokes ended and the sword of Julie flashed in John Smith's hand. John swung his sword and threw it towards the bandits approaching them. The legendary sword flashed like lightning, and blood flowed from the wounds it inflicted, and the bandits fell without even understanding what had happened. The sword returned to its owner's hand. John glared angrily at the leopard and his assistant. The leaders of the gang that terrorized the city looked in confusion at the enemy they had never seen before. The nerves of the leopard's assistant gave way. He shouted that John was too strong. How was it possible that he killed everyone with one blow? The bespectacled man ran away, trying to save his life. But Julie's sword flew after the criminal, easily cutting him down. The dumbfounded leopard watched the death of his assistant. The sword returned to John again. He was ready to continue the fight he had not started. The frightened and enraged leopard understood that his gang was finished, and most likely he would be next. A smile lit up John's face. He saw the fear on the faces of his enemies, which meant he had to continue. The surviving members of the gang threw themselves at Smith's feet, begging for mercy. They appealed to mercy, saying that they needed to take care of their children and parents. A cunning thought flashed through John's mind. He smiled and said that he would spare them without any problem. Hope lit up the eyes of the criminals, and John said that everyone knew that Lee Habo never lied, and if he deceived anyone, his entire family would die immediately. John told the bandits that they would have to pay for him to leave them alive. The frightened hooligans immediately emptied their storage facilities, pouring everything they had at John's feet. Meanwhile, the leopard decided to quietly slip away, but John asked that, apparently, the leader of the gang wants to die. The shaking bandit fell to his knees before Smith, ready to give everything he had. John quickly moved what the frightened criminals had dumped at his feet into his storage. Smith told Leopard to get out everything he had on him, but the leopard was too cunning and greedy to give the loot to some random player. Smith commanded Foolish to kill them all. The dying bandits shouted after John that his entire family would die in agony. The streets of Jing City were littered with the bloody bodies of bandits who had terrorized the city for a long time. From all sides, townspeople began to approach the dead, whom these people had kept in fear for many years, robbed, tortured, and killed. Some people had their fathers killed by bandits. Others had their cards taken away and their children starved to death. Some were beaten, some were killed, and not a single city dweller regretted their deaths. All this time, a mysterious man in a hooded cloak watched what was happening from the roof of a nearby house. The man said that it seemed like there would soon be significant changes in the structure of Jing City. The scout took a pistol out of his pocket. He needed to notify his hosts of the appearance of a strong player. Stepping a little to the side, the scout fired a rocket into the sky from a small rocket launcher. John heard the shot and saw the flare. He knew that this was the kind of signal weapon the Lee family used. The boy realized that he seemed to have disturbed someone who shouldn't have been disturbed yet. The Jing City players' meeting was held in a safe area, but it wasn't that easy to get in. The area was very well protected from zombies, but one could only enter it after passing a check and identification. At the checkpoint, a polite guard asked all players to present their game panel and carried out personal identification. The townspeople, who had nothing to hide, of course, gladly entered the safe area. John watched this from afar and thought, this is what a capital means. They built a safe area in a month. To get inside, they had to show their ID. Then they would be exposed. But until Smith knew the real strength of the Lee family, it was better not to expose themselves. In an area that was built in a hurry, there were bound to be some flaws. John knew this and was looking for a loophole. After an hour of searching, Smith and Foolish found the door to the service entrance to the safe zone. No one guarded this door in the hope that no one knew about it. The young man was sure that this door was their key to the safe zone. Armed with a needle, John very quickly opened the simple lock, and the door swung open in front of them. The young man put on the mask of an evil ghost. He gave the same to Foolish. Now they were incognito. Trying not to attract any attention to themselves, John and Silly quietly entered the safe zone. Just in case, the travelers slammed the door behind them so that whoever knew about it would not suspect anything was wrong. John told Silly to carefully find the map of the city of Zing. Soon John Smith's servant returned, holding a map of the city. The military merit meeting would be held in the sports complex, which meant that the travelers had to go there. Covered with masks, the players slowly headed towards their target. The main topic of discussion among the townspeople, of course, was who would top the rankings of the city of Jing. Most were sure that it would certainly be Zhang, the pride of their city, who had already been awarded the title of general. As John approached the sports complex, he heard someone say that General Zhang had not been feeling well lately. This information explained a lot to Smith, which is why in his past life, during the military merit meeting, he was only given third place. But the general's fans were confident in him. They said that these were all rumors, spread by those who collect bets. Many townspeople placed their bets on General Zhang. They were confident in their idol. John approached a group of fans and politely asked where they could place a bet and who was accepting them. One of the guys told Smith that he could place a bet in that red building right in front of the sports complex. It was a gambling house, opened by 3 families, But perhaps not only them, Smith thanked the guys and waved goodbye. John and Silly quickly moved towards the gambling house. There was very little time left before the meeting. The large, beautiful building of the gambling house sparkled with glass and concrete. People were coming in and out of it. The townspeople were placing bets. John smiled. There were still 3 hours before the meeting started, and he would have time to make his bet. There was a long line at the cash desks that accepted bets on top players. John and Silly stood at the end. The huge fool attracted everyone's attention. The fans' eyes were fixed on him, the townspeople whispered, pointing at Glopish. Everyone was sure that he was some famous player. Finally, the traveler's turn came, and the polite operator asked who he would like to bet on. Smith asked what the odds were for General Zhang to win. The cameraman looked at the recordings and said that the odds on Zhang taking first place were 1-2. John understood that the more people believed in Zhang's victory, the greater the winnings he could receive. To the cameraman's surprise, Smith revealed that he thought Zhang would only finish third. The guy said he was betting on General Zhang to come in third. The operator couldn't believe it. He asked again if he had understood the young man correctly, that he was betting on General Zhang taking third place. John confirmed that it was correct. 20,000 coins on General Zhang taking third place today. One of the fans estimated that if Zhang really did take third place, the guy would win about 60,000 coins. But most of the people in the room thought that Zhang was so cool that this guy would definitely lose all his money. Next in line was Foolish, who also bet 20,000 coins on Zhang taking third place. The operator was very confused. He stuttered and asked again if they were sure about their bet, because it was 40,000 coins. But John cut the operator off, saying that he had enough of the whining and needed to start taking bets. The young man reminded that a meeting on military merits would soon begin. The operator needed to hurry. Foolish leaned threateningly towards the operator. With trembling hands, the operator handed out the players their betting tickets. At this time, the sports complex had already begun to fill up with people. There were participants and fans. John and Silly Boy hurried to join the participants. The system warned the players that they had come to the Jing City military merit meeting place. The entrance fee was 10 coins. The entrances for spectators and participants were different. After some thought, John decided that he and Silly would use the members' entrance. The system determined that both John and Foolish met the requirement of being at least level 10 and could take part in the battle merit meeting. Smith and Silly went to the stands. John wondered where they could sit best so as not to be an eyesore, but at the same time to see everything. John Smith knew many of those present at this meeting from his past life, but no one recognized him under the mask. Here, the public's and young townswomen's favorite, the formidable General Zhang, was warming up before the fights. The system notified everyone that the time in Jing City was 14 hours 0 minutes. The Jing City military merit meeting was officially opened. The game introduced those gathered to the rules of the military merit meeting. The competition is divided into 2 stages, the initial and final. At the initial stage, 32 players will be determined who will advance to the final stage. There are 32 arenas on the site. A participant can either attack or defend. The duration of the fight is 5 minutes, after which the attacker loses. The loser is eliminated from the competition. The defender must hold out for an hour, after which the arena is blocked, and the player moves on to the final. If there is no participant on the platform who meets the requirements, then the last player on the platform moves on to the final. During the competition, the player controls his own condition. If he wants to admit defeat, he must press the button and leave the competition. All arenas are made of special material, so players do not need to worry about safety. And now everyone who wants to can go to the site. John watched what was happening and thought that this was going to be some kind of mess. The players ran as fast as they could onto the court, trying to take over the arenas. The system reminded John that he had to get to the court within 5 minutes. Otherwise, he would be disqualified. John and Silly were forced to join the participants in order not to be eliminated from the competition. The stands were completely filled with fans, and the townspeople watched the beginning of the competition with bated breath. 32 arenas were ready to host players, ready to fight each other for the title of the best and the strongest. The trainer system told John that during the competition, he could gain the status of an attacker through the control panel. The system warned that if he did not enter the arena, he would not be able to strike, and if he attacked later, he would move to the audience. The competition began, and John had to choose between an attacker or a defender. In front of Smith, on the game panel, there was a diagram of the arenas. Only 2 buttons were glowing red. The system explained that during the arena battle, the button would be red. The rest of the time, the button would be white. John was interested in who had managed to occupy these very arenas. One of them was literally red for a few seconds, and then turned white again. General Zhang stood at the nearest arena, and it seemed like he was the only one who managed to get into the arena first. The opponents of the famous Zhang hesitated. everyone was sure that they simply had no chance. Among the players, John recognized Shai, one of the leading fighters of the Lee family, who taught techniques to the kids for free, so that they could stand up for themselves. John knew this fighter very well in his past life. He was one of the 3 war gods of the Lee family. Smith never thought he would see Shai here, but John was lucky. General Zhang finally had an opponent. The muscular player cursed that no one dared to go against the general. The strong man jumped into the arena and told Zhang that he would be his first opponent. The fans started making noise. The fight had finally begun. Some were shouting at the general to kill the impudent guy. Others that everyone was a coward and no one could stand up to Zhang. Only a few seconds passed, and the general managed to wound his impudent opponent. The boy lowered his sword and said that it was an honor for him to take a blow from General Zhang. General Zhang's fans chanted that he was cool. Fans watched the action through game panels. The squares representing the arenas periodically lit up red and then went out. Mysterious figures in long cloaks and hoods walked back and forth around the competition venue. John recognized these mysterious figures. It was a group of death gods of the Lee family. But what were they doing here? Smith quickly covered the Mo City Defender's badge on his suit with his hand. John's attention was drawn to the 18th arena, where 2 fighters stood opposite each other. The defender was the special fighter Shin Bao. The one who attacked him was one of the Lee family's war gods, whose name was Lee 76-4. And in the group of war gods, this guy was ranked 76th. Smith noticed that Lee's equipment 76-4 was much better than Shin Bao's. Apparently Lee had already taken a lot of things from the other participants. The fight began. Shin Bao dealt a strong blow to the boy from the Lee family, trying to throw him out of the arena. The guy flew a considerable distance, but still remained in the arena. John knew that Shin Bao would lose, even though he was playing by all the rules. But Lee 76-4 was playing black. The Lee family fighter wiped his slapped face, and a treacherous blade flashed behind him. In violation of all the rules, the guy decided to kill the enemy, because the leader of Lee said that they must achieve victory by any means. The young man struck Shin Bao, and, taking advantage of the fact that he had bent over and exposed his body, slashed the enemy with a knife. Lee's knife 76-4 entered the enemy's body in the liver area. Blood was dripping from the bloody blade, and the wounded Bao kicked the guy in the chest. Fighter Lee was thrown back a considerable distance, but was able to stop again. The guy knew that his opponent was wounded, so he boldly rushed into the attack. Shin Bao was not mortally wounded, and he never expected the young man to attack again. When the young player approached within striking distance, the experienced Bao struck him. Shin pressed his hand to the wound, but did not leave the fight. Suddenly, the fighter Lee slashed Bao's blade straight across the neck. This time the wound was fatal, and Shin staggered back from the killer. A Lee family fighter knocked the mortally wounded Bao out of the arena with a powerful blow. Shin Bao, to the great horror and anger of his colleagues and friends, bled to death on the competition ground. The fans were shocked. It was an outright bloody murder in front of everyone. There were outcries that the Lee family was not playing by the rules. They were killing people in a competition organized by the government. Banana peels, cores, rotten tomatoes, and other junk were thrown at the Lee family fighters. The commander-in-chief, surrounded by his adjutants and deputies, closely followed the progress of the competition. The commander-in-chief asked what the Lee family was doing. Had they really decided to completely break off relations? The outright murders angered the commander-in-chief, who said that after the meeting, action must be taken against the 3 families. The commander-in-chief was angry, but nevertheless he knew that it was dangerous to quarrel with the richest families. They could kill him too. At this time, a scandal broke out in the Lee family's office, and furniture and interior items were scattered on the floor. Representatives from other families came to the office and shouted at the head of Lee, saying that he had crossed all boundaries and did not know what he was doing. But Old Master Lee only laughed in response. Sipping tea from a cup, he asked if they really thought they could hide or run away. Lee, 76-4, openly mockingly, declared that his hand slipped and he accidentally killed his comrade, admitting defeat. Opposite the brazen killer, blazing with anger, stood the murdered man's colleague, Shin Bao. It was the elder of Shin Bao's group. His name was Chen Shou. The murdered Bao was dear to him, and he dreamed of avenging him. But then another, stronger fighter from the Lee family, the fighter Shi, appeared in the arena. He told the elder Chen to calm down. Shi informed the angered avenger that he would be his opponent. Good-natured Foolish clenched his fists in anger. He really wanted to teach these impudent people from the Lee family a lesson. John watched silently. Finally, Smith calmed his servant down, saying that he would kill the man himself. He just had to wait. John noticed that in addition to fried chicken, the appeal of the hammer could also instantly raise the IQ of the fool. Smith also promised his loyal servant that after he killed Shai, his hammer would of course go to Silly. Now John kept his eyes on what was happening in Arena 18. As soon as they finished, he would immediately go up to the arena. The fans were delighted. Commander Chen from the Shin Bao squad entered the arena, and the second Shi from the Li family. He is also very strong. Smith was amused by the fans' behavior. These spectators switch their attention so quickly and forget about everything else. The Li family fighter looked very formidable. Both opponents were strong and well known in the game. Shin Bao's comrade was driven by anger, which replaced his equipment and special weapons. The fight began. The opponents aggressively rushed at each other. Shai immediately used a meteor attack, hoping to break his enemy's fighting spirit. The player hit the arena with a huge hammer, causing an earthquake and a burst of fire. Unable to withstand the meteorite's attack, Chen flew back, thrown back by the powerful blast wave. The spectators were disappointed, and there were cries that this fighter Chen was so weak compared to Shi. After recovering from the blow, Chen rushed into battle again. Shi knew that he must not lose, so he activated the War Demon body. Bao's comrade rushed at Shai, hoping to wound him with his sword, or better yet, kill him and avenge his friend. The War Demon's talent awakened an unprecedented bloodthirstiness in Shai. He swung his hammer, trying to kill the enemy. Chen knew he couldn't get hit by the hammer, but his strong point was his sword. After somersaulting in the air, Senior Chen delivered several sword strikes to Shi's body. But the Li family fighter was not asleep either. He missed several times, but once he still hit his enemy. Chen was shocked. He struck several blows with his strong sword, but there was not a single scratch on Shai. The talent of the War Demon body protected Shai from injury, but the longer Shi remained in this state, the more bloodthirsty he became. Taking advantage of the momentary pause, Shi delivered a crushing blow with his hammer to his opponent. Chen dropped his sword and fell, blood gushing from the fighter's numerous wounds. The hammer blow was so terrible that those watching the fight thought that Chen would die immediately. The player flipped over several times in the air, spraying his own blood. Chen lay helplessly on the ground, in death throes, with a pool of his blood spreading around him. Shi took the enemy's sword and swung his hammer. Another second and he would flatten the wounded man, finishing him off. Commander Chenya shouted at the top of his lungs that enough was enough. He didn't want to lose another valuable fighter. The commander ordered Chen to surrender immediately. This was the only way to protect him from death at the hands of a Li family fighter. Obeying the commander's order, Chen said in a weak voice that he surrendered. The system recorded the player's message, but it was unlikely to save him. A weak stream of blood flowed from Chen's mouth. Several people had gathered around the arena of 18, some helping the wounded Chen, and some supporting the Li family fighter. Shi casually threw Chen's sword out of the arena, and asked if there were any others who weren't afraid to come up to his arena and avenge the idiot Bao. John Smith waited for his moment. He pressed button 18, signaling the system that he wanted to fight Shai. To the astonished murmurs of the spectators, John Smith entered the arena. Shai, drunk with blood, looked at him in confusion. The fans were puzzled. Did this guy really decide to fight Shai himself? Perhaps he was tired of living or decided to show off. Someone present remembered that this was the guy who had bet 20,000 coins that John would come in third. John intended to kill Shai because he was one of the main protectors of the Li family, and their loyal and strong slave, who could kill anyone the head pointed at. Shi mockingly said that he would have to break all the guy's bones to stop him from showing off. To the Li family's war god's surprise, his opponent remained silent and looked at him with hatred through the mask's eyes. Fighter Li was surprised that he couldn't read the information about him. Maybe this was the mysterious leader player. First, John activated the evil ghost mask's intimidation talent, and the shadow of the devil looked at the stunned Shai. The Li family fighter began to realize that he was possibly facing a very dangerous opponent. As he was acting too confidently, John knew that the main thing was to break the fighting spirit of the god of war. But Shi understood this too, because he was a very experienced fighter. Chief Li would not forgive Shai if he lost to this young man, so he had nowhere to retreat any further. He could not lose. The Li family's war god gritted his teeth and rallied, commanding himself to fight. Shai summoned up maximum aggression, clutched his bloody hammer and rushed at John. Smith prepared the sword duly for battle, and calmly waited for his opponent. He was confident that he would win. Shai swung his blood hammer, shouting that it was a weapon of blood, and hovered over the boy. All the spectators leaned forward. Everyone was sure that now Shi would flatten the daredevil, and in his place, there would be only a bloody mess. But to the great surprise of the fans, the young man easily stopped the huge hammer with his sword. Smith swung his blade and knocked the huge hammer out of Shi's hands. Everyone froze. The bloody hammer flew to the side. The young man was unharmed. Shai watched in shock as the weapon that no fighter could resist flew off like a piece of wood. Humiliated and enraged, Shai clenched his fists and, screaming "Die!" rushed at his enemy. But Shai was unable to strike with his huge fist. John slashed at him 3 times with his sword, cutting the famous fighter into 4 pieces. Shai was still standing in the arena, but his entire body was covered in blood. The fighter was killed, and the Lee family had one less war god. The hall literally exploded. No one expected this. The famous fighter of the Lee family, one of the gods of war, lay in the arena in a pool of blood. Shouts came from the stands that it was impossible. How could the guy kill such a strong opponent in a second? Some of those who constantly followed the game ratings realized that most likely the leader of the game, nicknamed Dean, was in the arena. The Lee family's supporters were especially furious, as they had just now lost one of their best fighters. John removed his mask, and his main characteristics became visible to everyone. The guesses turned out to be correct. It really was a player with the nickname Dean. The young man loudly declared that his name was Dean, which meant vengeful. The guy looked at the players' reactions and thought that since he had defeated Shai, they would have guessed who he was anyway. It would be better to say it himself. John Smith looked around with a sullen gaze and loudly asked if the Lee family was ready for revenge. The commander-in-chief watched John's fight and his subsequent statements with interest. The soldier thoughtfully repeated the young man's name. It seemed he had found a comrade in the fight against the 3 families. The players discussed Ding's statement that he was going to take revenge on the Lee family, and some of the men who were going to join them changed their minds. One of the girls even said that Dean was now her god and asked him to help her, to give her more equipment today. At the Lee family residence, they were also discussing the latest events and Ding's statements about his intention to take revenge on the family. Young Ann was literally on a rampage, kicking and breaking furniture in Lee's office, and asked Chief Lee, this is the surprise he spoke of. The surprise is really good. Ann was indignant. First, Lee had brought the wrath of the government upon them, and now this Ding. And yet they had discussed options on how to win him over to their side. The head of the Yun family added that indeed, now the head of the Lee family had forced Ding to become their common enemy. Senior Lee tried to calm everyone down, convincing them not to worry. Dean was alone now and would not cause any problems. The main thing now was to resist the government. Old Master Lee didn't know why Ding decided to take revenge on the Lee family. Perhaps Habo had made enemies of himself. Lee said he had already organized a group of people outside the sports ground to create chaos, and that once the first stage of the meeting was over, they would begin to take action. The head of the An family tiredly picked up the chair he had abandoned, put it back in place, and sat down in it. Young An sighed and said that he would trust Lee once more, let him deal with Ding himself, the family. An would not interfere. Yun didn't want any trouble either. He put his family's future on the line by trusting Lee. So Mr. Lee had to figure it out on his own. Meanwhile, John, as the winner, remained in his arena, taking up the hammer that remained from his defeated opponent. The trophy Smith received improved his strength and body stats, and John decided that this equipment would suit Foolish perfectly. John also received a bracelet with demonic powers. It could constantly charge and replenish the player's energy. To avoid standing in the arena until the end of the first round, John called a chair from the warehouse. Smith sat in the arena surrounded by fans and envious people who were constantly discussing the latest events. And then John Smith's attention was drawn to another fight, where the fighter was a strong warrior of the Lee family, nicknamed Lee This fighter was the second-ranked god in the Lee family's death group. He was trained since childhood. He is a beast trainer and can call upon them to help in battle. Lee was a very strong fighter, and John thought that the Lee family had decided to pit strong warriors against weaker members. Sitting in the arena and watching the fights, John Smith tried to figure out what the Lee family was up to. At this time, Lee activated the portal to call the beast for help. He fought against one of the soldiers. The uniformed fighter who was Lee opponent was quite skilled with a sword, but Lee was the god of death, which meant he had the skills of not only a fighter, but also a magician. The Lee family fighter successfully repelled his opponent's attacks, but for the time being he did not fully demonstrate his skill. Lee tried to throw his opponent out of the arena, but he successfully resisted, repelling the attacks. Finally, Lee got tired of this game and pushed his opponent straight into the mouth of the wolf he had summoned. A huge wolf grabbed the soldier's shoulder, and blood gushed from the lacerated wound. But the officer was not so easily intimidated. He threw the beast back, slashing at it with a broad sword. In response, Lee used another of his well-practiced magical techniques against the military man. The Lee family's death god summoned a black fog, which blinded the officer and rendered him completely helpless. The soldier saw nothing around him and waved his sword at random, trying to hit the treacherous Lee. The Lee family's death god approached his opponent from behind and treacherously slit his throat. The bleeding officer fell dead on the arena. Lee kicked the dead body out of the arena and said with disdain, "It's a pity that he only managed to kill one." Looking at the dead enemy, Lear added that this was all because Ding killed Shi. Viewers were shocked by the disdain Li's fighters showed for the government and its army, which protected them from the zombies. General Zhang gritted his teeth in anger. He had lost another officer and a fine fighter. Zhang dreamed of fighting Li and avenging the death of his subordinate. But the general was too late. The Li family's war god had another opponent. In the arena opposite Li stood the masked fool. The crowd rejoiced. There was a daredevil who decided to challenge the Li family fighter. Li chuckled and said that Ding had sent his bodyguard to kill him. The Li family warrior was confident in his strength and declared that he would kill Foolish first and summoned another bear ward. Next to the fighter, Li stood two animals. Stupid was under the control of John. The owner promised him 2 chicken legs for this victory. The Li family's trained bear easily tossed Silly into the air as if he were a rag doll. The Li family warrior was almost celebrating his victory, telling Ding that his bodyguard was weak. But this was part of John Smith's plans. He wanted to relax the god of death of the Li family. Unexpectedly for everyone, Foolish turned over in the air and landed safely in the arena between 2 animals. Now the wolf entered the battle, baring his huge teeth. He rushed at Foolish. But Foolish was not so easy to intimidate. He remembered that if he won, 2 fried chicken legs awaited him. The former bodyguard jumped back to get into a better position. The fool leaned on the arena and, using a clever wrestling move, hooked his foot onto the huge wolf and sent him flying. To the surprise of the delighted spectators, the Li family's magical animal flew into the air and landed outside the arena. Now it was the bear's turn. In order to prepare, Stupid did strange somersaults that were incomprehensible to the enemy. Turning from head to head and back again, Foolish approached the puzzled bear. John Smith's servant concentrated and caused a huge explosion that buried the huge beast. Lear was at a loss. He realized that Foolish was hiding his true strength, and perhaps Li couldn't handle him. In order to stay alive, Lear decided to admit victory, but Foolish did not give him such an opportunity. He delivered a crushing kick to the death god's face. Lear fell to the ground, blood pouring out of his nose and mouth. The Li family fighter frantically called up the game panel that gave him the opportunity to admit defeat. But this time too, Foolish arrived in time and pinned Lear's hand with his heavy hammer. The fool slashed the Li family's death god with his sword, taking his life, and the officer was avenged. John stopped controlling the mind of the fool, and the fighter's victory was met with thunderous applause. The fool took off his mask and everyone saw his characteristics. The former security guard was bathed in recognition. The fans were delightedly shouting that this was Dean's partner, Stupid, the 5th in the Dragon Country rankings, which is why he was so strong. John Smith watched the action in the arena with pleasure, and he enjoyed depriving the Li family of their protectors. First Uncle Rong, today also Shi. The Li family has already lost 2 future gods of war. There is still one left, but he is not in Jing City. John stretched and thought that the Li family was probably blaming their soldiers now, so the future was still unclear. Meanwhile, the meeting continued, with players fighting for the right to advance to the finals. The strongest fighters have already made peace with each other. Now it's up to the rest. There were no more murders. Some players inflicted wounds on each other, but they were not fatal. Even some of the girls tried to measure their strength against each other, but it looked more like a comedy than a fight. The system announced that the first stage of the Jing City military merit meeting had been completed. Based on the results of the competition, 32 winners were identified, with the winners ranking General Zhang, Ding, and Foolish. All winners must complete the preparation and save information about the first stage of the competition. John opened the panel. Among the winners were 14 military men, 10 representatives of the An and Yun families, and 6 representatives of unknown groups. Smith remembered what results the Li family had achieved in the martial skills meeting in their past life, and what their influence had been. At that moment, his faithful Foolish approached John and asked where his new hammer was. Smith remembered that he had promised Silly the hammer of Shai, and was happy to give his faithful servant the new equipment. Despite the fact that the bloody hammer caused cruelty, Foolish was so kind that he could not become a villain under the influence of the hammer. The fool lovingly hugged his new hammer. The big guy was surprisingly attached to such a weapon. The game reminded all players to go to the save room. John headed towards the door with the others. The players went through the mysterious room one by one, and John followed their example. Entering the room, Smith saw a large blue crystal that sparkled with energy. Following the instructions, John placed his right hand on the crystal to store the information. The system informed the player that the battle information had been saved and would be used as a base during the finale. The trainer system discovered that John had successfully completed the final stage and gave him a new task to become the first in Jing City. John was very surprised by this task. He had no desire to become first, but the coach's system thought otherwise. The trainer system made John laugh by telling him that the difficulty of this task was very low, so the reward would be small. As John walked out of the registration room, he was greatly surprised to see General Zhang waiting for him. The general greeted and introduced himself to John, but Smith said he didn't have to introduce himself. The young man said that he knew much more about him than he could imagine, and if he needed anything, he should speak directly. The general had two things to do with the player. After the start of the Doomsday game, their state really needs strong players like him. The general also told the young man that if he agreed to work for them, they were ready to pay him a reward. But the guy interrupted him, saying that there was no point in wasting time on empty talk. It would be better for everyone. The general told John that the commander-in-chief saw how talented he was and wanted to meet him. This changed the matter. It turned out that the commander-in-chief himself wanted to meet with the young man. Leaning toward John, the general said in a low voice that they would like to cooperate with John in the fight against the three families. The offer was tempting, and John went with General Zhang. They walked through the corridors of the sports complex, the general looking for a quiet place to talk with John. Finally, the young man told the general that it was possible to cooperate in the fight against the three families, but in what way? Zhang replied that the management had long wanted to deal with the three families, but after the end of the world, their power had increased, and they controlled many influential people. The general feared that if families were displaced, it would lead to instability in the ruling circles, the state and society. John understood this. The general said that many members of the government had turned into zombies. The situation was very unstable. The government is building a safe zone in Jing City, but everything the Li family did today has made the government and the army very angry. The general hoped that John, with his reputation, would attract the players to the government's side. And if the Li family decides to go against the government with weapons, then John will help them, and the government in turn will help him take revenge. John shook his head thoughtfully and said that the government was too slow. General Zhang was disappointed. The young man saw the general's sincere intentions and said that he would give the government a quarter of the time it would take them to deal with the Li family. In addition, John asked to know what reward he would have if their losses were reduced to a minimum. The general was stunned. John said he would wait for word from the general. And as he left, Smith remarked that he only gave one chance to those he trusted. General Zhang was puzzled, and John called silly and went about his business. Smith went out into the street. Townspeople ran past him, raising clouds of dust. Something happened. One of the players shouted on the move that the southeastern corner of the wall in the safe zone had collapsed. People were needed for defense. A crowd of zombies was coming. Players were told that if they killed one zombie with each hit, they could get an extra 50% in coins. Someone shouted to John that everyone who could should go to the defense. This was a great opportunity to earn coins. To find out what was going on, Smith caught one of the runners, stood him in front of him and asked what happened. The guy tried to snap back, telling him to go and find out everything himself. But John shook the guy up and advised him to tell everything quickly and honestly. The guy pleaded. He said that although he was a fan of Dean, it was a secret matter. At this time, General Zhang appeared nearby and demanded to speak. He was also interested in listening. The guy stood up straight and reported that after the meeting, the management informed them that they needed to stop the head of the Li family. There were many people crowded in the sports ground. The soldiers could not break through the crowd, and Chief Li left. As they were about to catch up with him, they were informed that the section of the wall that the Li family was responsible for building had been destroyed. Immediately after this, a crowd of zombies appeared in the area, so the soldiers must gather people to defend against the zombies. Smith listened and understood that what was happening was entirely in the spirit of the head of Li. John understood why the Li family provoked the military so much during the competitions. John decided to join the conversation and, turning to General Zhang, said that most likely the entire Li family had fled. Now it was necessary to ensure the security of the zone and sort out the situation, and then deal with Li. The general didn't quite understand John's statement, but the boy said that now was not the time to go into details. The young man advised the general to gather people and check on the head of the Li family. Perhaps a big surprise awaits him. But Zhang objected, saying that it was not a good time to go looking for the Li family, and asked John to wait for a message from him. The general gave the order to pursue Chief Li, and his officers rushed forward in unison. Smith had other plans and turned back. Calling Foolish over, the boy suggested not to miss the opportunity to earn coins. At this time, on the city streets, they were discussing the new star, the player Dean, saying that his suit gave off an aura of death. One of the spectators said that he thought it would be a regular fight. But then it turned out like this: you definitely need to go to the final competition. But not all townspeople believed the stories about a player named Dean. Some insisted that the spectators were making them up. At this time, John and Foolish appeared behind the backs of their rivals, and the frightened townspeople scattered in all directions. People were afraid that John would take out his glowing sword and kill them. Someone was shouting at them not to even think about staring at Dean. If he saw them, he would rip everyone's heads off. John didn't expect such a reaction. Smith walked calmly through the city, humming a song under his breath, while the townspeople stood along the road, shaking with fear. John walked through the city and thought that the fans in Jing City were quite strange. Instead of approaching the star, they hid from him. Smith and Stupid were on their way to the store in Jing City, which was located in the building of the television station. The area around the store was crowded, but when the townspeople saw John, they parted, telling each other that Brother Dean had arrived. The people of Jing City parted, and a clear path formed in front of John and Silly, which led to the store. Silly stood proudly behind his master. John looked at him and thought that Silly would need to be taught good manners. Smith politely thanked the townspeople for letting him out of line. John went into the shop, leaving Silly Boy near the door to guard the entrance. The system greeted the player who entered the store in Jing City. Smith was interested in the honorary badge of the city of Jing, the uniform of the Guardian of Order, and the emblem of the Protector. All this equipment was available in the store, but it cost significantly more than in the city of Mo. The surprised player asked why everything was more expensive here than in the city of Mo. The system explained that this was due to differences in the city's area, population, zombie strength, and other reasons. John thought that if he had known earlier, he would have saved up the coins. Anyway, the money would be provided by the government and 3 families. The guy decided to buy himself a new suit and emblem, and give the old things to Foolish. This time, John bought scrolls of the Oath of Flame, Waves of Water, Poison Trap, and others. After transferring his purchases to the activation cards, Smith left the store. It was already late, and they needed to think about a place to stay for him and Foolish. This day went wonderfully for John. He stretched quite a bit. It was time to go to bed. And then the young man discovered with surprise that it was already late evening. The phone showed 10 o'clock. John invited Silly to follow him, saying that it was time to feed him some fried chicken. The players were walking along deserted streets when they came across a military patrol. One of the patrolmen made a remark to the players, saying that they can't go out at night. He will write them a fine, or take them to the police station, so they are in big trouble. John and Silly turned to look at the soldier in surprise. They didn't know the local customs. But the second patrolman, for some reason, hissed at his active colleague and told him to shut up. To John's surprise, the second patrolman hit the first one and said he hadn't seen anything. The soldier shook his colleague, saying that he was crazy, pestering Dean. The second agreed that he saw nothing and no one was there. John and Silly Boy walked on slowly, while the soldiers hurried off in the opposite direction. The Yen family's mansion was sparkling with lights, and no one was sleeping in the house yet. The young head of the family went berserk and smashed dishes, exclaiming that Head Lee had decided to set him up. The young man shouted that old Lee had prepared in advance, but had decided to hand him over to the government to be devoured. Young Ann shouted at his advisors that when they entered into an alliance with the Lee family, they had told him a lot of lies, but now they had swallowed their tongues. The advisors stood with their heads down and did not know what to answer the young head of the family. An grabbed one of the advisors and shook him, asking how they could now fight the government. At this time, the secretary entered the room and bowed to the gentleman, and told him that Dean had come to see him. Surprised, Anne released the advisor from his hands and looked questioningly at the secretary to see if she had made a mistake about what the Din was doing here. The guy frowned. This couldn't be. He had a score to settle with the Lee family, not Anne. Why did he come? The secretary lowered her head and said that Ding said that the An family will soon be gone. Do you want to continue to support it? The young head of the An family thought about it. It was quite a risky statement, and decided to meet with the guest. He ordered to bring him and clean the conference room. Anya was interested in why John came to him. Young Anne sat comfortably in a chair in the conference room, and out of habit put his feet up on the table. The trembling secretary led Smith into the room and introduced the owner as Mr. Dean. John noted with a smile that they were quite cautious. So many guards and assistants, they probably had a lot of weapons with them too, and asked that as far as he remembered, they had not had any disagreements. So why did John come to his family's house? Smith propped his head up with his hand and replied that indeed, he had no disagreements with them. But Anya and the Lee family had. Anne frowned and said that if he had come to interfere in their relationship between the families, then he should leave. But John replied that he had come to him because of one person. Smith asked the surprised Anya if it was true that the person in charge of food in their family was now a man named Pan Gaochi. Anya knew that this man had been in the family for many years and was managing things well, and there were no mistakes in terms of food either, really. And asked John if he really thought Pan was sent by the Lee family. He didn't seem to understand how the 3 families worked. John grimaced. This is Anya about the secret brainwashing technique. From birth, they give their soldiers pills with magical properties, and they grow up to be obedient slaves. Anya's eyes widened. No one knew about this. John continued that the main thing is not the technology itself, but its origin, and thought that only 3 families knew this secret. He shouted at the guest that why should he talk to him about this. John chuckled that he didn't have to say anything, and suggested that Anya press on her stomach and then hit her in the heart area. The young head of the An family was very surprised, and decided to conduct an experiment on Ding's advice. The guy pressed on his stomach, feeling a slight pain, then and very lightly hit himself in the heart area. To young Anya's surprise, at that very second blood began to gush from his mouth, eyes and nose. Anya looked at his blood, which was all over his hand, shook, and said that this was simply impossible, this couldn't be. John said that they bought the equipment from the Lai family. They have another secret technique that allows them to control those who have been brainwashed. Is there a problem with it? And shouted that it was impossible. They had been using this technique for centuries without any problems. What was happening now? In his past life, young An became the god of magic of the entire world. His body was reborn, and only then was he able to get rid of the threat of the Li family's technique. But it was too late. All the power and capital were in the hands of the Li family. In addition, young Anya's wife and child became hostages of the Li family, and he continued to work for them. Smith really hoped that in this life he would not allow this to happen, because An was a very talented magician and could be useful to him. An wiped the blood from his face and asked John how much longer he could live. Smith replied that this should be asked of the Li family. How long An would live depended on how quickly he received the antidote. Anya suggested that John leave because his business was none of Smith's business, but John was in no hurry to leave. He said he had a lucrative offer. An didn't think that the Li family only controlled Pangaochi, so An asked John, puzzled, what he meant. Smith put a piece of paper on the table. He said that this was not a complete list of people controlled by the Li family, but everything written on it was true. Anya looked at the piece of paper, as if enchanted. He was very interested in reading the list. The owner of the house asked the guest what he wanted. John said the price was 200,000 gold coins. Anya was shocked. 200,000 coins, that was just robbery. John quietly whistled a song. After waiting a while, he asked Anya how much he could give him. An replied that 80,000 coins, no more. John laughed, surprised by this answer. The guest said that Anya's greed would lead to losses far exceeding 80,000 coins, and thought for a moment, and said that 100,000 coins was the most he could offer. John agreed, moved the piece of paper closer to Anya, and offered to transfer the money. The deal was made. John left the piece of paper and walked away, leaving young Anya to ponder. The An family's manor was plunged into darkness. Everyone was asleep except for the young head of the family. John and Silly went to the hotel room they had chosen to stay in the city. Smith unrolled the scroll with the Oath of Flames and decided to study it in detail. This scroll gave the ability to give the weapon the skill of a fire attack, after which the weapon began to have the effect of incineration. The young man trained tirelessly, mastering a new skill. He wanted to give the effect of incineration to his victorious sword. John meditated in the air, summoning flames from his palms until he mastered all the lessons of the scroll. By midday the next day, the skill was mastered, and the flame obeyed Smith. John was tired. Working with fire took a lot of energy. The system informed the boy that he had obtained the Flame Oath skill through the Green Emperor specialty. The system reminded him that he could use the flame seal on his weapon, allowing him to use a fire attack. Smith decided to experiment and mix the Oath of Flames with other properties of his sword, Julie. At that moment, the sword burst into flames. John was pleased. His experiment with the sword was a success. Now the young man could use his sword not only to wound or kill his opponents, but even to incinerate them. John was eager to test the power of his upgraded weapon, and was looking for an opportunity to test it. And then the young man's eye caught sight of a stool. John lightly touched the corner of the stool with his sword. At that very moment, the furniture, starting from the corner that the sword touched, began to turn to ashes. John admired the new power. The young man called foolish, and said that it was time for them to take part in the final of the competition. Spectators gathering for the final discussed whether the player Ding would be in the final. Someone told how he cut shy with one blow. The system asked all participants to go into the room to read the characteristics from the initial stage of the competition. John was already heading into the room, but the general called out to him from behind. Zhang said he told his superiors about John's demands, and they want to meet him after the competition is over. John agreed, and thought it was a great opportunity to meet with the government. The young man approached the crystal, near which he had already been in the semi-finals. The guy put his hand on the crystal, and the system reported that the information was being loaded. The system gave the player information about him and the conditions of the final competition. The player read and spoke the command for teleportation. The space around John began to spin. The game was preparing to teleport him to the office of the other players. John found himself in the participants' restroom, where General Zhang and his faithful Silly were already sitting. The game informed John that his participant number was 001, and he could choose an opponent. Smith looked at the list of participants and selected opponent number 13. John Smith clicked on the card where the arenas were marked to find himself on the battlefield. The space around John began to spin again, the system preparing to teleport him to the arena. John and his opponent found themselves in the battle arena at almost the same time, and they had to fight first. With the help of the Eye of Understanding, John learned that his rival had laced the knife with poison and intended to poison Smith. John snatched the knife from the vile fighter and made a small cut on the poisoner's face. To avoid death, John's opponent very quickly admitted defeat and rushed for the antidote. The system congratulated John Smith on his victory and reported the number of points he had earned. The fans in the stands argued among themselves about who was louder or who shouted greetings to Dean longer. One of the weird fans said that he used up all his lung air sacs when he screamed, and now all the girls are making eyes at him. Having defeated his opponent, John froze in his arena. Smith had nothing special to do and could not leave the arena, so he watched the fights of other fighters. Foolish's opponent turned out to be General Zhang. This fight was interesting to John, so he came out of his resting state and took control of the Fool. Foolish wielded his new hammer, which he had taken from Shai in battle, and General Zhang wielded his famous sword. Smith opened General Zhang's panel to see his strengths and weaknesses. Stupid speed and energy are about the same as Zhang's. It's good that they don't have too many characteristics in common. The fighters fought almost on equal terms. John thought that if some medicine had not been used in Li's past life, then she and Li would hardly have been able to defeat General Zhang. The general actively attacked Glowpish, and he very skillfully repelled his attacks. The opponents advanced and retreated. None of them gave in or took the lead. Zhang decided to use his talent, a sword that splits the earth against which almost no one could resist. The general struck his fiery sword on the arena. The Fool flew away, very puzzled, but soon rose. The general thought that it was not for nothing that Foolish was Dean's assistant. He was 2 levels lower than him, but he was able to withstand the split of the earth. Zhang sympathized with Foolish, but he knew that he couldn't lose to him, otherwise his reputation in combat would fall. To his surprise, Zhang saw that the Fool froze for a moment, while John passed information to the servant. Smith told Foolish that if he didn't defeat Zhang, he wouldn't eat fried chicken or pork for 3 days. This was the most terrible punishment for Foolish. Having learned of such a prospect, he became mega aggressive and rushed at the general. Swinging his bloody hammer, Foolish continually attacked his opponent. Zhang defended himself, but he understood that with such active attacks, he would soon have a hard time. The new hammer of the Foolish inflicted very strong wounds, so Zhang had to defend himself very actively or dodge it. The general activated the talent of the Blessing of the God of War. This talent gave the body immunity from injuries, as well as increased recovery speed. Energized and immune to injury, General Zhang attacked Foolish. A strong and experienced warrior, the general did not want to kill John's assistant. He only planned to wound him. But unexpectedly for the general, Stupid swung and hit him with his bloody hammer right in the center of the body. Zhang was thrown back, but remained in the arena with the help of his sword. The general summoned the talent of immortality in order to counter his aggressive and fast opponent. After activating the talent, in front of the astonished public, the spirit of an immortal warrior began to enter the general's body. Now the general's entire body was covered in fiery armor, and instead of Zhang, an ancient Eastern warrior stood before the astonished fool. The general's several talents combined together posed a serious threat. It could frighten any enemy, but not Foolish. And so, the god of war, General Zhang, blazing with eternal fire, rushed into battle against Foolish. Behind the immortal warrior stood a whole army, each warrior holding a sword at the ready. Foolish was facing a difficult attack. John froze in admiration. He didn't think he would be able to see the spirit of an immortal warrior in its initial stage. The fool called upon his talent to turn all things into form in order to strengthen his body and stand against the ghostly army. From the blows of the Foolish, stones began to rise from the arena, forming a stone armor around the fighter. The fool, who had strengthened his body, jumped high, swung his hammer, and rushed towards General Zhang's immortal army. The general responded by calling forth a hovering triple attack, summoning his warriors to his aid. And so, in the arena, two enormous forces collided: the bloody hammer of the fool, his stone energy, and the light and fire of General Zhang. There was a loud explosion in the arena, and the bright light blinded not only the fighters, but also the breathless fans. Bright rays of light made the audience scream in fear and tremble. No one understood what had happened and what would happen next. The flash went out, and everyone saw that the arena had been turned into ruins, The fighters were lying among the stones, from which clouds of dust were rising. General Zhang was wounded, his whole body was covered in blood, but Zhang was alive. Not far from the general in the arena, with his arms and legs spread out, lay Foolish. He was also wounded, but also alive. Foolish's suit was in tatters. He was shaking with chills, and blood was oozing from his mouth, eyes, and other wounds. Ignoring his wounds, Foolish stood up and swayed towards General Zhang. The game announced that the winner of this competition was a player nicknamed Glutish. General Zhang, leaning on his sword, rose to his feet with difficulty. He had no serious injuries. Zhang looked at his opponent. He hadn't received such a blow to his reputation for a long time. The fool smiled amiably. For him it was just a battle, the reward for which was fried chicken and pork knuckles. The opponents walked towards each other without expressing any hostility, which caused a storm of applause in the stands. People were shouting that this was a real battle, a clash of the strongest, and that the rest were just weaklings compared to these fighters. One of the fans shouted that the hardest thing is to defeat the opponent with all your strength, and not to choose a weak enemy. John admired these wars, and thought that General Zhang was just awesome, and Stupid was also cool. In the restroom where the soldiers had moved, a doctor came up to examine the general's wounds. But Zhang brushed the doctor off, telling him to examine Stupid first, and not to worry about him. John thanked the general and said that there was no point in doing this. That Stupid was fine, the general insisted. Smith said that they had enough medicine, and besides, Stupid had a special skill. He just needed to be fed. Zhang was very surprised and said that if they needed anything, they should definitely let him know. John understood perfectly well that if Stupid was subjected to medical treatment, then everyone would know the truth, that Stupid was not a human being. The doctor bandaged and treated General Zhang's wounds, and Foolish happily devoured the fried chicken and visibly recovered. At this time, the system announced the winners. In the competition, the first in the ranking was the player Ding, the second was Stupid, and the third was Zhang. For the viewers, the news that Ding was in first place was not a surprise, but that Stupid would be second was not expected by anyone, and many felt sorry for General Zhang. The townspeople were discussing that the gold-level equipment had gone to Dean. The conversations of the townspeople praising Dean and Stupid were overheard by a strange character, who was difficult to recognize because of his cap and mask. The stranger, who was clearly hiding his identity, was emitting dark energy. The man was angry. The masked stranger scolded Dean and Silly, asking where these two even came from, since everyone was only talking about them. The man narrowed his eyes angrily and said that it was their Lee family that should enjoy fame and respect. One of the fans heard the words of the strange man. They began to pay attention to him and ask who it was and what he was saying. The man didn't want to be recognized, so he pulled his cap down lower and hurried away from the audience. The townspeople, seeing that the grumbler had retreated, laughed cheerfully after him, which further increased the irritation of the head of the Lee family. Meanwhile, John had arranged a celebratory dinner for himself and Silly, since they had both won today's competition. While devouring his dinner, Smith loaded up the gold-tier equipment he had received as a reward for his victory. The system informed John that he had received shimmering boots, experience points, coins, and had reached level 23. The young man was surprised that he was given such a generous reward for first place in the skills meeting. John studied the characteristics of the gift. These boots had a spatial skill. The Doomsday game gave this equipment a quality label. John looked at his stats after reaching level 23. Even without equipment, the stats were very impressive. The trainer system congratulated John on completing the quest, and announced that he would receive a simple trainer and silver-level equipment. John decided to immediately take the equipment. It turned out to be demonic gloves that protected him from magicians. The guy thought he had gotten something demonic again, and he had a kit. It seems the system doesn't like magicians, since it tries in every way to protect him from them. John immediately activated the received equipment, the demonic gloves. He learned to trust the trainer system. To John Smith's surprise, the 3 pieces of equipment he received together increase spatial powers, and he will probably need them soon. Meanwhile, the fool was attacking the food. He looked at the chicken legs with love and devoured them, as long as there were no fights. John looked tenderly at his servant. The simplicity and naivety of the fool very often caused a kind and heartfelt smile in him. While John was sorting out the equipment and characteristics, Foolish ate everything that was on the table, leaving only empty plates with sauce. Smith decided to see what Foolish got for second place in the competition. It turned out to be silver armor, soft gloves. In John's opinion, it was just trash for second place. John fed all this equipment to the ball of Julie to energize it and raise its level. After the injuries he received in the fight with the general, Stupid's head was spinning, and he felt like he needed more chicken legs. But dinner had already been eaten, and Foolish was afraid to ask his master for more food. Suddenly, John called Silly. and said that he would give him a bigger leg. They bet on Zhang to take third place, and this time they would earn 120,000 coins. John and Silly walked to the gambling house, and the boy thought, again, 3 families rule everything, but now Smith will be able to buy the badge of honor of Jing City with the Li family's money. As the players left the hotel, they saw many of the townspeople sobbing they had bet on General Zhang's victory and were now mourning the money they had lost. John saw a soldier running towards them as fast as he could. He called out to John to wait for him. Apparently something had happened. A messenger reported that the heads of the safe zone were in an emergency meeting, and General Zhang sent a soldier for John. After the meeting, the discussion of tactics towards the Li family will begin. These scumbags took advantage of the fact that everyone was watching the competition. The soldier reported that Li had sent several hundred suicide bombers with chunks of raw meat and had lured several thousand zombies into the safe zone. All the strong players were in the city, including the army fighters in the arena. They did not receive any information from outside. No one left the city. John understood that the townspeople were now in a hopeless situation. They had not yet finished building a wall to protect against zombies. The only way to protect the safe area is with a human shield. They will stop the zombies from entering the safe zone, but almost 1,000 people will die. Smith wondered if Li could have sent people to attract zombies with meat, but they wouldn't have had time to attract thousands of zombies in that amount of time. John asked the soldier to take him to the meeting. Smith was puzzled. Was there someone else behind the Li family? Or was he missing something? Representatives of the government and the military gathered in the meeting room, and they were not united in their attitude towards the Li family. The commander asked what else was there to discuss. Li had long since ruined relations with them, and what they had done today was war. The Minister of Defense asked the Commander-in-Chief not to get worked up, since they were discussing a plan, and the Li family's proposals made sense. The minister continued that the most important thing now was to complete the construction of the safe zone, and if they focused on dealing with Li, they would suffer huge losses. A government official suggested that the Li family's deeds be made public in order to destroy their reputation. One of the ministers told the commander that they should focus on the main thing. If they built a safe zone, then they would have a rear. The commander-in-chief turned his back to the jury. He was shaking, and the minister's arguments in defense of Li were flying at his back. General Zhang slammed his fist on the table and exclaimed, "Do they really think the Lis will calmly watch them build a safe zone?" Zhang shouted that they would all pay for this with their lives and the lives of the soldiers. The general's eyes flashed with anger, and he said that he wondered how much benefit the Li family had brought them since they were so concerned about it. The Minister of Defense jumped up and, turning to the general, said that they also cared about the state, and there was no point in talking like that. The officials told the general that he spends a lot of time on the battlefield and does not know their financial situation. Their situation is not so rosy. And then an unfamiliar voice said that he agreed with General Zhang. All eyes turned to the door, where John Smith stood, accompanied by the general's messenger. A young man in a law enforcement uniform and mask looked around at those gathered. The rulers did not know who had come. The Minister of Defense was outraged at why an outsider was allowed into such an important meeting and what the security was doing. The Prime Minister told the minister that this was Ding, the winner of the martial skills meeting, and he had a good reputation. But the minister shouted that he should be removed from here immediately. This is a secret meeting. Why are people from the street allowed into it? General Zhang said that it was he who invited Ding to the meeting. The minister had some problems regarding this. The Minister of Defense objected. They didn't know this man at all, and Zhang brought him to a secret government meeting. The minister raged, saying that this was all too much. Then John entered the conversation and said that the minister was being too hasty in making decisions regarding the Li family. He may not know who John is, but he knows who the minister is. The minister's wife died early, and his daughter turned into a zombie. Despite this, he still stands in the first line of defense of the safe zone, and thanks to his merits, he was promoted and took this position. John leaned towards the minister and asked if he was familiar with the name Lin Qiyi. The minister was dumbfounded. He thought that this information was unknown to anyone. The participants of the meeting watched the conversation. John continued. When the minister was told that he also had a son, he was very happy. Moreover, when he was offered to work for the Li family to provide a better life for Lin Qi, he agreed without hesitation. The commander-in-chief slammed his fist on the table in anger, his worst fears having been realized. The commander turned regretfully to his minister and asked if he was going there too. At this time, the system sounded an alarm, informing all players in Jing City to prepare for battle. The game announced that in 5 hours the zombies would reach the city of Jing. Residents learned that zombies were launching a massive attack on Qing City, and everyone needed to evacuate to a safe zone within 5 hours. Safe zone players should prepare themselves. After the attack is repelled, The safe zone will receive system confirmation and safe zone rights. The Minister of Defense exclaimed where the attacking zombies came from, and then the traitor minister became hysterical. He laughed loudly and said that the Lee family had its own methods. The minister shouted that your fucking zone definitely won't withstand a zombie invasion. It's the end for everyone. Everyone will die. The commander-in-chief gave the minister a resounding slap in the face and called him a bastard. Rubbing his bruised cheek, the minister said that he had been doing things under everyone's nose for a long time. He would still die, but his son would be safe with the Lee family. John thought, the Lee family decided to act earlier, so they sent zombies here. From his past life, John knew that for an area to attract a zombie infestation, 3 conditions had to be met, and they weren't met now. The construction of the safe zone is not finished yet. So why did it attract an invasion? It does not comply with the rules. But the strength of these zombies would be much greater than that of the city of Jing. The young man understood that there would be a mess here again. The guy grabbed the traitor by the collar and turned to the general. He helped to find the spy. He provided them with this information for free. As a reward, John wants this man, Zhang agreed. He hoped that this traitor would die painfully. Smith asked the cabinet members if they had any questions, and if so, let them ask. No one had any questions. Everyone was depressed by the information they had received about the traitor and the zombie invasion. John headed for the exit, telling those gathered to continue their meeting. But he had to go. He still had things to do. Smith led the traitor through the streets of the city, which he condemned to a terrible death. The guy wanted to interrogate the minister. The soldiers patrolling the city looked in surprise at the minister, who was kneeling before John Smith. Someone said that Ding even tied up the minister. He became so cool. Another noted that the minister probably got involved with the Lee family. The Minister of Defense looked at his whistleblower. He did not know why John Smith had taken him with him. The young man was angry at the traitor. He had been betrayed many times, and the feeling was not pleasant. The guy threw the official to the ground with all his might, who easily condemned thousands of people to death. The minister told John to kill him faster. When the zombies break in, they will destroy the entire safe zone, and then everyone will die. The soldiers who heard this realized that the minister was a traitor and had something to do with the zombie invasion, and that their brothers were dying because of this shit. Smith feared that the ruined soldiers would tear the traitor minister to shreds, and he still needed to interrogate him. To ensure that no one would disturb him, the guy activated a soundproof dome with a diameter of 5 meters for half an hour. Once under the dome, John ordered Foolish to guard them. The military gathered around. They watched the interrogation of the traitor. The minister exclaimed that the safe zone was sealed. No one could escape. Everyone would die. To cut short the traitor's useless speech, John punched him hard in the face. The blow caused blood to flow from the minister's mouth and several teeth to fly out. The minister was shaking. He understood that now John could do anything to him. Smith asked where the head of the Lee family was now. In an attempt to stop the bleeding, the defense minister said he would not tell John where Mr. Lee was. Smith chuckled, saying that he liked the brave and took out the dagger of decay. The boy asked the minister again if he was ready to tell where old Mr. Lee was, but he answered in the negative. John plunged the dagger of decay into a sore spot on the minister's arm, causing terrible pain. The official howled. He didn't expect the guy to torture him. John moved the dagger to enhance the effect and repeated the question, curious as to what the Lee family had promised him. The minister, who was suffering from terrible pain, begged the boy to kill him quickly, but John said that he had not yet told where Chief Lee was. Tormented by bouts of pain, the minister shouted that he did not know where Mr. Lee was and asked to kill him quickly. John pulled the dagger of decay from the official's hand, but it did not stop the pain. Smith asked if the minister really didn't know where Lee was, or if he was lying. John decided that the official was lying and plunged the dagger into his other hand. A piercing scream escaped the minister's chest. John decided to ask him another question, which Lee had ordered to be done. He advised the minister to think about his son before speaking. The minister rattled off that they first ordered him to transport the funds through the safe zone, or to give the army such an assignment that the soldiers would die. But John wasn't asking about that. He was interested in the message Lee had given the traitor yesterday when he fled. The minister said Lee had told them to stall for time before the family was attacked, and Smith asked how Lee was contacting him. The Lee family spy replied that the leader was contacting him through the fire they had secretly set up, and Lee ordered him to act. John understood. With the help of fire, of course. It was the source of energy of the Lee family. They had mastered fire since ancient times. John asked the pained and bleeding minister if he had anything else to say, but the minister didn't want to. The traitor looked at John and thought that if he told him everything, then how to neutralize him. The minister wanted to run away. The guy patted the official on the shoulder and said that he was a good guy. At that very moment, Smith's sword flashed in his hands, and he struck the minister several times, inflicting mortal wounds on the traitor. John said that useless people have no reason to live. In front of the astonished military, the Minister of Defense was killed by the city's best player. To avoid getting dirty with the blood that was flowing like a river from the traitor's wounds, John used an umbrella. The townspeople looked at the minister's hacked body in horror. John no longer paid attention to him. He called silly and left. Smith and Foolish were on their way to the three families' gambling house to collect their winnings. The players approached the betting exchange office for the combat skills meeting. There were few people there. Smith placed the tickets in front of the girl and asked her to exchange them for winnings. The girl looked at the tickets and asked to wait a minute. The operator smiled and said that Mr. Ding had correctly bet that General Zhang would take third place. He gets 123,556 coins, according to his bet. Foolish presented a pile of huge fried legs. The girl activated the game screen, made a few manipulations, and asked the guy to wait a bit. A few seconds later, the system informed John that 123,556 coins had been credited to his account. John Smith tossed a leg to the pleased fool and called him on. Now the city's top players headed to the Jing City merchandise store. Happy Fool gnawed on a fried chicken leg, not paying attention to the surprised looks of those around him. John entered the store, and Stupid guarded the entrance, devouring chicken legs. Smith bought an honorary badge of the city of Jing. The players who stood near the store and heard the amounts of money John spent on his purchases were perplexed as to where he got so much money. From behind the half-open door of the store, it could be heard that Smith had successfully purchased the uniform and emblem of the Jing City law enforcement officer. The rumor that John had killed the minister quickly spread throughout the city, and the townspeople, not understanding what had happened, were very afraid of both John and Foolish. Smith changed his Mo City law enforcer uniform to the Jing City law enforcer forum and studied his new purchases. The Jing City Honor Badge turned out to be epic-grade equipment. The system has announced that the highest-level Jing City Honor Badge will now be permanently bound to the player. Now John could make announcements around town. The impression he had previously made was doubled, and the rewards were also increased. But most importantly, John could summon the ghost of the mythical animal of the city of Jing to help him in battle. After looking at the specs, Smith thought that this badge couldn't even be called epic, but rather a diamond level. John reasoned that although the mythical beast could only be summoned for 2 minutes, perhaps the time could be increased later. The young man decided that it was necessary to change the equipment of the fool as well. The guy activated the game panel and ordered that his Mo City law enforcement outfit would now go to Stupid. At that moment, the fool's suit disappeared, and the uniform of a law enforcement officer of the city of Mo appeared on him. Now, John and Stupid were dressed almost identically, and the system informed everyone that new epic-level equipment had appeared, the owner of which was player Dean. Players who followed the game's news discussed the appearance of some new types of equipment. One of the players exclaimed that there was a new silver-level equipment. It must belong to his beloved Ding. The girls sighed, dreaming that they would have silver-level equipment, or even better, gold-level. An updated equipment rating appeared. Among the leaders were mainly Dean and Stupid. The soldier joked that someday there would be no one left in the equipment ranking except Dean. It would be good if they became as cool. But the soldiers had no time to chat. They had to go on patrol and guard the city. There was very little time left before the zombie army invaded the city of Jing. Army commanders held an emergency meeting to coordinate actions in the event of an attack. The scout sent by the general on reconnaissance entered the conference room and reported his arrival. The general asked if they had found out what the situation was outside, and the officer reported that they had searched everything around. At a distance of thousands of meters on all sides of the safe zone, there is a protective barrier of the Doomsday game, like a transparent dome. The scouts said that they could see the situation behind the dome, but they couldn't break through it, no matter how hard they tried. They also found no traces of a zombie invasion. So they only find out how many zombies there are when they get really close. The situation was difficult. It was good that due to the competition, many players remained in the safe zone. But Li also took away a lot of people. General Zhang understood that their fighting strength was only enough for 2 directions. It turns out that the military will have to guess which side the zombies will come from. The commander suggested placing defenses in the 2 most likely directions. If zombies appeared from the other 2 sides, then the idea was to transfer troops there. One of the commanders said that it was possible to transfer soldiers, but without defensive structures they would lose a lot of people. The commander said that they did not have time to argue, now they needed to protect 2 directions. The commander-in-chief turned to General Zhang. He had rich combat experience, and the commander listened to his opinion. Zhang proposed to protect the east and west. The wall in the west was still not finished. On the east side, the Li family had made a hole. If the zombies attack from these directions, they will lose more people. The commander-in-chief agreed with the general's arguments. General Zhang left the meeting room with the scout to prepare his defense. Meanwhile, John Smith, lying on the bed in his hotel room, was calculating the possible developments. The system said that if a safe zone was damaged by a zombie, he would receive a fine, and the prices in the store would double. The boy thought that he could escape from the safe zone, but if they were defeated, the safe zone would suffer great damage. Smith decided to take advantage of the honorary badge of Jing City and make an announcement. The young man wanted to inform the residents of the city of Jing about who was to blame for the upcoming zombie invasion. After typing a text that exposed the head of the Li family, the young man sent the message for publication. Smith wished the text had limitations, otherwise he could have written 1,000 words without repeating anything about the Li family. The system announced to all players in Jing City that player Ding had sent a message. The message said that Old Master Li was hiding like a cowardly rat, that Li has completely lost his conscience, sent a horde of zombies to the city of Jing, that he is a mistake of nature, a real coward, and Dean wants him to die. At the Li family office, Smith's message provoked a torrent of obscenities from the chief. Chief Li shouted that Dean was forcing him, and if he fell into his hands, Li would break his spine. Old Master Li swore that no matter what it cost him, he would kill that impudent Ding. Chief Li's assistant knocked on his door and said that something had happened. The head of the family, gloomier than a storm cloud, asked his assistant what else had happened. The assistant said that because of Dean's message, in which he said that it was the Lis who brought the zombies to the city, many began to hate them and want revenge. At the gathering places run by the family, half of the people decided to leave, and there were also uprisings in some places. The shaking aide said that people at other gathering places might also decide to leave if they learned that the family was in charge. The assistant reported that the family had suffered great losses because of Dean's message. Old Master Li suddenly swayed and fell to the floor. The assistant rushed headlong towards the master and managed to catch him. The elder Li was unconscious. The assistant shouted loudly, calling the people together, and said that the chief had fainted. The time of the zombie invasion was approaching, and soldiers were building defensive structures in the southeastern corner of the city. General Zhang watched the progress of the work and understood that they would not have much time. Zhang asked the adjutant if the army statistics were ready. The adjutant reported that they now have 50,000 combat-ready people, of which approximately 20,000 are army soldiers. The Yan and Yun families sent another 15,000 people, and the same number were volunteers, mercenaries, and small groups. The general asked all this. The adjutant answered that there were still 100,000 people, but their fighting abilities were poor. They could not be taken into account. Besides, there is no time to get ready. Those responsible for clearing the streets of zombies have not yet returned. There are about 100,000 of them. General Zhang frowned. This wasn't enough. If they were in a safe area, then they wouldn't have to be afraid. The aide told the general not to worry so much. It might not be easy to fight, but they would all stand until the end. The general replied that they had no other choice. The south and west are guarded by 20,000 men, and the east is entrusted to the An and Yun families. If the zombies come from the north, they will transport troops there from the east. Zhang reminded the adjutant that if the An and Yun families did not listen to orders, the right to disband the army remained with the city command. The system reported that a horde of zombies was approaching the city of Jing. The time of the zombie invasion was 5 o'clock. General Zhang read the rules for the occupation of the zombie safe zone that had appeared in the system. According to the rules, a crystal has appeared in the city that needs to be guarded. If zombies touch it, it will be considered as the city being occupied. The general had barely finished reading the rules when he noticed that a strange glow had appeared in the center of the city, which had not been there before. A huge blue crystal shone in the square of Jing City. The townspeople approached and looked at the huge oblong crystal with curiosity, but did not dare to touch it. The crystal primarily attracted those citizens who had a high rating in terms of merit points for the city of Jing. The players flocked to the square. General Zhang hurried them. He ordered the adjutant to leave all the players with high combat ratings. Zhang said that the strongest should go guard the crystal in Jing Square. The rest should be placed in other buildings. The officer asked the general if they needed to call the players Dean and stupid. Zhang didn't know what to answer the officer because he didn't know if he could command the players who had defeated him in the arena. The general barked at his subordinate that he should stop asking stupid questions and let him convey the order to everyone. General Zhang walked through the city and thought, of course, the help of such strong players as John and Stupid would not hurt them now. Meanwhile, John was in the hotel room mastering the scroll, Water Waves, to control water. The system congratulated the young man that thanks to the Green Emperor's specialty, he had obtained the special skill of Water Waves. This magical skill allowed John to create a water saucer using energy. It could suck in and wash away enemies. The young man just lacked this skill. It can be used as a weapon to clear the streets of zombies. The trainer system reported that due to the zombie invasion of the safe zone, John received the task fight with all his might. Smith read the assignment. It stated that the forces of the parties were very different. The requirement was to resist the zombies and become the first in the ranking by merit. The young man wondered if the system had considered him, and at the same time the zombie was stronger. Maybe this time the zombie's strength was so great. When the owner mastered a new skill, Foolish continued to eat as long as he could. John grabbed the servant by the collar and ordered him to throw the food. They had a task. Smith told Stupid that it was time to stop eating and go to work, defending the city from the zombie invasion. Players dressed as law enforcement officers left the hotel in the middle of the night. As John walked outside, he noticed something unusual was happening over the city. Reflections of a crystal were visible in the evening sky. John and Silly headed towards the city gates, where zombies were most likely to appear. The system placed an alarming warning that a zombie outbreak was about to begin, and asked players to try to survive. Smith decided that he and Foolish needed to split up so they could be of more use to the city. The magical dome that stood above the safe zone turned blood red. This meant only one thing: the zombies had come right up to the city gates. From the city wall, one could see that the mutants were approaching in huge numbers. There were so many of them that it was impossible to count them. The zombies were of different levels, but they walked in a certain formation in a certain direction. It only meant that they were under control. The soldiers guarding the city were horrified to see the huge army of zombies approaching them. The mutants were large and small, of different shapes and sizes, some of which had never been seen before in Jing City. As if on command, the mutants broke into a run and rushed towards the city outskirts. General Zhang raised his hand and shouted loudly to his soldiers to prepare for battle. To slow down the zombie attack, General Zhang used magical defense. The general stood on the city wall and activated the earth split. A bright light flashed above the heads of the astonished zombies. At the same second, a powerful explosion occurred in the crowd of zombies, scattering the mutants in different directions. Immediately after the explosion, ice spikes appeared from the ground, piercing, crushing, and killing mutants. Following the ice, green spikes appeared. They caught, crushed, threw, and killed the zombies that approached the city of Jing. The mutants slowed their run, but did not stop. The general ordered the second squad to take up the second line of defense. The soldiers, who had unconditional faith in their commander, rushed to their positions. The city's defenders used not only their fighting skills, but also magical ones, to stop the huge wave of zombies that threatened to overwhelm the city. Multicolored streams of energy flew over the heads of the attackers. They struck the mutants, killed them, but could not stop them. The soldiers fought selflessly against the invaders, but there were too many zombies. So far, people have been victorious, withstanding enormous pressure. But how much longer they can withstand this is unknown. Zhang, standing on the city wall, watched through binoculars what was happening below. The messenger reported to the general that the front-line soldiers were currently repelling the onslaught of zombies. Zhang told the third-line soldiers to disperse for now, rest, and prepare for the next battle. The courier informed the general that the northern region was in a critical situation. About 7,000 zombies had appeared, and reinforcements were needed. The general thought that what he feared most had happened after all, and asked what the situation was in the west. The speaker reported that little time had passed. The situation in the west had not yet been reported. Only the north had sent soldiers with a report. The soldier also reported that Dean had appeared on the wall on the north side, but that Foolish had not been seen. General Zhang was amazed that John had decided to fight the zombie invasion alone. The soldier said that there was no more information coming from the north. The general said that if there was anything else, to report it immediately. The general stood on the city wall and looked at the raging sea of zombies. Zhang wondered if they would survive the night. A huge crowd of zombies approached from the north side. They were already close to the city wall. The soldiers were determined to defend the wall to their last breath. They sent a report to the general, and were confident that help would come. But then a soldier appeared and reported to the unit commander that Dean had just left through the city gates. John, using one of his many talents, pushed off from the city wall and jumped over it. The soldiers who rushed to the wall saw a warrior floating in the air, with the Julie sword shimmering in different colors in his hands. On the city wall from which Smith had jumped, the player's magical trace still glittered. The soldiers shouted after John to come back. It was dangerous behind the wall. There were a lot of zombies there, but Smith was already in the mood for battle. He wanted to try out his newly acquired skills, and here was a perfect opportunity. The soldiers looked in horror at the player who rushed alone against the crowd of zombies. The fighters watched with interest what would come out of the fight between the strongest warrior of the city of Jing and a whole crowd of mutants. The sword of Julie in John's hand was blazing with a furious fire, ready to incinerate all the mutants in the world. John activated a fire attack, causing flames to swirl around him. From the outside, it might have looked like the guy was descending from the sky on a fiery staircase. The zombies closest to Smith were engulfed in flames. The mutants were rushing about in the fire, but found no salvation. The entire area around the northern city wall was engulfed in a fiery whirlwind, which swirled and burned the mutants. Finally, John stopped and looked around. As far as he could see, there were corpses of zombies killed by the fire attack. The fighter raised his head and looked into the distance. It was not the end yet. John saw another crowd of zombies rushing towards him, and the young man rushed towards them. One of the soldiers watching John said that Dean was fighting hard, and what were they waiting for? The inspired soldiers shouted forward. Even if they killed one, the zombies would already be useful. The soldiers grabbed their weapons and ran to help John outside the city gates. The soldiers shot at the zombies that tried to escape the fire created by Smith. The surprised soldiers saw that the zombies were twisting into huge water balls. The stunned soldiers watched as John concentrated, first throwing fire and then water at the zombies. Having killed the nearest zombies, the young man decided to take a break. For this, he pulled out a chair and a cup of tea from the warehouse. The warrior stuck his magic sword Julie into the ground next to him and began drinking tea. At that moment, a huge, toxic zombie appeared right in front of John, who clearly intended to attack the young man. The zombie, seeing that the man was not reacting to him in any way, released a cloud of toxic steam towards Smith. At this time, the guy was happily drinking tea, not paying any attention to the zombies. But since the mutant was so persistent, John covered the bowl with a lid and turned his attention to the zombie. The young man turned over in the air, kicked the zombie hard, saying that the tea had such a pure taste without impurities and the right temperature. John was forced to take up his sword again, since the zombies did not let him drink tea. Smith swung his sword and cut a huge zombie with a long snake-like tongue in half. John lamented how impatient the zombies were. He wanted to drink tea, but he had to fight with them. They even sent him special zombies. Behind John, the sound of running feet could be heard. Very large zombies were running, raising clouds of dust. To fix this situation, John used the water wave skill to form a wall of water. The surprised mutants stopped and looked at the stream of water swirling around them. A water vortex formed around the group of zombies. It swirled faster and faster until it captured all the zombies. Having drowned one group of mutants, John activated fireballs to fry another group that had arrived to his aid. Smith combined several fireballs and created a large explosion that buried several dozen more zombies. The soldiers watching Smith were shocked. They had never seen anything like this before. The system congratulated the player on moving to level 24. The Zombie King also watched the fight. He was surprised how a person could be so strong. The zombie leader realized that if this continued, he would have to sacrifice at least a quarter of his zombies. The Zombie King understood that reinforcements would come to the people, and the mutants would lose. The king did not want one person to ruin everything. The king already realized that special zombies could not hurt this strange, strong fighter. The leader of the mutants decided to go a different route and send a bunch of regular zombies to John. Smith resorted to a trick. He used an old straw man to distract attention. John stuck an old straw man in there, and the mutants sent by the king thought it was John Smith in front of them. A huge crowd of zombies pounced on the unfortunate scarecrow, while the guy himself slipped away from them. John realized the king's plan to isolate Smith to allow the zombies to break into the city. The guy came to the aid of the soldiers in time, who were already being attacked by a crowd of zombies in order to break through to the city gates. The zombie pressure was growing stronger, a little more, and they would break into the city. Then the defeat of the northern front of the safe zone could be declared. John realized that he needed to decide quickly. It seemed that the number of zombies in the north would soon reach the limit. Smith realized it was time to take emergency measures. He crouched down, coiled like a spring, and jumped high. Using a short freeze, the young man literally hovered over the city, flying over the city wall. The surprised zombies looked at the flying man and waited. They slowed their advance. The young man called out to the city's honorary ruler, Yi Jing, and addressed him, saying that it was time to show his skills. The boy touched the sign and called upon the protection of the spirit of the mythical animal, which was the patron of the city. To replenish his energy reserves, the young man drank the elixir, and at that very second, golden and purple tongues of flame began to swirl around him. Sparks and electrical discharges flew out of the sign. This meant only one thing: the spirit John had called had responded. The mutants looked at what was happening with fear. The entire space around them became purple and golden. The zombies were shaking with fear. They no longer ran forward to the city wall, but tried to move backwards. A powerful electrical column appeared in the sky, and a huge discharge fell on the northern part of the city. The honorary citizen's badge grew larger, turning into a huge shield that covered John. All the city's inhabitants saw this powerful pillar of light, which sparkled with purple and golden light. No one understood what it was. The soldiers who were fighting the zombies saw a powerful discharge and heard pleasant music, which encouraged the defenders and instilled fear in the attackers. Everyone was asking each other what had happened, but no one could answer definitively what this phenomenon was and who had caused it. Suddenly, glowing greenery began to appear in different parts of the city, on which beautiful flowers immediately blossomed. The city, which was attacked by zombies, literally blossomed before our eyes. People were smiling when they saw this. One of the soldiers, seeing the flowers and hearing the music, said that it was a happy omen. Smith, having driven the zombies away from the gate, ran to see what was happening nearby and whether his help was needed there. John heard the soldier's words about the omen and looked at him in surprise. At that very moment, John saw a miracle. The spirit of which he had called upon finally appeared and took shape. An amazingly beautiful animal, purple with golden highlights, trampled and killed zombies that were attacking the city. One of the soldiers recognized this animal in the city. It was called Qilin. It was the patron saint of all the townspeople. But someone was afraid of Qilin and shouted that they had to disperse, because this creature would turn the battlefield into a real hell. John admired the spirit he had summoned. Qilin was very beautiful, graceful, and at the same time, formidable. The system reported that the purple golden snow and thunder Qilin was a legendary level ghost, one of the auspicious beasts of the Long State. Qilin is the guardian spirit of the city of Jing. The young man realized that he had summoned a good beast. John was at a loss. It seemed to him that Qilin understood and realized everything. Qilin looked at the young man with understanding, and the boy thought that this spirit possessed the nature of a human. It had consciousness. This was definitely not just an illusion, but there was little time to think, and Smith decided that he would study Qilin later. The zombies, meanwhile, scattered in all directions, frightened by the spirit of the city's patron. Qilin caught up with them, trampled them, but most of all killed them with electric discharges. The spirit came up to John and looked at him as if asking for instructions on what to do next. The young man understood. Under the control of John Smith, Qilin rushed into battle into the thick of the zombies, where there were the most of them. The zombies tried to run away from the terrible beast, but fell dead, struck by electric shocks. Smith looked at Qilin with admiration. A magical beast with electric current. That's cool. The mythical defender of the city continued his victorious march along the city wall. Even the sight of Qilin terrified the mutants. No one could escape from it. Fire flew out of the noble animal's eyes, striking down any enemy of the city. All the zombies that approached the northern wall of Jing City were paralyzed with fear and died from the sparks of the beast spirit. The zombies were in a panic. They couldn't resist Qilin, and their only chance to survive was to flee. But Qilin was not in the mood to let the mutant monsters that had attacked his city go in peace. Qilin, like the wind, carried the frightened zombies over their heads, killing them by the hundreds. The magical beast could form an energy column that literally incinerated all monsters. But the time for Qilin's help was over. He disappeared, leaving behind a mountain of zombie corpses and purple flashes. The system congratulated John Smith on reaching level 26 and receiving points and incentive gifts. The guy was delighted. In 2 minutes of Qilin's help, he was able to rise so much in levels. Remembering the formidable, handsome Qilin, the young man thought that this mythical animal with its skills was simply the bomb. It seemed to the young man that the patron of the city was still nearby and looking at him with understanding. It was strange, but the guy felt like he and Qilin understood each other very well. John recalled the minutes spent next to the mythical animal. The young man felt the unprecedented power and kindness of the beast. John was very interested in understanding this animal, and whether it was an animal at all. The space around John was still filled with the purple glow of the Qilin, which protected the young man from the onslaught of enemies. It seemed that Qilin protected the young man with some kind of special dome. The boy looked with gratitude in the direction from which Qilin appeared. But it was time to get out from under the protection, because the battle for the city was not over yet, and John broke the protective dome. The lilac light still enveloped the guy. It seemed to John that this light was entering him and making him stronger. The system counted all the zombies killed by Qilin and John, and reported that the young man had already reached level 27. One of the guys ran up to the young man and said that he thought it was the Green Emperor's Qilin, and he ran up to look. The players guarding the crystal in the square discussed whether it was true that Qilin had appeared. Some were delighted, while others did not believe it, saying that it was nonsense. The girl watching the rankings exclaimed, "Dean's level rose from 24 to 27 in an instant. It was simply unbelievable." For a successful battle, the system rewarded John with the scales of the purple gold Qilin of snow and thunder, and the source of the earthquake. It turned out that John had received another trigram pendant, which allowed him to master the power of thunder and lightning. The scales of the purple golden Qilin of snow and thunder gave the youth the blessing of a legendary animal, The young man was incredibly happy that he received a scale of this wonderful animal. He could not describe in words how cool it was. The player was delighted. Now with these new opportunities, he will definitely not lose in the battle with zombies and will protect the city. Smith looked lovingly at the scale of the animal he liked so much it had come to him for a reason. The guy was sure of it. John thought if he wanted to get more scales, Keelan wouldn't be left bald. He would be able to restore his scales. Smith heard familiar sounds behind him and realized that the zombies had approached again. It was time to return to the fight. But the zombies were in no hurry to engage in battle with Smith. John mockingly asked if they were already scared. The guy activated the automatic collection, but nothing happened. John asked why the function works when he kills zombies, but does not work when he kills Keelan. The system responded that under the power of Keelan, the equipment and weapons were destroyed, so they could not be collected. John thought that the destructive power of the beast's spirit was even greater than he thought. John couldn't tear himself away from the Keelan scale. He didn't know where to put it. If in his pocket, it might fall out during the battle. The system asked Smith if he wanted to activate the Thunder and Snow Keelan scale. John commanded the activation. At that very second, the scale turned into a lilac haze and moved to the heart area, filling the guy with a strange feeling. Now a piece of the legendary Keelan was in the very heart of John Smith. John walked thoughtfully through the city, trying to understand what had happened to him. After activating the Keelan scale, the player's stats without equipment immediately increased. The zombies that came from the north were killed, and John, under the admiring gaze of the soldiers, entered the city. The threat in the north of the city had been eliminated. It was time to check other areas. The soldiers looked after him and said they had just fought alongside Dean himself. They would try to become stronger to get closer to him. Several hundred soldiers died near the city gates. It was necessary to clear the area and then go on duty. At this time, a soldier came running and reported that everything was already over on the northern front. The zombies were killed. The messenger passed the message to the adjutant, asking him to pass the information on to the general, and he himself decided to help clear the battlefield. The messenger told the wounded soldiers that Dean's brother had appeared out of nowhere and helped them deal with the mutant invasion. The players guarding the crystal admired Ding. He quickly dealt with the zombies and moved up to level 27, overtaking Zhang by 8 levels. The townspeople were surprised to find that Dean was ranked first in the merit ratings, and some thought that this was a mistake. The zombie king still intended to capture the city. The soldiers saw with horror that a flock of flying zombies was approaching them. It seems the king has decided to unleash zombie vampires on Jing City. Vile monsters approached the city from all sides. People, as if spellbound, looked at the sky in horror. At the same time, zombies of different levels and sizes continued to approach the city gates. General Zhang commanded the mage players to attack the flying zombies. Magic charges flew at the monsters. Zombie vampires, struck by the magicians, fell dead on the city streets. But there were a lot of them. The officer reported to the general that the scouts could not break through the obstacles, but the message that zombies were attacking the crystal had been delivered. The soldier convinced the commander that they would definitely cope and clear the city of zombies. The watchman didn't understand what was happening. The zombies seemed to have gone mad. Where did they all come from? The zombies really seemed to appear out of thin air. They rushed towards the square to take possession of the crystal. Then the city would be captured. The townspeople watched in horror as mutants emerged from the asphalt, tearing holes in it. Giant zombies crawled out of the holes, which looked more like lizards, but their faces were human. Heavy fighting was taking place in the city of Jing. Magicians were killing zombie vampires. The military, having taken up a circular defense, were fighting foot zombies. The soldiers were also attacked by zombies that crawled out of the ground. They were huge, the size of 3 cows. General Zhang's subordinates were very strong in spirit and ready to stand to the end. But the zombies still did not end. Before the soldiers could deal with one wave of zombies, another one would appear in their place. The officer shouted for the soldiers to hold the line. Everyone to fight to the death. We cannot allow these mad zombies to break through to the square. The commander reminded that there was a crystal behind the soldiers, and if it was destroyed, the fight of tens of thousands of soldiers on the front lines would be in vain. The soldiers stood shoulder to shoulder, in close formation, and watched as a huge crowd of mutants rushed towards them. Many of the people understood that this was their last fight, but not one of them wavered or ran away to save their lives. And suddenly the surprised soldiers saw a fireball flying into the crowd of zombies. The fire flared up right among the attacking zombies. Many monsters caught fire, not understanding where this misfortune came from. The giant zombie rushed towards the soldiers, trying to break the formation. The commander ordered an attack. The soldiers had a hard time. The zombie giants took away their shields and threw people around like rag dolls. Despite the huge losses, the soldiers fought to the death, and the zombie advance slowed down. The zombie king threw hordes of monsters at people, and the townspeople's resilience began to irritate the main zombie. The commander reported that he had sent a messenger for reinforcements, and that they would be here soon. We needed to hold out for a little while. One of the soldiers saw a trace on the wet surface. He shouted for everyone to be careful. Invisible zombies appeared. The soldiers, covering themselves with shields, rushed to where the tracks appeared. They tried to stop these rare and incredibly dangerous zombies. The system reported that the body of these monsters is completely transparent, and they also move almost silently. The officer ordered that anyone with water should pour water on the ground. This was the only way to detect the invisible man and see his tracks. The soldiers quickly covered the street surfaces with water to see the invisible and terrible enemy. An expert on invisible zombies warned everyone to be on the alert and keep a close eye on places where invisible ones appear. Before the soldier could finish speaking, the invisible zombie crept up behind him and slit his throat. To the horror of the townspeople, the soldier who had just spoken to them fell down, covered in blood, and the invisible man took his bag of water. The players were in a panic. They were afraid of an invisible enemy that was impossible to even fight. And suddenly, the bloody hammer of the fool whistled over the heads of the surprised townspeople. The hammer landed in the middle of a seemingly empty street, and the explosion of a meteorite attack thundered. The amazed spectators saw blood flowing from under the hammer, and the dead invisible zombie became visible. The soldiers and townspeople turned with hope in the direction from which the hammer had come. To the people's incredible joy, the city's second strongest player, Jing Foolish, was walking towards them with huge strides. Foolish, armed with his favorite hammer, entered into battle with the zombies controlled by John. The young man who controlled his servant stood nearby and watched the fight. The fool was also a zombie, and so he saw invisible zombies. Swinging his hammer, he quickly killed invisible enemies. Joyful rumors spread among the people that Foolish had arrived. One of the soldiers shouted that Dean was here. With him, they had a chance to survive. Remaining invisible, the zombie king moved quickly through the streets of Jing City. The king's goal was the blue crystal, which was located in the central square of the city, guarded by the best players. The coveted crystal was already close. It seemed to the king that he only had to stretch out his clawed paw, and the city would be captured. The zombie king bypassed the square's defenders and headed straight for the crystal. The king's clawed paw was already reaching for the blue crystal. Another moment, and the city would fall. And then the surprised zombie king heard a strange whistle behind him. Foolish's bloody hammer slammed down on the giant king, knocking him away from the crystal and pinning him to the ground. The zombie king was killed, and the hammer returned to its owner. Foolish entered the central square of Jing City with a victorious step. He came to the aid of the players defending the crystal. The zombies that the king brought to the square rushed at Stupid, trying to avenge the death of their leader. The fool worked tirelessly with his hammer, driving the mutants away from the crystal, but its blue light, like a magnet, attracted them. Soldiers broke through to the square to help the players. They stood shoulder to shoulder with the players and chopped down the attacking zombies. The fool stood right next to the crystal, not allowing any mutant to touch it. Zombies and humans fought in a fierce battle. Everyone understood that this battle would decide whether the city would be captured or not. People defeated the mutants, but it was naive to hope that the zombies would retreat just like that. A strange rustling sound was heard in the square. A magical act was taking place. The battle was over. The people had won. The soldiers were clearing the area of zombie corpses and counting their losses. The surviving players breathed a sigh of relief. The most difficult invasion had been repelled. The city was free. Suddenly, the young leader of Anne appeared in the square near the crystal. One of the officers patted him on the shoulder and told him to rest a little. He had been fighting without a break. The young man nodded silently. Players said that An rushed into the thick of the zombies without fear of death, and that he entered the top 10 strongest fighters in the tournament. One of the guys exclaimed that Anya needed to get some proper rest, because who knows when the zombies would attack. Anya silently waved his hand. Young Hedden sat down next to the crystal. It seemed like the guy was very tired. The head of the An family took out his blade. It seemed like he was waiting for some convenient moment. Suddenly, Anya's attention was drawn to a giant who came directly up to him. It was Foolish. The players thought that Foolish wanted to meet Boss Anne, because the powerful always find a common language. To the horror of the players in the square, Stupid quickly swung his bloody hammer at Anya. He wanted to kill him. Anya looked at Foolish in horror, expecting a blow, but for some reason did not resist. The fool struck with all his might, flattening the young man, and there was a loud bang. The fool wiped the sweat from his forehead. The players looked at their defender in bewilderment and did not understand what was happening. And then one of the young men attracted the attention of the others, inviting them to see what was happening with the body of Boss Anya. The bloody mess that remained of the young man bubbled and began to change color, emitting a terrible stench. Suddenly the mess exploded, and everyone saw that there was a monster inside the head of Anne. The players were shocked. A strange lizard lay dead near the bloody pool. It had a gray body and sharp claws, and turned out to be a zombie. The zombie werewolf killed by Stupid was considered the most insidious and disgusting ace in the sleeve of the zombie horde. People were shocked. Who would have thought that zombies have so many faces? The players decided that after the battle, everyone should talk. John and Silly left the square of the city of Jing calmly, their mission here accomplished. John told Silly that their path now lay to the east. After knocking back the crystal in the central square of Jing City, John ended Fool's mental control. Now Smith and his faithful servant had to go to the east of the city, where heavy fighting was taking place. On the eastern front of Jing City's safety zone, the ground was littered with the corpses of both zombies and humans. General Zhang observed the battles and was informed that 5 lines of defense had been broken through. Only the last one remained, and the soldiers' morale was at its limit. The defense was greatly weakened. Zhang had almost no men left, and he knew that they could no longer fight. Zhang told his assistant that they needed to retreat, move their line of defense, and retreat to the buildings that would provide them with cover and give them time to catch their breath. But the assistant objected that this should not be done under any circumstances. If they moved, they would lose control over the zombies. If the mutants get to the other side, the military will be in a vulnerable position, and there are many civilians in the buildings who are unable to fight. Zhang understood everything perfectly, but he had no choice. The soldiers were at their limit. They needed to retreat to the buildings to survive. The assistant bowed understandingly. It was a difficult decision. At that moment, John Smith appeared behind them. The general's assistant turned slightly and was delighted to see the renowned warrior next to him. John smiled. It seemed he had arrived just in time. Zhang's assistant joyfully shouted, "No retreat!" Ding appeared here, which meant they would win. General Zhang gasped in surprise. He didn't expect to see John here because he knew he was helping in the northern direction. The young man easily jumped over the city wall and went towards the zombies. General Zhang and his assistant looked with gratitude at the brave fighter who had appeared here so opportunely. The general gave orders to prepare a counterattack and inform the troops that reinforcements had arrived. Smith landed next to the fighter, who was already shaking with fatigue but did not retreat. John put his hand on the brave soldier's shoulder and asked what the situation was on the battlefield. The delighted soldier asked if it was true that Mr. Dean had come to see them. John confirmed and asked how things were. The soldier said that the defensive line was on the verge of breaking through, but help arrived and they managed to stabilize the situation. So far, they have managed to hold off the onslaught, but General Zhang has sent reinforcements to the crystal and a small detachment to the northern gate. The warrior said sadly that they had less than 10,000 soldiers left and they were at their limit. John realized that hordes of zombies were still crawling behind the barrier. The situation was critical. It was time to turn the tide of this battle. At this time, the general's assistant approached John from behind and said that Zhang had ordered them to join Ding. In order to destroy many enemies at once, Smith decided to use the 9-Lai spear. This spear absorbed the enemy's strength and also created a powerful shockwave, dealing massive damage to all enemies in the affected area. In order to increase the spear's damaging effect, John added the ability to inflict a fire attack to it. The 9-Li spear blazed with fierce fire, promising the enemy's imminent death. Smith pushed off the ground and flew with the spear over the heads of his enemies. John, armed with a fire spear, flew into the center of a huge army of zombies. In order to hit as many enemies as possible, the player thrust the spear into the ground, causing a shockwave and flames to fly from it. The soldiers could watch as their enemies fell one after another, overtaken by the terrible flames that flew from the spear. The fire destroyed every single attacker who was within sight of the spear. The zombies tried to escape, but they failed, frightened and burned. The mutants forgot about the occupation of the city. John pulled a flaming spear out of the ground. Flashes of fire and clouds of smoke flew around it, but there were no living zombies nearby. It was too early to relax. There were still many mutants in the area who dreamed of avenging their murdered relatives. Smith spun his spear, creating a wall of fire around himself. A huge flame erupted around the young man as he swung his spear, directing the fire straight at the approaching zombie warriors. The zombie giants running towards the city gates were instantly engulfed in flames. The monsters rushed about in search of salvation, but only spread the flames further and set others on fire. John carefully examined the battle formation of the zombies, spotted the leader, and threw a spear at him. The spear, having struck a high-level zombie, immediately absorbed its power. The leader of the zombie eastern front of the Jing City safe zone has been killed. A huge explosion indicated that the target had been hit, and John called his weapon back. Smith held the spear tightly. It was no longer burning, but only glowing slightly. Streams of energy surrounded the amazing fighter. The military personnel observing the battle were amazed they had never seen such effectiveness, and did not expect to see it. Armed with a spear, the young man ran to see if there were any living zombies left in the area. The system congratulated John on reaching level 29. With a spear on his shoulder, the young man walked around the battlefield near the eastern gate and finished off those zombies that still survived. After making sure that there were no more surviving mutants, John felt like he was out of place here. The soldiers whispered admiringly. They did not understand what to do to avoid feeling awkward, because the world had never seen such a battle. John opened the game panel. His strength, spirit, endurance, and agility stats, even without taking into account equipment, were breaking all records. The young man was surprised to find that a skill book had fallen out of the crowd of zombies and was picked up by the automatic collection trainer. His storage space was running out again, and his mental strength was not enough to feed the extra to the Julie Pearl. There was only the simplest way left, to temporarily disable auto-selection. Now the equipment of killed enemies remained on the battlefield. John walked towards General Zhang, who was waiting for him. The battle was over. The people had won. The general, standing at attention, thanked the soldier and said that if his help was needed, he was always at his service. Smith modestly replied that he was not worthy of thanks, and said that there were weapons and equipment left on the battlefield that they could use. The guy was tired that night and felt that he needed to rest. Hanging his head, he headed to his hotel. But John didn't make it to the hotel. He found an empty room and decided to stay there. That night, Smith received very valuable prizes for his battles, and he was interested in what kind of skill book he found on the battlefield. The young man closed his eyes and turned to his patron, asking the sacred Qilin to bless him with a powerful skill. The pages of the book glowed purple. The patron heard the young man. Smith opened the book. Purple light poured out from the pages onto him. He read the description of the skill and couldn't believe his eyes. The young man had no idea that this could happen, and that he would be the one lucky enough to master this amazing talent. The new skill was called Bloody Gaze. It could create an illusion in the enemy's mind. The owner of this skill was difficult to deceive. The Bloody Gaze allowed the player to recognize illusions and mirages. John understood the advantage of Qilin's blessing. Now he needs to take Qilin to all important matters. With him, you can move mountains. The system asked the player if he wanted to learn the Bloody Gaze skill, and the young man answered in the affirmative. The boy felt his eyes begin to burn, as if Qilin had scorched them with his electric discharges. John's eyes were very sore and burning, but through the fog he could see that he was enveloped in the purple glow of the Qilin. Gritting his teeth and clutching his head with his hands, the young man endured the pain. Mastering the skill was not as easy as expected. Drops of blood appeared on the floor at John's feet, which had run from his eyes during the transformation. The system congratulated the player on successfully learning the skill. John looked at his hands. They were covered in blood, as was his face. Extending his bloody hand, the young man was surprised to find that his blood had changed and began to glow. Looking around, the young man exclaimed that his vision seemed to have been upgraded from 360 to 1080 pixels. The young man immersed himself in studying the skill book. He wanted to know every little detail about the talent he had received. The Bloody Gaze activates X-ray vision. The guy began to carefully examine the objects around him. To John's great delight, a faint glow now emanated from his eyes, much like the glow of the Qilin. Thanks to X-ray vision, the boy was surprised to see General Zhang walking towards him. I wonder why he came back so early. The game announced that 15 minutes after the end of the zombie wave, a vote for a counterattack would begin. John hurried to remove the Pearl of Julie, which had been illuminating the room for him all this time, before the general arrived. Covering his face with a mask, John walked towards the general, who was hurrying towards him. Zhang was as gloomy as a thundercloud. He could not get along or come to an agreement with government officials. John opened the door and went out to the general. The military man thanked John and said that if it weren't for him, the consequences would have been terrible. Zhang was a grateful and fair man, and he bowed deeply to John for everything he and Silly had done during the zombie outbreak. John repeated that there was no need to thank him, and asked if Zhang knew at least 4 of the top 10 in the merit ranking. The general said that he knows almost everyone. John asked Zhang to gather them all here. When everyone is gathered, he will explain why. The leaders of the raiding lived nearby, but the general was afraid to attract unnecessary attention by gathering so many strong players in one place. Soon, General Zhang brought 10 of the most distinguished people of the city. John spoke to them. The talk was about the recent zombie invasion. The young man said that they knew for sure that there were overlords behind every wave of zombies. The general was surprised. He was sure that this was the work of people and that there were no zombie masters. Smith continued that, in addition to the Lee family, the overlords were also guilty of this massacre, and he had an idea of how to present the Lee family with a gift. The players started making noise. Everyone was interested in how John was planning to take revenge. Many had lost loved ones. Everyone wanted to pay back the guilty. John reported that once the zombie wave ends, a counterattack will be activated in the game.